common forms of medicine that are found at home. Now, medicine is something that we take when we are feeling unwell or when you are sick. So when you are sick, you take what you call medicine. So the common forms of medicine found at home, we want to know the examples of the medicines that are found at home. We have different types of medicine for different purposes. Now, the first common type of medicine found at home, we have what we call tablets. We have tablets. We swallow tablets using clean water. This is the first common form of medicine that is found at home. Now, this is what we mean when we say tablet. A tablet looks like this. This is an example of a tablet, and you swallow it according to the doctor's instruction. We have another form of medicine called capsules. We have capsules. Capsules are in an oval shape and they look a bit different from the tablets. Now, this is how the capsules look like. We also have another form of medicine we call syrups. Now, a syrup is in a liquid form and they are always put in bottles, and syrups are drunk according to the doctor's instruction. I have an example of a syrup here. So this is what we call a syrup. It is in a bottle and it is in liquid form. This is a syrup, and it is also found at home. Then we also have another form of medicine called the ointment. Now, ointment is a type of medicine that is in a form of body oil, and it is always applied on the skin. We apply ointment on the skin, especially a skin where you have injured yourself, either you've hit yourself somewhere or you have a bump. You are going to apply ointment. And lastly, we have eye, ear, and nose drops. So the eye, ear, and nose drops, we apply them to the eye or ear and nose, and we apply them in drops according to the doctor's instruction. Now, this is an example of an eye drop which you drop inside your eye. You open it and you drop. It can be 2 or 3 drops depending on what you've been told by the doctor. And lastly, we have another form of medicine we call inhalers. Now, inhalers help us to breathe, especially those people who are suffering from breathing problems or chest pains. They always use inhalers. So these are the common forms of medicine that are found at home. The first one, we have tablets. We have tablets, and tablets can be in different forms. So this is just an example of a tablet. Then we have what we call capsules. Now, this is a capsule. Then we have syrup. Syrup is medicine and we drink syrup. So this is an example of a syrup. Then we have ointment. Ointment is a type of medicine that we apply on the skin, on a skin that has a bump or a swollen place. You can't apply ointment on an injury. So ointment, I have an example of an ointment here. Here is an example of an ointment. It looks as if it is body oil, and you apply it on a swollen part of the body. Then we have eye, ear, and nose drops. So this is how the medicine, which is a drop, looks like. This is how they look like, and you apply it depending on the doctor's instructions. It is always good to follow the doctor's instruction. Don't apply ear drop on the eye. You'll be doing it wrongly. And lastly, we have what we call inhalers. Inhalers are mostly used by those people who have breathing problems. So these are the main common forms of medicine that are found at home, and each medicine has its way of how you take it or how you administer it. So get ready with your book. I'm going to give you some work. Copy the questions and make sure that you are answering them. So the exercise, the first question, write down 3 forms of medicine found at your home. You are going to write 3 forms of medicine that are found at your home. And the second one, draw and name the forms of medicine you wrote above. Now, whatever you are going to write here is what you are going to draw for me here. If you write here tablets, capsules, and syrup, make sure you are coming to draw for me here tablets, capsules, and syrup. What you will write here is what you are coming to draw for me in the next question. So make sure that you are doing the work, and you also go through the work for you to identify any mistake that you might have committed. Hope to see you again in the next lesson. Have a wonderful moment.
Enroll your child for the manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a cost-friendly format.
Hello learners, and welcome to our today's learning lesson. The subject is business studies. The topic is satisfaction of human wants. In our last lesson, we discussed the characteristics of human wants, and we gave 8 characteristics. Number 1 is unlimited. We say that human wants are unlimited. Number 2, human wants are varied. Number 3, human wants require resources. Number 4, human wants are habitual. Number 5, human wants are competitive. Number 6, human wants are complementary. Human wants, number 7, are repetitive. And lastly, we say that human wants are universal in nature. In our today's lesson, we want to discuss the challenges faced in the satisfaction of human wants. The subject is business studies, and the subtopic is satisfaction of human wants, and the subtopic challenges faced in satisfying human wants. What are the challenges that people face when trying to satisfy human wants? And to remind you, we say that human wants are categorized into 2, primary wants and secondary wants. Now, learners, you will also recall that we say that business activities that are carried out by people are geared towards meeting human wants. Most of the activities that we undertake in their day-to-day lives, okay, that we undertake in our day-to-day lives are influenced by the need to satisfy our wants, okay? When we go to school, when, for example, you go to school, you are satisfying the need for education. You have a need for education. When a farmer goes to plant crops, that farmer is in effect planting the crops so that the crops can be used to satisfy his needs. Because after harvesting, then he will get food which he can consume, and in so doing, he meets the need for food. So all the activities that we undertake in our day-to-day lives are influenced by the need to satisfy our wants. Think of any activity. Teachers teach so that they can get money to meet their needs, like food, building houses, buying clothes, paying education for their children, and so on. However, we can say we encounter various challenges in the process of satisfying human wants. So that's what we want to discuss today. Challenges faced in satisfying human wants. Human wants. Challenges faced in satisfying human wants. What are these challenges that human beings face when trying to satisfy their wants? And the first point is that human wants are too many. Remember, you said they are unlimited. They are unlimited and also varied to satisfy fully. Human wants are too many and varied. And varied to do what? To satisfy fully. To satisfy fully. They are too many. They are unlimited. They are endless. They are infinite. They are varied. All of them cannot be satisfied fully. And we saw that some of them are repetitive. When you satisfy a need now, the need emerges a few hours later, like the satisfaction of the need for food. When you eat food in the morning, the hunger will strike again in the course of the day, which may cause you to look for food again. So people are therefore forced to work continuously in order to do what? To get resources with which to satisfy their wants. So people are always working. Learners, you have seen it. You wake up in the morning, you go to work. Come back, rest at night. In the morning, you wake up again, you go to work. So people are always on the move. And what is the reason? So that they can get enough resources to satisfy these ones that are too many, all right? And some of these ones are competitive. These ones are habitual, all right? Repetitive, habitual. We say that some ones result in the formation of certain habits, okay? Certain habits. There are people who have gone to the extent of developing addiction to consumption of some goods or services. So because of the intensity, because of the variation in the human wants, then people are forced to work continuously in order to get resources. If you live in a home, you have even seen it even yourself. Sometimes you put pressure on your parents or guardian, right? Most of the time, you find that even as a student, you have needs. If they have seen in the recent times students requesting parents to buy them smartphones, okay? Smartphones. I saw a student complaining that he has a 3G smartphone. He's requesting the parent to buy a 4G smartphone. So you see, the needs are many. They are varied. When you satisfy this need, tomorrow you need another one. Because right now, there are students who may need computers to study these videos. Okay? All right? Computers. You need computers. You need a laptop. You need smartphone. All right? So you see, because of that, people have to continuously work in order to satisfy these needs. That is one challenge in satisfying human wants. We have said there are too many and varied to satisfy fully. So it forces now people to prioritize. Prioritize. So if your guardian has money, you will now prioritize and decide, do we buy the student smartphone or do we buy food? So between smartphone and food, which one is a priority? Which one is basic? Which one can the family not do without? Okay, which one is necessary for survival? So you find sometimes you may be told at home that, Daddy, we are not going to buy you smartphone because the resources that we have can only enable us to buy food. So you will wait for a few months, then your parents, again tomorrow they wake up, they go and work continuously. They are forced to work every day so that they can get money to buy you the smartphone tomorrow. So there has to be prioritization because resources or means to satisfy these wants are limited, but the wants are unlimited. So you need to understand sometimes, learner, when your guardian tells you that there is no money, then you need to understand. Students who do not understand or learners who do not understand are ones who have not gone through this topic. This topic you are teaching, saying that you cannot satisfy all your needs in this world, all right, because you may not have all the money. So what you do, you satisfy those that are most important first. Then you work towards satisfaction of the ones that are not very necessary. So that is challenge number one. Then challenge number B, the second challenge faced in satisfying human wants is that the resources needed for satisfaction of human wants are never enough. The resources needed for satisfaction of human wants, the resources are never enough. This point is related to the other one. Resources needed for the satisfaction of human wants are never enough. And this makes people to remain in a permanent state of inadequacy as far as satisfaction of wants is concerned. Okay, state of inadequacy. As far as you have a need or a want that has not been satisfied, then you will always be in a state of inadequacy. So the resources needed for satisfaction of human wants are never enough. Remember, we said one characteristic of human wants is that these wants require resources to be satisfied. Resources are the means. If you want food, then you need to get that food from the farm, and you cannot get food from the farm if you did not plant in the first place. For you to plant, you need to cultivate the land, you need to plant, you need to weed and wait for the, sometimes you need to irrigate the food, then you harvest and have the food. If you cannot do that, then that means that you have, for you to get food, you have to buy the food, and you cannot buy food if you have no money. For you to get money, you need to work. Then you earn money so that you can buy the food that you need. Okay, so because resources are always not enough, you cannot have all the money in the world to buy everything that you desire. Okay, so and that makes people always to be in a state, a permanent state of inadequacy. Okay, people are always looking towards getting more resources to meet their needs. Some of the needs are basic. Then related to this point, you can also see that resources are scarce. Resources are scarce. Resources are scarce. Now, if resources are scarce and the needs are many, then that calls for what we call tough choices to be made. Okay, we need to make very tough choices so as to choose between what will be satisfied and what will not be satisfied. A tough choice as to which one to satisfy first with the scarce resources available. Tough choices means that there are some ones which will be left unsatisfied. I gave an example of a student who needs a smartphone. The parent has scarce resources, so the parent has to choose whether to buy the smartphone or to buy food. So a tough choice means that the need for the smartphone will not be satisfied. No money will be committed to buying of the smartphone. So that decision has to be made. So you cannot have both, because if you are to buy the smartphone, then there will be no food in the family. And you cannot eat a smartphone. Smartphone is a secondary need. We say that primary needs must be met. They are necessary for human survival. So another challenge is that people, you can say, people must continuously look for fresh resources to satisfy their needs. Okay, people must continuously look for fresh resources. People must continuously look for fresh resources. People must continuously look for fresh resources so as to satisfy the recurring ones, such as the need for food. And that's a challenge. Continuously looking for fresh resources, because we said there are some needs that are repetitive, some needs that must be met on a daily basis. So looking for resources to meet these ones is a challenge. Then lastly, we can say that human wants change with the time. Remember, we also mentioned that human wants change with time, age, gender, geographical location. We mentioned geographical location, time, weather conditions, and so on, okay, among other things. And that is a challenge, because we gave an example. When you are a child, your needs will not be the same when you are an adult, okay? When the weather is hot, you not the need for the clothing when weather is hot is different from when the weather is cold. So human wants change with time, they change with the age, they change with gender, they change with social status, and so on. Therefore, people continually look for more resources in order to satisfy their new and different wants. That's a challenge. Because if the wants are continuously changing, then there is a challenge to also continuously work very hard to get resources so that to meet the wants. So another example is for a student, when you buy the business studies book or mathematics book Form 1. With the time, after 1 year, you need to buy another book, Form 2. After Form 2, you need to buy another book. So your parent has to continuously work hard so that your needs are met. The clothes you wore when you are in class 1 will not be the same clothes you're going to wear when you are in Form 4 or Form 1. So there's a challenge to continuously work hard to ensure that the wants are met. So these are just 5 challenges faced in satisfying human wants. 1, we've said human wants are too many and varied to satisfy fully. We also say that the resources needed for the satisfaction of human wants are never enough, We've said that resources are scarce. That's a challenge. When resources are scarce, the means are scarce, then that's a challenge which leads to tough choices or prioritization as to which one to satisfy first with the scarce resources that are available. We've discussed that people must continuously look for fresh resources to satisfy the recurring wants, such as the need for food, the need for clothes, the need for education, the need for shelter, the need for medical care, and so on. That is a challenge. Continuously look for resources, continuously, without resting, okay? You don't rest. You have to continuously look for resources because these wants must be satisfied. Then last, we've said that human wants change with age, they change with gender, they change with time, they change with geographical location, and so on. So again, people must continuously look for more resources in order to satisfy their new and different wants. So these are 5 reasons or 5 challenges faced in satisfying human wants. Learners, have you understood the challenges? If you have any query, please write to us. We will answer all your questions. Below this video, go to the website. There is a comment section where you can send your questions, your thoughts, your suggestions, and so on. So before we take a break, I'm going to give you one question. This is your assignment. This will be your assignment. Explain 5 challenges. Explain 5 challenges faced when satisfying human wants. Explain 5 challenges faced when satisfying human wants. So go through the video, write your notes, then close your notes and the video, attempt this question. Thank you and bye-bye.
Enroll your child with the manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a cost-friendly format.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hujambo mwanafunzi wa Kiswahili. Karibu katika kipindi hiki cha Kiswahili. Naamini kwamba wewe ni mzima hapo ulipo, nami hapa nilipo ni mzima. Buheri wa afya kabisa. Katika kipindi hiki cha leo, tutakuwa tunasoma sarufi ya lugha ya Kiswahili. Na sarufi yenyewe tutajikita katika viambishi ngeli. Viambishi ngeli hapo awali katika vipindi vilivyotangulia nilikuwa nimeshaeleza ni zile herufi za kwanza halabu katika vitenzi, katika sentensi. Vitenzi vyake hiyo herufi ya kwanza ama hicho kiungo cha kwanza kinadhihirisha ngeli ya nomino ambayo imetumika katika sentensi. Katika mazingira kadha ya sentensi tumeweza kupatana nayo na nikatoa mifano kadhaa, na katika hiyo mifano acha nichukue miwili tu ili tuweze kukumbuka, kisha tusahihishe ile kazi ambayo nilikuwa nimekuachia. Aya, basi acha tuangalie mbili mifano tu kwa ajili ya kukumbuka. Katika ngeli ya awa, ngeli ya awa tukawa na neno kama vile mtoto. 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 Mfano sasa unaweza ukasema mtoto analia. Na katika wingi hii sentensi ukija kuibadilisha katika wingi itakuwa kwamba watoto wanalia. Hivyo basi viambishi ngeli ni hivi. Hapa a, wa. Hivyo ndivyo viambishi ngeli. Tukasema hivi viambishi ngeli inakuwa ni ile herufi ama viungo vya kwanza katika vitenzi ambavyo vinadhihirisha ngeli ya nomino ambayo imetumika. Hivyo basi inakuwa ni a, wa. Hili neno mtoto liko katika ngeli ya a, wa. Ikiwa hivyo nafikiri umepata kuelewa kile ambacho tunamaanisha kwa siku ya leo. Basi tukija kuchukua neno jingine kama ngeli nyingine kama vile ngeli ya kivi. Ni neno gani ambalo liko katika hii ngeli ya kivi ambalo linajulikana kwa watu wengi? Kitu kama vile kiti, kikombe, kijiko. Chukua neno kiti ama tuseme kikombe. Mfano kikombe, kikombe. Kikombe, kikombe unaweza ukasema vipi? Kikombe kimevunjika. Kikombe kimevunjika. Na katika wingi hii kikombe itakuwa vipi? Vikombe. Vikombe vimevunjika. Vikombe vimevunjika. Aya, kiambishi ngeli katika hii sampuli ya sentensi unapata ni ki katika umoja na vi katika wingi. Hivyo basi hiyo ndiyo kazi ambayo tulikuwa tunaiangazia katika kipindi kilichopita. Lakini kwa siku ya leo nataka tu tuweze kusahihisha kazi ambayo nilikuwa nimekuachia wewe uweze kuipitia na kujibu maswali yenyewe. Basi hapo ulipo nataka niamini kwamba una hilo daftari ambapo ulifanyia kazi yenyewe. Kisha tuweze kusahihisha. Zoezi nitalinakili hapa kwenye ubao. Zoezi lenyewe nilinakili hapa kwenye ubao kwa ajili yako wewe. Basi mwanafunzi, msomaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili, hili ndilo zoezi ambalo nilikuwa nimekuachia. Unaambiwa kwamba jaza viambishi ngeli vifaavyo katika sentensi hizi. Sentensi yenyewe ni ng'ombe lipelekwa malishoni. Kuna sehemu ambayo haijajazwa, hiyo ndio ambayo tutakayoijaza. Nambari ya pili, mazingira dash nasafishwa ili kuzuia maradhi. Nambari ya tatu, mgeni dash tachinjiwa kuku. Zaidi, kitambaa metandikwa mezani, na mwisho ni shati tapigwa pasi. Basi tuweze kujaza kwa kutumia viambishi ngeli vinavyofaa. Kuna hii ya kwanza, ng'ombe. Ng'ombe ni neno ambalo liko katika ngeli gani? Ni ngeli ya a, wa, kwa sababu ni kiumbe. Ng'ombe alipelekwa malishoni, ama kama ni wengi inakuwa ni ng'ombe walipelekwa malishoni. Hapa unaweza ukaweka a au wa. Hivyo basi tumia neno wa, ng'ombe walipelekwa malishoni, ama pia ng'ombe alipelekwa malishoni. Hapo unaweza ukatoa jibu kama hilo, a au wa. Nambari ya pili, mazingira nasafishwa ili kuzuia maradhi. Ngeli ya neno mazingira ni ya. Hivyo basi hapo unaweza kuweka kiambishi gani? Mazingira yanasafishwa ili kuzuia maradhi. Nambari ya tatu, mgeni dash tachinjiwa kuku. Hebu jibu, mgeni dash tachinjiwa kuku. Hivyo basi mgeni yuko katika ngeli ya a, wa, na ni mmoja. Basi tia kiambishi ngeli a. Mgeni atachinjiwa kuku. Kitambaa dash metandikwa mezani. Neno kitambaa liko katika ngeli ya ki. Hivyo katika umoja kiambishi ngeli ni ki, na katika wingi kiambishi ngeli ni vi. Basi kitambaa kwa sababu ni kimoja utasema kimetandikwa. Kitambaa kimetandikwa mezani, namna hiyo. Kisha twende kwenye nambari ya mwisho ambayo ni shati tapigwa pasi. Shati kwanza jiulize liko katika ngeli gani? Shati ni katika ngeli ya ya. Shati moja litapigwa pasi. Kama ni mawili, mashati mawili yatapigwa pasi. Hivyo basi inakuwa shati kwa sababu ni moja litapigwa pasi. Basi hayo ndio ambayo tulikuwa nayo mwanafunzi katika sehemu hiyo. Nataka uangalie kama ulipata, na kama ulipata tia alama ya mkwaju kwa kutumia kalamu nyekundu, na kama hukupata basi rekebisha kwa kutumia kalamu ya wino mwingine tofauti. Naomba kumalizia hapo nikupe zoezi jingine zaidi kwa ajili ya kulipitia na kudurusu katika wakati wako. Zoezi jingine zaidi. Mwanafunzi msomi wa lugha ya Kiswahili zaidi, ni mazoezi zaidi ili kujaribu kujizoeza na mambo ya viambishi ngeli. Haya, zoezi hili ndo tunaangalia. Unaona kwamba mlango tatengenezwa na mhunzi. Mhunzi anayetengeneza vitu vya chuma, na ambaye pia unasikia kwamba atatengeneza mlango. Unasikia? Kwa sababu mlango huu unaonekana kuwa ni wa chuma. Zaidi kama ni ule ambao unatengenezwa na nani? Na seremala. Ugonjwa dash naoambukizwa ni hatari. Ugonjwa dash naoambukizwa ni hatari. Hiyo ni katika umoja. Neno ugonjwa liko katika ngeli gani? Kama ni umoja, kuna kiambishi chake. Kama ni wingi, kuna kiambishi chake. Ukishajua ngeli ya nomino. Tuna neno mawaidha. Mawaidha dash liyotolewa yamenisaidia. Ngeli gani? Neno shamba. Shamba, taridhishwa bintiye. Taridhishwa bintiye. Kuridhishwa ni kama vile kuachiwa na mzazi wako ama mtu mwingine anakuachia kama urithi. Urithi ni inheritance. Inheritance. Mali unayopewa na mzazi hasa baada ya kufariki ama akitazamia kwamba wewe ndiye utakaye chukua mali hiyo na kuitunza vizuri. Tuna neno kijana. Neno kijana ana uhai. Basi ngeli yake ni gani? Kijana dash lifanya akili kukataa kufanya mapenzi kiholela. Ina maana gani? Alifanya akili. Kijana dash lifanya akili, ina maana kwamba kufanya akili, kufanya jambo la busara. Kufanya jambo la busara. Kukataa kufanya mapenzi kiholela. Hivyo basi huyo kijana alikataa kufanya mapenzi kiholela. Hilo ni jambo la busara. Basi mwanafunzi, mpenzi wa lugha ya Kiswahili, msomi, naomba kusitia hapo kwa kukushukuru wewe kwa ajili ya kufuatana nami tangia mwanzo hadi sasa hivi. Nashukuru. Jina langu Mugambi James. Kumbuka tuko pale pale katika ukumbi wa masomo ya mtandaoni.
Hello everyone, welcome to the lesson today. This is the manifested e-learning platform. Our focus today will be on inversions. I expect that by the end of the lesson you should be able to use inversions not just in speech but also in writing. I told you that one of the things that teachers of English, especially when they are marking paper 3, they look at how well you can use language and especially your linguistic ability. What earns you merit is the variety of sentences that you use, and inversions are one way to ensure that you have a variety of sentences, just like what we did in participle phrases and others. Ensure that when you learn language, it helps you not just in speech but also in writing, so that it makes your language better and shows that your linguistic ability in English is at a higher level. All right, so inversions. So this is when the subject verb order is reversed. Okay, this is when the subject verb order is reversed. Usually we are used to saying she is sick. So the subject is she, and then the verb is. So in inversions, the subject verb order is reversed. So when the subject verb order is reversed, the verb comes before the subject. Okay, the verb comes before the subject. It also involves putting the auxiliary before the subject. Okay, we say that the verb comes before the subject in inversions, and it also involves putting the auxiliary before the subject. So in this sentence, she is sick. So it becomes, so when you invert, is comes at the beginning, is she sick? Okay. If it is a lovely day, it will be, isn't it a lovely day? Okay, so the is comes before. Okay, it is a lovely day, isn't it a lovely day? So to achieve inversions, okay, we can use to achieve inversions. How do we achieve inversions? We can use time adverbials. Time adverbials, okay? We can use time adverbials like never, never before, hardly, when, no sooner than, okay? Such kind. So time adverbials can be used to achieve what? Inversions, like never, never before, hardly, when, no sooner than. For example, never before have I seen, sorry, so the inversion comes here. Have I seen such a beautiful dress? Okay, so we have used this time adverbial to achieve inversion, to make sure that we know. Remember, inversions is when the subject and the verb are reversed, okay? The order is reversed. So the have I, how you can say have I seen such a beautiful dress all the time, okay? So you can say never before have I seen such a beautiful dress, okay? No sooner, no sooner did we realize that she was gone let me give you a sentence. No sooner did you realize that she was gone the search. Okay, no sooner did you realize that she was gone than we started the search. Okay, so to achieve this kind of inversion, you use this time adverbial. All right, another example on no sooner. No sooner did we arrive than it started raining. Okay, no sooner did we arrive than it started raining. Remember, the inversion here is did we, so you can't achieve that on its own unless you use a time adverbial. You can also use you can also achieve inversions by use of adverbials. After adverbials. After adverbials such as only and only after. For example, so you can use it after adverbials such as only and only after. Only after she bought the snack did the baby start eating. Okay, only after she bought the snack did the baby, okay, the inversion is here, did the baby start eating. All right, number 3, you can use it with for example, what can I say, with words with exclamations. Okay, with words such as here or there. So we can use inversions with exclamations with words such as here and there. For example, there comes the bride. There comes the bride. Here comes the teacher. Oh, sorry. Here comes the teacher. So the sentence will read, there comes the bride. all right? Here comes the teacher. Before I go on, I'd like to still talk about this. So we say that inversions are when the subject verb order is reversed, such that we normally have the normal verb order, where subject verb order, she is sick, you now change, okay? So we've been just looking at how you can achieve inversion. So in this case, time adverbials, like when you can use time adverbials to achieve inversions. For example, the time adverbials include never, never before, hardly when, no sooner than, scarcely when, okay? So we are assuming that the sentence could be, let me just write in red, the sentence could be, I have never seen such a beautiful dress, okay? We are assuming that the sentence could be, I have never seen such a beautiful dress, all right? So we are using the time adverbial to help us achieve inversion. You know, we can't just say, have I never seen such a beautiful dress? It won't sound grammatical in a way, or it'll just be like a question. So you can't use questions all the time to invert sentences. There's a way in which you can use inversions. You can make a sentence, or maybe you can invert a sentence without necessarily turning it into a question. Like in this case, when you turn it, it becomes a question, okay? So to avoid the idea of all sentences becoming a question, you can use what? Time adverbial. So if the sentence is, I have never seen such a beautiful dress, begin never before, okay? Or maybe invert the following sentences, okay? Now that is when you can now come up with the idea of using what? A time adverbial. Never before have I seen such a beautiful dress. So never before will help you to achieve the inversion of the subject and the verb. No sooner did we realize that she was gone than we started the search. So when we realized that she was gone, okay, we started the search. Okay, so we want to create some kind of inversion, or maybe we realized that she was gone, we started the search. Okay, so you will use the time adverbial no sooner than, so that you can achieve that kind of inversion, so that realize, maybe a verb comes before we. Our subject here is we. Okay, so how will you ensure that a verb comes before we? So that's when we have that time adverbial to help us ensure that there's some kind of what? Inversion. So when we realized that she was gone, we started the search. Or we realized that she was gone and we started the what? The search. So you change it. No sooner did we use that time adverbial, no sooner did we realize that she was gone than we started the search. Then the same thing with this one. No sooner did we arrive. So we arrived and it started raining. So how do we achieve inversion in that sentence? Again, the time adverbial will help us no sooner, such that it introduces this new verb here, so that the sentence can sound grammatical. Okay, no sooner did we. Okay, so the inversion is here because we are trying to put a verb here. So we can't say no sooner arrived we. Okay, so the auxiliary can be included to help achieve what? An inversion. All right. When you are changing the sentence by using a time adverbial, you must include this. Okay, you must include at least an auxiliary so that it makes sense. Okay, like for example, in the sentence no sooner we realized that she was gone, we started the search. Again, you need to include that adverbial so that the sentence remains grammatical, but inversion has happened. Okay, remember the inversion only happens because it involves putting the auxiliary before the subject, or the verb before the subject. In the first sentence, the verb have is already there, so you don't need to add another auxiliary. Already it's an auxiliary. Now in the second sentence, we need to add an auxiliary so that the inversion can occur well and make the sentence grammatical. All right, so only after she bought the snack. She bought the snack and the baby started eating. So you can say only after she bought the snack did the baby. So the baby started eating. So we want to ensure that there's some kind of inversion here by including, we now bring the what? The auxiliary. Okay, remember the idea is to put the auxiliary before the subject. So time adverbials can help us to put the what? The auxiliary before the subject. Because for you to use a time adverbial, you find that you'll be using a what? An auxiliary. So the time adverbial can help us come up with a phrase before the main sentence. All right? Now, with explanations with words such as here, there. So here it's quite direct. There comes the bride. So the bride is coming. Okay? You can say the sentence could be the bride is coming. So there comes the bride. All right? Here comes the teacher. Oh, the teacher is coming. So you can say the teacher, come the teacher, or coming is the teacher. So we'll just use what? Exclamation such as here, so that you can say here comes the teacher. There goes the woman. There goes the girl. All right? So another use, let me add another way you can introduce inversions. You can use inversions through, number 4, through questions. Okay. For example, Mary is tired. So we can say Mary is tired. So is Mary tired? Is Mary tired? All right. So already we can achieve inversions by use of what? Questions. Is Mary tired? Already we have achieved what? Inversions. We've inverted is such that the subject-verb order has been inverted where the verb comes before the subject. So this is quite clear. And also we can achieve inversions after so, neither, or nor. Okay, after so, neither, or nor. For example, never have, like for example, I have never eaten avocados. So you can add the expression neither has my mother. Okay, neither has my mother. So you see the subject verb inversion. So I have never eaten avocados, neither has my mother. For example, the sentence could have read, I have never eaten avocados and my mother has never eaten avocados. Okay, so to achieve inversion in the second part of the sentence, you can use what? Neither, such that I have never eaten avocados, neither has my mother. Also, it helps us avoid repetition, okay? Here in this case, it is helping us to avoid repetition, but that one we'll learn about it in another topic, okay? Where, you know, you can achieve lack of repetition in a particular sentence by omitting some words, okay? But our focus today is on how we can invert sentences, okay, to achieve inversions. And remember, it just shows how competent you are in the use of language. Now, I'm going to give you a short exercise, and then we will continue with functions of inversions. All right, now in the exercise, you're supposed to change the normal sentence into one with inversion, okay? Question 1, John had never been to such a fantastic restaurant. Number 2, people rarely appreciate this musician's talent. Number 3, the children should on no account go on their own. Number 4, we would understand what happened that night only later. And then number 5, I seldom leave my house so early. Okay, so you're supposed to change it into one with inversion. For example, in question 1, let me just give you a sample. John had never been to such a fantastic restaurant. Never has John never has John been to such a fantastic restaurant. So already the time adverbial is there. The adverbial that can help you make it into a sentence with inversion is already there in the sentence. You don't need to come up with it like in rewrites. All right. So when we pick up next time, we will look at the functions of inversions in sentences. Have a nice time.
Hello learner, welcome back to Manifested Online Classes. I'm Philip, your social studies teacher. In our last session, we looked at the direction, how to get the direction of places in a map using a compass. And I'm hoping that you attended to the homework that I gave you at the end of that session. Today, we shall be looking at how to get distances, how to calculate distances on a map. And we are still in our first topic, physical environment. Physical environment. Physical environment. Today, our main concern is measuring distances. Measuring distances in a map. How do you measure distances in a map? Number one, it's good to know which kind of distances are we talking about. Number one, it can be a river. Examples of distances that we measure. Examples of distances that we measure in a map. It can be get the distance between one point of a river to a given point of a river. It can be involving measuring a river. It can be a road. It can be a road. And of course, it can be a railway. It can be a railway. These are some of the distances in most cases you'll be required to measure. It can be a coastline. It can be a coastline. It can be a coastline. Measure the distance between point A of a coastline to a point B of a coastline. These are mostly the distances that we measure in a map. Now, our main concern is how do you measure? Now we have known what we measure. We can be measuring a river, we can be measuring a road, we can be measuring a railway, we can be measuring a length of a coastline at a given point, two major points, point A to point B. Now, how do we measure? This is how we measure distances on a map. For you to get the distance of a river, the length of a road, the length of a railway, the length of a coastline, you need a scale. You need a scale. You need a scale. For any distance, for any length, either over, you need a scale. A scale is distance on a map and the actual distance on the ground. And there are two types of scales. Mostly, we use two types of scale. And number one, we have linear scale. We have linear scale. Linear scale. And of course, we have the second one is called a statement. Statement scale. Linear scale and statement scale. This is what I will demonstrate to you how you can use a linear scale and how you can use a statement scale and the difference between the two types of scale. But these are majorly the two types of scales that we use to measure the distances in a map. Now, maybe to start off, we can explain what is a linear scale, or rather, how does a linear scale looks like. Now, this is how a linear scale looks like. It's just a straight line with partitions of, it's just a straight line. It will be drawn at the bottom of each map. and it has partitions of exactly 1 centimeter. 1 centimeter. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it is good to know that whichever measurement you will get from this linear scale, it will be converted direct by the scale into kilometers. Remember, I've said that a scale is a relationship between a length or a distance in a map and the corresponding distance on the ground. So on the map, it might be in centimeters, but when you get to the scale, it will convert it into kilometers. This is an example of a linear scale. This is an example of a linear scale, and we shall be seeing how you can use a linear scale to get your a distance, a given distance on the map. A linear scale looks like this. A partition of 1 centimeter, and of course it will convert your distance into kilometers. It will convert your map distance into kilometers on the ground. The second one is the statement scale. Statement scale. Statement scale. Now, in the statement scale, a statement scale is a type of scale that is expressed in a written form. For example, 1 centimeter represents 1 centimeter represents 1 kilometer. Now, 1 centimeter represents 1 kilometer. It means that 1 centimeter on a map, on a given map, is represented by 1 kilometer on the actual ground. If you go to the ground, it is 1 kilometer. If you go to the map, it is 1 centimeter. The second example, it can be 1 centimeter represents 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. Now this one is another one, that 1 centimeter on the map will be represented by 2 kilometers on our actual ground. There can be another one, maybe to give 3. 1 centimeter represents 3 kilometers. 1 centimeter on the map represent 3 kilometers on the ground. Now, let us put it into examples. Let me explain my 3 statement scales using an example. You have been given a map and you have measured a distance in that map. Maybe it was a river or a road or a railway or a coastline, whichever distance you are required to measure. And after measuring, your answer of that distance was, for instance, 5 centimeter. You have measured, example, you have measured your distance of 5 centimeter, and of course that is not your answer, because whatever you have measured as 5 centimeters, whatever you have measured as 5 centimeters is your measurement on the map. And what we want is the same measurement on the map now on the actual ground. So you have measured 5 centimeters. Let us use the 3 statement scale and see the difference in the answers. Using statement scale number 1, 1 centimeter represents 1 kilometer. And you have 5 centimeters. So if you have your 5 centimeters here, it means that if 1 centimeter represents 1 kilometer, what about 5 centimeters? If 1 centimeter represents 1 kilometer, what about 5 centimeters? So what are you supposed to do? You multiply by the number of kilometers there. You multiply by the number of kilometers there. And your answer will be 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers. If your scale was B, 1 centimeter represent 2 kilometers, and your answer was, after measuring, was still 5 centimeters, you ask yourself, if 1 centimeter represents 2 kilometers, what about 5 centimeter? 1 centimeter, 2 kilometer. Another centimeter, 2 kilometer. Another centimeter, 2 kilometers. So this time round, we are multiplying by 2 kilometers. So our actual distance will be 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers on the ground. If your statement scale was reading 1 centimeter represent 3 kilometers, and your answer after measuring was still 5 centimeter, you ask yourself again, if 1 centimeter represent 3 kilometers on the ground, what about 5 centimeters? 1 centimeter, 3 kilometers. 1 centimeter, 3 kilometers. 1 centimeter, 3 kilometers. So this time round, we shall multiply by 3 kilometers, and we shall get to 15 kilometers on the ground, on the actual ground. So it doesn't matter which statement scale you have been given, you can be able to convert your measurement on the map to the actual measurement on the ground very, very easily using a statement scale. Now, which kind of distances are we supposed to measure? That is the most paramount question that we are supposed to ask ourselves in a map. Which type of distances we are supposed to measure? We know that we are supposed to measure at the length of a river or a road or a railway or a coastline, but in which category? There are 2 types of distances that are supposed to be measured. Distance to be measured. Distances that are supposed to be measured in a map are in 2 categories. Number 1, straight distances. Straight distances. Straight distances. Straight distances. And number 2, we have curved distances. These are the 2 types of distances that you are supposed to know how to measure. Either it is a straight distance or it is a curved distance. Now, today we have discussed about distances on a map and how to measure them. And we have given examples of distances that we can be given to measure, and it can be a river, a road, a railway, or a coastline, from point A to point B, from one point to another. And of course, we have seen that you cannot measure any distance in a map without using a scale. And we have said a scale is a relationship. It gives a relationship between the distances on the map and the distances on the ground. And we have mentioned that there are 2 types of scale. We have the linear scale and the statement scale. Just to show, I have shown what is a linear scale, and it is just a straight line with 1 centimeter partitions. 1 centimeter partitions. This is what we call a linear scale. It helps you to convert your map readings to actual ground reading, a linear scale. And of course, we have also looked at statement scale, and we have given 3 examples of statement scale. 1 centimeter represents 1 kilometer, 1 centimeter represents 2 kilometers, 1 centimeter represents 3 kilometers, and of course we have given examples on how to use the same statement scale on getting your actual reading on the ground. And finally, I have mentioned that there are 2 distances that are supposed to be measured on a map. Number one, straight distances and curved distances. And this is exactly what we shall be looking in our next session. Straight distances, how to get to measure straight distances, and how to measure curved distances. Until our next session, God bless you. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hi learners, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity. So we are going to learn hygiene and nutrition activities, and we had started on a new topic, the use of improvised materials for cleaning utensils. So today we are going to learn the things that we use to clean utensils. But before that, let's remind ourselves of what we discussed during our previous lesson. Now, in our previous lesson, we learned the types of dirt found on utensils. So let's go through the types of dirt found on utensils before we learn the things we use to clean utensils. So types of dirt found on utensils. The types of dirt found on utensils. The utensils we use at home, after you've used them, they always become dirty, and they are dirtified by different types of dirt. So we say that the first type of dirt, we call it milky dirt. Milky dirt. Milky dirt comes from the word milk. The utensils you've used to serve tea, the utensils you've used to drink milk or yogurt will have milky dirt. Then we had another type of dirt we call grease dirt. Now, grease dirt are the dirt found on utensils that have been used at home, and most grease dirt are caused by eating oily foods. For example, if you prepare your fish and put a lot of oil in the fish, you will have oil dirt on your utensils, or even meat or fried eggs. And lastly, we have another type of dirt called starch. Starch dirt. Starch dirt are the remains of food that we have eaten that always remain on a plate. We call them starch dirt. When you eat ugali, the ugali that remains on the plate, vegetables, we call them starch dirt. So these are the types of dirt found on utensils: milky dirt, grease dirt, starch dirt. So for these lessons, this lesson, I want us to learn the things that we use to clean utensils. The things you'll need for you to clean milky dirt, grease dirt, or starch dirt on utensils. So, things used to clean utensils. Things used to clean utensils. We are supposed to wash our utensils back at home every time you use them, because dirty utensils attract insects such as cockroaches, or they can even bring germs. And remember, when you serve food from dirty utensils, you can fall sick. So that is why you are supposed to clean your utensils at home. First, to keep away germs, and second, to keep away pests such as cockroaches. Now I want to find out what are the things that we will require for us to be able to clean the utensils at home. Now the things used to clean utensils. First, for you to be able to clean utensils, you need clean water. So clean water. Now the clean water, you are going to use it to wash the utensils and then rinse them. Then you will also need soap. We need soap. Soap will help us to remove dirt from utensils. You also need a sponge or sponge. You will need a sponge to clean utensils. Now, if you don't have a sponge, you can use a small piece of sisal fiber or a piece of cloth to wash your utensils. Then, number 4, you will need basins or a basin. You will need basins. Now, you are going to put your water in a basin. For sufurias that have stains, you will require steel wire. You will require steel wire. So these are the main materials that we require for us to be able to clean utensils. First, you need clean water. You will also need soap, then sponge, and if you don't have a sponge, you can use a sisal fiber or a clean piece of cloth. Then we have basins where you are going to put your water when cleaning the utensils. And lastly, we have steel wire. The steel wire helps to scrub sticky stains from sufurias. Now we have the utensils that are oily, the ones you've used to serve yourself with meat or fish. Now the oily utensils, you can soak them in warm soapy water. Warm soapy water is used to soak oily utensils. Why? When you soak oily utensils in warm soapy water, it will help the oil to come out easily. So these are the main things that we use when cleaning utensils. First, we need clean water, soap, sponge, basins, and steel wire. The materials you require for you to be able to remove the different types of dirt that are found on utensils. So make sure at home when you are washing your utensils, you have clean water with you, have soap, sponge or sisal fiber or a piece of cloth, you have a basin or a steel wire. Now in our next lesson, we shall discuss how we can improvise these materials used to clean utensils. If you don't have soap, what can you use to clean your utensils? If you do not have a sponge, what will you use? If you don't have a steel wire, what can you use to scrub the stains from utensils? That is what we shall discuss in our next lesson. Meanwhile, copy the question that I'm going to give you on the blackboard and make sure that you are answering it. So write down the materials used to clean utensils. You write down the materials that you require when cleaning utensils in the blank spaces number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So thank you for attending to the lesson. Hope to see you next time.
Learners, welcome to today's mathematics lesson. The topic is money and the subtopic percentage profit and loss. Today's topic is money, and we are going to work out more problems involving percentage profit and loss, also the selling price and buying price. Selling price and buying price. We are going to work out more examples. Now I hope learners you are ready. You have the exercise book, you have your pen, ready to learn. Now, I want us to turn to the pupil's book on page 136, question number 2. We are going to answer question number 2 under exercise 81. Exercise 81, and the question says, what is the selling price for the following? That is A, and B, what is the buying price for the following? This question, I have written it on the board. The question is here on the board. That is exercise 81, question 2A and 2B. We will work out the question on the board together. Let's first work out question number 2A. What is the selling price for the following? 1. Buying price 20 shillings, loss 10%. 2. Buying price 7 shillings, profit 25%. So in A, learners, we are required to calculate the selling price where the buying price is given and the percentage loss is given. The buying price is given and the percentage loss is given. So this is the answer. This is the answer. Let me utilize the board properly. I'll start from this side. Answer. In question 2A, we are provided with the buying price in shillings and loss as a percentage. Buying price in shillings and loss as a percentage, and we are required to calculate the selling price. The selling price. Learners, selling price is equal to buying price plus profit. Buying price plus profit. Where there is a loss, the buying price will be equal to the selling price minus loss. Okay? Where there is a loss, then in that case the selling price is equal to the buying price minus loss. Buying price minus loss, because where there is a loss, the buying price is more than the selling price. So we are required to compute the selling price in shillings. And for us to calculate the selling price in shillings, let us first we are going to use the percentages. The percentages. We know that buying price is always represented by 100%. By 100%. And the loss from the question is equal to 10%. 10%. So the selling price as a percent, will be equal to the buying price as a percentage, which is 100%, minus the loss as a percentage, which is equal to 10%. Therefore, the selling price as a percent will be equal to 90%. 90%. So 90% represents the selling price, 10% represents the loss, 100% represents the buying price. These are percentages. So we are going to use these percentages to determine the selling price. So we know that the selling price in shillings is provided in the question. The selling price in shillings is 20 shillings. The selling price here, the buying price is 20 shillings. Buying price is 20 shillings. So the 20 shillings is represented by 100%. Buying price is represented by 20 shillings. So we know that 100% represents the buying price of 20 shillings. Therefore, what will represent 90%? What is 90%? So if 100% is equal to 20, therefore 90% will be equal to 90% divided by 100% times 20 shillings. Times 20 shillings. So first the zeros will cancel out. The zeros will cancel out. Then these percentages will cancel out. We cancel out the percentages. So we have here 9 times 2 shillings. 9 times 2 shillings, this is equal to 18 shillings. 18 shillings. So 18 shillings is the selling price. Is the selling price. What is the selling price for the following? Where the buying price is 20 shillings and loss 10 shillings, then the selling price will be 18 shillings. That is question 2A. Let's work out question 2B. Question 2B. We are required to calculate the selling price again, and we know the selling price where there is a percentage. Where there is a percentage profit, the percentage profit is 25 and the buying price in shillings 7 shillings. Now where there is a percentage profit, where there is a profit, we know that selling price will always be equal to the buying price plus the profit. Buying price plus the profit. Now let us use the percentages to calculate the selling price. So we know always that buying price is equal to 100%. The profit is provided in this question and it's 25%. Therefore, the selling price as a percent will be equal to 100% plus 25%, which is equal to 125%. 125% will represent the selling price. So let's work out the selling price. We know that 100% is represented by the buying price of 7 shillings. How about 125%? This will be equal to 125% divided by 100% times 7 shillings. Times 7 shillings. So we first cancel out the percentages. 5 goes here. How many times? 20 times. 5 goes here. How many times? 15 times. 5 goes here. 5 goes here. Not 15, but we have 25 times. 5 goes here 4 times. 5 goes here. How many times? 5 times. 5 times. So we have 35 divided by 4. 35 divided by 4. So 35 divided by 4. 4 goes into 35 how many times? It goes here 8 times. So this is 32, 30.7, 28, 20. This is 5. So the price is 8 shillings and 75 cents. 8 shillings and 75 cents. That is part 2. That is the selling price. Selling price is 8 shillings and 75 cents. 8 shillings and 75 cents is the selling price. Let's work out part B. Part B, B1, what is the buying price for the following? What is the buying price for the following? The buying price for the following. So, learners, the buying price, we know that this is part B, one. The buying price, learners, is always equal to the selling price plus the loss. Where we have a loss, the buying price will always be equal to selling price plus loss. So let us have the percentages. The percentages, the buying price represented by 100%, which is equal to the selling price, which we do not know, and the loss there is 20%. 20%. So with this, we can get the percentage that represents the selling price. We have selling price. When this is taken to the left-hand side, we'll have 100% minus 20%. Therefore, the selling price is equal to 80%. 80% represents selling price, and the amount is 50 shillings. So 80% represented by 50 shillings. Therefore, what will be the buying price of 100%? This will be equal to 100% divided by 80% times 50 shillings. Times 50 shillings. The percentages will first cancel out. Then you have this 0 will cancel with that 0. Okay. 4 goes into 8 2 times. 4 goes into 100 25 times. 25 times. 2 goes here once. 2 goes into 25, 12.5. So you have 12.5 times 5. This is 5, 2, 6, 62 and 50 cents. This is equal to 62 and 50 cents. That is the buying price, 62 and 50 cents, where the selling price is 50 and there is a loss of 20%. Loss of 20%. Let's work out the second part. Selling price 230 shillings, profit 15%. What will be the buying price where the selling price is 230 shillings and profit 15%? 15%. Buying price is equal to selling price minus profit. Selling price minus profit. Where there is profit, the selling price is always higher than the buying price. So the buying price represented by 100%, the selling price, we do not know the percent, the profit, percentage profit is 15%. Therefore, the selling price will be equal to 100% minus this is plus, okay, because this is negative. When it crosses to the other side, we add 15%. Therefore, the selling price will be equal to 100% plus 15%, which is equal to 105%. 105%. So 105% represents the selling price which you are given here, 230 shillings. How about 100%? 100%, this will be equal to, we get in how many times? It goes here 2 times, 10, 15, 23 times. Okay, 5 goes into 100, 20 times. 23 goes here once, 23 goes here 10 times. Therefore, the buying price will be equal to 20 times 10 shillings, giving us 200 shillings. 200 shillings, that is correct. 200 shillings is correct. In part B, 62 shillings and 50 cents, this is correct. In part 1, 2, this is part 2, 8 shillings and 75 cents, that is correct. Then in part 2, 1, 18 shillings, correct. So learners, we've worked out 4 questions together here on the board from the pupils book exercise number 81. Now you will practice question number 3 up to question number 9. This is your exercise. This is your assignment. The lesson is not complete until you exercise. You have come to the end of the first session. The second session is your work, is your time to carry out your exercise. And still under exercise 81 from your book, go and do question 3 up to question 9. Question 3 up to question 9. In case you'll have any difficult question here, just write down to me below this video and I will help you solve the questions here on the board. Thank you and bye-bye. Hello learners, welcome to Manifested Online Classes. My name is James Kenyani. We are going today to look at a question from the Pupils Primary Book 8 under a topic Geometry, exercise 54, question 2. The question as it is on the board reads, the sketch below shows a simple structure of a roofing beam, also known as a truss. The width of the truss is 9.6 meters and the vertical height CF is 1.4 meters. Projections AB, which is equal to DE, is equal to 1.2 meters. So from that structure on the board, we are going to answer questions A, B, C, and D. The first question A wants us or entails us to find the length of BC, which we are told is equal to CD. So A, in question A, we are told to find the length BC, which is equal to CD. So it's equal to, so before we proceed, there is a triangle I'm going to extract from that roofing beam that is going to help us to get the length of BC, which is equal to CD. So the extracted triangle will be this one, which is on the left part. So to show that it's a right angle, I write that. So it is CF, and that is 1.4 meters, learners. And its base, this other shorter side, which is B, which I need to explain that BF,
given that that vertical height cuts the width of the truss into two equal lengths, BF, which I can note on the diagram, will be 4.8 meters, and this one also 4.8 meters. So my BF here will be 4.8 meters. So I have my right-angled triangle there, whose shorter sides, one of them BF, is 4.8. The other shorter side is FC, which turns out to be the vertical height is 1.4 meters. So from there, I'll apply what we call the Pythagoras theorem. I'll use Pythagoras theorem to get it. So by Pythagoras theorem, you'll find that BF squared plus FC squared will give us BC squared. Will give us BC squared. Do you know our BF? Yes, it is what? 4.8. Do you know our FC? It is what? 1.4. But we are interested in BC. So from there we can flow that equation until a place we shall get BC. So BF, we know it's 4.8, so it will be 4.8 squared plus FC 1.4 squared will be equal to BC squared. But I have to make BC squared to come to the left-hand side of the equation. I have to make BC to come to the left-hand side of the equation. So BC squared will be equal to 4.8 squared plus 1.4. Therefore, to get BC, I'll have to get the square root on both sides. The square root of BC squared will be equal to the square root of the sum of these squares, which is 4.8 squared plus 1.4 squared. The square root of BC squared will be BC. This still retains that because you've not calculated that. So 4.8 squared will give you 23.04. 1.4 squared will give you 1.96. Therefore, BC will be equal to the square root of, if you add 23.04 plus 1.96, you'll get 25. You'll get 25. And there is something you needed to return. Those are the units. So the units will come to be recollected there. So this will be 25. So the square root of 25 is, you'll get BC will be equal to 5 meters. The value of BC will be 5 meters. So much of ado, we'll go to the second question, B, which wants us to get the total length of the timber required to complete the roofing beam. That is B. Total length of the material required for the beam, the roof. roofing. Total length of the material required to make the roofing beam, which will be equal to, we shall go back to our diagram. The total length, what we are seeing here is a roofing beam. When you see AB, that is a length, BC is a length, CD is a length. Luckily enough, I've got BC to be how many meters? 5 meters. This one is what? 5 meters, because that vertical height FC is actually like a mirror. It mirrors the left part to the right part, isn't it? So they look similar. So to get the total length of the material, it will be equal to AB plus BC plus CD plus DE plus DB plus finally the vertical height, FC. So from my diagram, AB is 1.2 meters plus 5 meters plus 5 meters plus 1.2 meters, 1.2 meters plus DB, which gives me 9.6 meters. And finally FC, which gives me 1.4 meters. Adding that up that, you can recollect very fast the whole 5 plus 5 is 10. 1.2 plus 1.2 is 2.4. So 10 plus 2.4 will give you 12.4. 12.4, so I can sum up. This one will give me 12.4. I can simplify a bit. 9.6 plus 1.4, I'll get 11 meters. The total sum of the material required will be 12.4 meters plus 11 meters, which will give me 23.4 meters. That is the length of the material required to make that roofing beam. After getting that, another question required, we are required to solve. We are told if the cost of timber is 70 shillings per meter, what is the cost required for constructing that roofing beam? So we come to see cost of constructing a roofing beam cost of constructing the roofing beam will be equal to length of the material times cost of the material, length of the material times cost per meter, cost per meter. So before we construct, I know the length is 23.4, but the cost per meter, here just before we went to that, cost per meter is equal to 70 shillings. We are given that the cost per meter was 70 shillings. So if I want to get the cost for constructing the roofing beam, I'll get the length required to make the roofing beam multiplied by the cost per meter, which will come to, my length is 23.4 meters times shillings 70 per meter. So I'll work out that. So it is 23.4 times 70. If I simplify that, there's a 10 there, it will remove this decimal point. It's the same as having 234 times 7. This is 8. 28 carry 2. 2 plus 21 is 23. You carry 2. 7 times 7. 7 times 2 is 14. 14 plus 2 is 16. 16. So I'll get the cost for constructing the beam will be shillings 1,638. 1,638. Alternatively, there's a way of doing it also. You can say 1 meter, this is an alternative. 1 meter costs what? 1 meter costs 70. 238, 23.4 meters will cost 23.4 times 70, which will still give you shillings 1,638. We now go to the very last question. We are told the length of the building is now 15 meters. At each end, a roofing beam is placed. At each end, a roofing beam is placed. So before we have a look at that, we have to, I'll give the pictorial, a diagram, to enable us solve the last question D. That diagram will actually give us the true picture of what is happening in D. So we have D. Let me draw the diagram. That's D. You are told the final question, the answer you should get, what is the cost of timber required to construct the roofing beams? So before you get that, D, cost of material required to construct the roofing beams. Will be equal to cost for constructing one beam times number of beams. Okay, before getting the number of beams, I'll give a diagram on the board to illustrate how those beams are spaced. So let me draw a 3-dimension. So that is how the trusses would look like. So you are told there is a truss placed at the end and there is a truss placed at the other end, isn't it? So just to show some little projections there, the way it was. So there is a truss at the one edge end and another one at the other end. So the width remains 9.6 meters. And the length, we are now told it is 15 meters. Then we are told the other trusses are spaced at 3-meter intervals. The other trusses are placed at 3-meter interval. So if we are starting a 15-meter length, this is the starting point. We are at 0, isn't it? When we reach there, it is a 15-meter length. So let's start. This starts with truss number 1 because it is at the edge. So if we move 3 meters, we have a truss. Another 3 meters, at the 6-meter point, we have a truss. At the 9-meter point, 9 meters, we have a truss. And we have at the 12-meter mark, we have a truss. So we are going to count how many trusses are there, including the ones placed at the ends. Let's start counting. The trusses will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 trusses, but so someone is asking, maybe they could be 5. This is not the only place you'll get such a challenge. I could be facing a piece of land over a length of 50 meters at 5-meter interval. So if you are to get them numerically or by calculating, you could also say number of beams will be equal to 15 meters divided by the interval plus 1. So again, the number of beams will be given by the length, which is 15 meters, divided by the interval plus 1. So the interval from the question was given as 3 meters. So I'll come and take my 15 meters, divide by 3 meters plus 1. The meter and the meter, they cancel out. So I'll have 5 plus 1, and I get my how many beams? 6 beams. So to come to what I needed to get the cost of material for all the beams. So the cost of material, therefore the cost of material, having been given that in the other question, will be cost for constructing one roofing beam, which was given as what? 1,638 times 6. I'll need to work out that alongside there before we write the answer. Of course, these are not shillings and not stones. So I'll come and work the normal way. 1,638 times 6. Are we there, Lana? I hope we are together. So 6 times 8, we all know 6 times 8 is 48. So what am I carrying? I'll carry 4. I'll have to carry 4. Then I'll come here. 6 times 3 is 18. 18 plus that 4 will give me 22. So I'll carry 2. I have carried 2. 6 times 6 is 36. 36 plus the 2 I've carried is 38. So I write 8 and I carry 3. So 6 times 1 is 6 plus the 3 I carried, that works to 9. So the value, the cost of the material for the 6 beams, we've got, it is 9,828. You should know how to pronounce it also, because sometimes in the exam they'll ask you write in words. This 9,828. Having done that, I'll give you a small recap of what we've done. So initially, we had a beam, a roofing beam. And actually, after illustrating those diagrams, you know what a roofing beam does. It roofs the houses, whereby we are given the width 9.6. That is where which gave us the length of the roofing beam. And one of the points that came out there was the Pythagoras theorem. You look at how it came about when we are getting the value of BC and CD. And we also realized the vertical height, which some people outside there would call the king post or whatever, divides, is a mirror. It mirrors the truss into two equal parts, two equal triangles, which are actually right-angled triangles. And it's actually a perpendicular bisector to the base or the width. The Pythagoras theorem enabled us to calculate the value of BC and CD. After that, we came to cost of material required. Because after getting CD and BC, I'll be able now to get the whole length of that material. That came up by adding all these, AB plus BC plus CD plus DE plus DB, and lastly, FC. You saw how we got that. After getting that length, what were we also asked? Isn't it? We are asked, after getting that length, they asked at the cost. And they gave us a cost of 70 shillings per meter. Isn't it? It is 70 shillings per meter. So getting that length, it enabled us to calculate the cost of the material for one beam. Then we came to another point which needed some inner depth, that the two roofing beams, one is placed at the edge and the other one at the end. And we have others which are placed at 3-meter intervals. And you realized when you start, because they are telling us there is one at the end. So when you are starting, there is already a roofing beam. At the 3-meter interval, a beam. 6-meter interval, a beam. 9, a beam. 12, a beam. And at the 15th meter interval is where the last beam is. So we came up with another point where you'll not only meet it here. They can ask you, trees are planted over a length of 2 kilometers at an interval of 40 meters. You remember to take that length, you divide by the interval, and you add 1. That enabled us to get the number of beams. Having got the number of beams, we multiplied by the cost of one beam to get the total cost. Isn't it? The total cost. It's actually a good question which will be able to help you on solving the example or the homework I'll give you. So learners, I'll go straight to giving you the question, which is on the same primary book 8, same exercise, but number 3. So I'll give you, write that question. So on the diagram, on the board, we have that question, which reads, which will do as the assignment. A carpenter, you know what a carpenter does, he makes furniture. A carpenter constructed a door, see sketch A, B, C, D, E, F. Plank BE, you can see plank BE. You are told plank BE divided the door into 2 equal parts. This part and the lower part, they are equal. Length FD is 2.4 meters and CD is 0.9 meters. So the first question which will answer reads, what is the length of AE? You can clearly see. What is the length of AE? The second question reads, what is the total length of planks required to construct the structure? These are the planks, the ones you are seeing here. Those are the planks. What is the total length of the planks required to construct the structure? The last question, timber of width 15 centimeters by 2.4 meters was nailed on that frame to complete the door. So they ask you, how many such pieces of timber were required to cover the structure? What was their length? What was their total, just to emphasize there, what was their total length? What was their total length? What was their total length? Having reached there, I hope you'll have a nice time tackling that question from the experience we had from the first one, and I wish you a good time and a nice day. Thank you, and let's meet in the next lesson. Bye.
Welcome back, our esteemed learners. Remember, we were talking about inversions, and we said that inversions is when we have an inversion is where the subject and the verb order is reversed, or the verb comes before the subject, or the auxiliary comes before the subject. And we said that you can achieve inversions through time adverbials like never, never before, no sooner than, hardly when, scarcely when, okay? And then such that when you have a sentence but now you use it to achieve that kind of inversion. And then we also say that you can achieve inversions through exclamations with words such as here and there. For example, there goes the bride, here comes the woman, all right? And then we say that you can achieve inversions through questions. For example, you change the sentence into a question such that the auxiliary comes before the verb, the subject. For example, she is sick, so you change it, is she sick, all right? Another way, you can use it after the words such as so, neither, or nor. I have never been to Kitale, so nor have I. All right, Mary has never been to Kitale, nor have I, or neither have I. Or I have eaten chips today, so has Mary. All right, so has Mary, have I. Those ones are inversions. You can achieve that in the second part of the sentence through after words such as neither, nor, and so. And then we can also achieve inversions through adverbial expressions such as we can say, for example, only with words like only after. Only after I ate the banana did I go to the toilet. Only after I ate the banana did I go to the toilet. So you can be given a sentence, I had eaten the banana, then I went to the toilet. So use the adverbial expression only after to achieve the inversion such that it becomes only after I ate the banana did I go to the toilet. And then I gave you an exercise. So in the exercise, you're supposed to change the normal sentence into one with inversion. So the first sentence read, John had never been to such a fantastic restaurant. Okay, the answer should be, never had John been to such a fantastic restaurant. Never had John. Never had John. Okay, so had comes before John. Remember the first time I need to correct, I had said never has John in our example before we ended the lesson. So it's supposed to be, never had John been to such a fantastic restaurant. All right. Question 2. People rarely appreciate this musician's talent. People rarely appreciate this musician's talent. Rarely do people. Now that one you have to include do. Rarely do people appreciate this musician's talent. Rarely do people appreciate. So, okay. So do there comes before the word people. Okay. It doesn't have to have this coming before. All right. Now question 3. The children should on no account go on their own. All right. On no account should the children. Already we have the auxiliary, so we don't need to add it like we did in the second sentence. So on no account should the children go on their own. Number 4, we would understand what happened that night only later. Only later would we understand. So already we have the auxiliary. We don't need to add another one like we did in the other sentence. So only later would we understand what happened that night. Then I seldom leave my house so early. Seldom do I. Remember we have introduced an auxiliary. Seldom do I leave my house so early. Okay, so remember the auxiliary must come before the what? The subject. Okay, normally the auxiliary is normally introduced if it's not there. Okay, and we've said that there are time adverbials that can help us, adverbial expressions. We've said questions can help us achieve inversions, and we also said that words such after so, neither, nor can help us achieve inversions. All right, so today we are going to look at functions of inversions in sentences. Functions of inversions. Okay, number 1, it is used to form questions. So functions of inversions, number 1, we have to form questions, so that we have she is walking. Okay, so how do we achieve is she walking? Okay, so this one is achieved by bringing the auxiliary before the subject. So auxiliary comes before the subject. It's quite simple in this case. Okay, with questions it's quite simple to explain how it happens. All right, so the auxiliary comes before the subject such that is she walking. All right, number 2, it is used in foregrounding. Foregrounding. Foregrounding is when a speaker. So foregrounding is when the speaker positions a clause or a phrase in order to draw attention to it. Okay, so you use inversion to do what? To foreground an idea. Okay, for example, okay, so in the sentence, so exhausted were the children that they slept without eating supper. Were the children so that they slept without eating supper. So the speaker foregrounds the degree of exhaustion. The children had. Okay, so the speaker foregrounds the degree of exhaustion the children had. All right, another way you can foreground the what? You can position a clause in order to draw attention to it. We can have Okay, so here you've just foregrounded the noun clause, okay, the time that came. It doesn't look like there's an inversion, but the inversion comes that they went home when evening came. So you just change. When evening came, they went home. Another one, under no circumstance should you be found in the principal's office at night. Okay, so you can use, remember we were talking about inversions can be used to foreground, where you could position a clause or a phrase in order to draw attention to it. You want the student to understand that under no circumstance, this is the condition that you've been given, so that you should not be found in the principal's office. The same case with this one, never before. So never, okay, the idea of never is being brought out, okay. So here the second one, the first one, so exhausted were the children that they slept without eating. The speaker foregrounds the degree of exhaustion that the children had, okay. Like in a composition, you can foreground, all right, through inversion, such that you say, so exhausted was I, that I could not see the car approaching. Maybe you're talking about an accident that happened. So you can use inversions to foreground your idea, or maybe to bring emphasis to it, to draw the reader's attention to that particular part of the sentence, all right? Now, another way we can, another function of inversion, number 3, is used to okay, it is used to express wishes or exclamations. For example, may you live below 1,000 may you live to blow 1,001 candles. So may you, are you saying that may you has been, we have used inversions in what? To express wishes, all right? May you live to blow 1,001 candles, or may you live to be rich, may you live to be prosperous, all right? And in exclamations, for example, and these flowers lovely, okay, and these flowers lovely. So the what, the auxiliary has come before the noun these flowers, okay. Isn't she lovely? All right, so is has come before she, all right. So you can use inversions in expressing wishes or exclaiming, all right. Number 4, you can use them in question tags. In question tags, for example, we are going home, and we. So this is the question tag. So we are using inversions in answers to in the question tags. Okay. Now number 5. Okay, in sentences, inversions can be used in sentences that have what? Correlatives. This is not something new. For example, the correlatives include had, no sooner than correct, not only but also. All these are correlatives. We normally call them correlative conjunctions, all right? So we can use inversions in sentences that have what? Correlatives. Let me give you an example. Okay, so okay, not only is she, remember the auxiliary comes before the what? The subject. She's not only a teacher, but also a guitarist. Okay, so you can use inversion where this one comes before, then you say not only is she. All right, not only is she. This is where the inversion comes in. The verb comes before the subject. All right, then another thing, other examples: hardly had we arrived, then when it started raining. Scarcely had we entered the bank, then it was robbed, or when it was robbed. And maybe no sooner did we arrive than it started raining. All right, yeah, or then it started to rain. Okay, the last one. Okay, in conditional statements, okay, in conditional statements, a sentence can be rephrased using inversion. For example, so were she rich, she would buy a lot of land. Okay, if she was rich, she would buy a lot of land. Okay, was she rich? She would buy a lot of land. Okay, now that is all for the inversions. Remember, we've said that they can be used to express wishes. They can be used in question tags. They can be used in sentences that have correlatives. They can be used in conditional statements where you want to rephrase a statement using what? Inversions. It can also be used to foreground an idea or to form questions. All right, I want to give you an exercise, 2 of them, so that it can help you in practicing the use of inversions, and even help you to be able to use inversions not just in speech but also in writing. Remember, this is something that should help you be better in speech not only but also in writing. Okay. Okay, so in the exercise, fill in the gaps using the words in the box. Else, circumstances, only, did, until, and account. Number 1, nowhere dash do they charge you so much for your water. Number 2, not dash she apologizes for what she said. Will I speak to her again? Number 3, on no dash should you miss the once in a lifetime opportunity. Number 4, at no time dash he seem to realize what an idiot he was making of himself. And number 5, on no dash must this door be left unlocked. Number 6, not dash do I know you are wrong, but I can also prove you are wrong. All right. Then the last question. The last question. Now, in the second exercise, you're supposed to rewrite the following sentences using the instructions given in brackets. In brackets, sorry. All right. So you should not tell him about my trip to China. So you begin your sentence with, oh no. All right. This must not leak out to the press. So you're supposed to start with under. Okay. Maybe we can say you're supposed to begin. Okay, begin. Okay, begin with. All right, so the same case with this one. You begin with in all the questions. Begin with the ones that are in brackets. Number 3, we were only able to cross the border by offering him a bribe. Begin only. Such a hurricane has rarely happened in Hereford. Begin hardly ever. Number 5, he wasn't rich and he wasn't handsome. Begin neither. All right, so that is all for today's lesson. Remember, we say that inversions is where the subject and the verb is interchanged or maybe reversed, so that we have the auxiliary coming before the subject. All right, and we have various ways to achieve them, using time adverbials, using questions, using exclamations. All right, like with here and there. Okay, we're using adverbial expressions such as only and not only, only and only after. We can also we talked about the various functions of inversions. We can use them to foreground, we can use them to form questions, we can use them when we want to change the conditional sentence into an inversion. Sometimes we can also use it in various ways. We've also said that it's a very important aspect, especially in speech. So I need you to go on and read more, read ahead. Okay, you can find books that have the exercises. Try and attempt them constantly so that you know it helps you master this skill well and helps you to upgrade your linguistic ability.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, dear learner. Hope that you are doing fine. And join me for our today's English lesson for grade 3. We are going to learn grammar, the use of have. Remember that you are still tuned into Manifested e-learning platform, and I am Teacher Purity. Now, the use of have. In the last lesson, we had already introduced ourselves to the use of have, and we say that have is used in plural form. It is mostly used in plural form. So have is used in plural form. Have is used in plural form, and apart from it being used in plural form, it is used to show possession. It is used to show possession. To show possession. Possession meaning that you are owning something, or that particular thing belongs to a particular person or yourself. And have is also used alongside pronouns I, we, they, and you. It is also used alongside pronouns I, alongside I, we, you, and they. So it is also used alongside I, we, you, and they. These are called pronouns. Remember that a pronoun is a word that is used in place of a noun. Instead of saying a person's name, you can decide to use a pronoun. So have is also used alongside I, we, you, and they. I when you want to talk about something that belongs to yourself. We when you are talking about a thing that belongs to more than one person and you are among those people, while you want to talk about another person, and they is when you are referring to or describing other people. Have is also used with plural nouns. Have is also used with plural nouns. It is also used after plural nouns. So it is also used after plural nouns. What are plural nouns? Plural nouns are those nouns that when you are describing more than one person, for example, you want to talk about two different people and they have names, you can decide to mention their names. For example, Tom and Jerry. Those are plural nouns. Tom is one person, Jerry is another person, and therefore when they are together, they now become plural nouns. So it is also used after plural nouns. Let's see the examples. Examples. Number one can have, we have many balls. We have many balls. In this sentence, you are referring to people that you are among them and they are owning a ball or they are owning balls. Another one can have, you have a new sister. You have a new sister. You have a new sister. A new sister is born in your family and therefore you are now owning her as your own sister. Another sentence, they have new uniforms. So they have new uniforms. You are now introducing other people with what they are possessing or what they own. These particular people are now owning a uniform. The last point about the use of have is says that it is also used after plural nouns. And as I said, you can decide to mention the nouns. It can be either a name or you can simply say the nouns describing how you are related to them. Maybe it's your mother and your father, your uncle and your aunt, your cousin or your nephew and niece. So another example, Tom and Mary have Tom and Mary have new pencils. Tom and Mary have new pencils. So these are plural nouns. Tom is a noun because it's a name of a person. Mary is also a name. And these two now form plural nouns. There are more than one. Tom and Mary have new pencils. One more example. Mother and father have new shoes. Mother and father have new shoes. So these are also plural nouns where mother is one person and father is another person, and both of them have new shoes. So this is all about the use of have. Remember that it is mostly used in plural form, and it is used to show possession, that you are owning something, and it can be also used alongside pronouns I, we, you, and they. And lastly, it is used after plural nouns. Now, I want us to go through the assignment that I gave you during the previous lesson. Then later, we'll add you more work about the use of have. So the assignment is here, the questions. Fill in the blanks with have. So, I gave you 5 questions and the instructions were guiding us on what to do. Fill in the blanks with have. Fill in the blanks with have. Question 1, we dash many oranges. Question 2, I dash a pet. Number 3, the children dash many skipping ropes. Number 4, they dash big houses. And lastly, you dash no cash. Remember, I said that before you answer any exercise, read through the questions first and then answer the questions. So number 1, we dash many oranges. So fill the blank space with have and read the whole sentence. We have many oranges. We have many oranges. If you have the correct answer, give yourself a tick. Question 2, I dash a pet. I dash a pet. So fill the blank space with have and read the whole sentence. I have a pet. I have a pet. Confirm from what is on the board and what you have in your exercise book. Then give yourself a mark. That is if you have the correct answer. Number 3, the children dash many skipping ropes. The children dash many skipping ropes. Remember the guidelines. Fill the blank space with have. So the children have many skipping ropes. The children have many skipping ropes. Number 4, they dash big houses. They dash big houses. Fill your answer, the blank space, and make sure that when you write, you are writing legibly. So they have big houses. They have big houses. Tick your work. And the last question, you dash no cash. You dash no cash. So write your answer. You have no cash. Your sentence will read that you have no cash. So this is how you are supposed to answer your questions from number 1 up to number 5. Simply fill the blanks with have, and after finishing your work, you read through your answers. So number 1, we have many oranges. Number 2, I have a pet. Number 3, the children have many skipping ropes. The 4th question, they have big houses. And lastly, you have no cash. From the exercise I gave you, we can be able to trace how we use have in sentences. It is mostly used to show possession, and it is used in plural form. I'm going to add you more work on the use of have. Copy the questions and we'll answer them later. So the exercise is here. So the exercise, Fill in the gaps with has or have. Fill in the gaps with has or have. Remember that we have learnt about has and we've learnt about have. So you are going to fill in the gaps with either has or have. You have 7 questions, number 1 to 7. Question 1, the teacher dash gone to class. The teacher dash gone to class. Number 2, I dash seen the picture. I dash seen the picture. Number 3, the cat dash jumped through the window. The cat dash jumped through the window. Number 4, she dashed the fruits. The 5th question, the children dash new books. Number 6, Kylie dash 50 shillings. And lastly, we dash 2 computer classes every week. We dash 2 computer classes every week. So correctly choose the answers and fill in the blank spaces and also go through your work. Hope to see you next time. Have a lovely time.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hujambo mwanafunzi na karibu katika kipindi hiki cha Kiswahili darasa la 7. Mimi nitakuwa mwalimu wako Mugambi James, nikikupeleka moja kwa moja hadi mwisho wa kipindi hiki ambapo nitakuwa nimetosheka kwamba wewe pia umetosheka kuhusu msamiati wa adabu na heshima. Katika sura ya kwanza tulikuwa tumeshasoma adabu na heshima hasa katika maamkizi. Maamkizi salamu ama pia ile hali ya kutakiana heri njema katika mambo yako ya kila siku, katika mtagusano wako na watu wengine, iwe shuleni, darasani na kadhalika. Lakini leo tunachofanya ni kuongeza. Sasa baada ya salamu kuna mengine ambayo unaweza ukafanya ili uweze kuonesha heshima zaidi. Unapofika kiasi kwamba unazungumza na mtu, kuna maneno ya heshima ambayo unaweza ukayatumia. Kama vile unapomrejelea mtu, unamtaja labda kwa jina lake, tanguliza neno bwana. Kama ni mume, ama bibi, kama ni mke. Kama ni mke. Na iwapo utazungumza naye kiasi kwamba upate umemkosea kwa matendo ama kwa umemkosea labda kwa tendo ama kwa maneno uliyoyatamka, muombe radhi. Muombe radhi, mwambie niwie radhi. Niwie radhi. Unaweza kumwambia niwie radhi tafadhali, haikuwa kutaka kwangu, sijafanya hivyo makusudi. Aya, niwie radhi. Ama pia ukamwambia samahani. Samahani. Samahani ndugu yangu, haikuwa hiari yangu kukutendea hayo ambayo nilitenda. Aya, basi akisha kuwia radhi, mwambie asante ama mwambie shukrani. 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 Ama mwambie asante. Asante. Ama pia huandikwa asante. Mwambie asante, shukrani. Aya, zaidi unaweza ukatumia maneno kama vile tafadhali. Tafadhali, tafadhali, tafadhali naomba, tafadhali naomba, tafadhali naomba uniauni kwa kitabu chako. Tafadhali naomba uniazime kalamu, niazime penseli. Aya, zaidi unaporejelea watu wenye vyeo vikubwa sasa kiutawala kama vile kisiasa, muite mheshimiwa. 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 Hapo utaonekana kwamba wewe ni mtu uliyeadabika, mtu mwenye heshima zake. Mtu mwenye heshima zake, mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa mbunge, basi tunaomba uweze kuzungumzia hili suala la maji. Katika kijiji chetu hakuna maji. Basi hapo mheshimiwa mjumbe atajua kwamba ni kweli una tatizo la maji, na kwa sababu ya heshima zako atakubali kukujibu hilo swala lako. Zaidi mheshimiwa, na kuna nyakati nyingine mauti kawaida mtu fariki, huwezi ukasema kwamba amekufa. Ukisema amekufa, basi utakuwa umekosa adabu. Sema tu ameiaga dunia, ameaga dunia, ameaga dunia. Kuaga dunia ni sawa na kuipiga dunia teke. Hayo ni maneno ya adabu na heshima. Zaidi sijamaliza, ni mengi tu. Unaona vipi? Mheshimiwa, nilisema ni jina la kuheshimu mtu, hasa mbunge, watu wenye vyeo vikubwa. Ameaga dunia, au pia kupiga dunia teke. Na mtu akiaga dunia, basi tutamuita jina la heshima. Muite marehemu. 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 Mtu wa kawaida tu akija kufariki, mtu ambaye si kiongozi. Marehemu babangu alikuwa ni mtu mwenye kuwapenda watu wengi. Alikuwa ni mtu mwenye heshima kwa kila mtu. Marehemu babangu. Marehemu baba hakutaka kumwona mtu akihangaika. Hivyo basi neno marehemu Junet, marehemu Julia. Marehemu mamangu alizaliwa Mwanza, Tanzania. Marehemu jina la kumheshimu mtu. Lakini kama huyo mtu alikuwa ni mtu mkubwa kwa kiutawala, kama alivyokuwa mzee Moi, ama alivyokuwa yule mzee Jomo Kenyatta, unaweza ukamuita hayati kama amefariki. Hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Hata redio zenyewe zilitangaza hiyo siku alipofariki. Hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta leo hii ameiaga dunia. Hiyo ni katika matangazo ya hiyo siku. Hayati, jina la kumpa heshima mtu aliyefariki, na hapo katika hayati yake, katika maisha yake, alikuwa ni mtu mkubwa mwenye cheo cha juu, hasa kiutawala. Haya, mbali na hayati, unaweza ukatumia neno jingine kama vile mwenda zake. Mwenda zake. Mwenda zake. Mwenda zake. Mwenda zake aliyelala hapa siku ya leo. Tunasikitika kwamba ameenda mapema kuliko ilivyostahili, kuliko tulivyotarajia sisi, na tunajua kwamba ametuacha sisi marafiki zake. Yaani mwenda zake bado kumrejelea mtu ambaye amefariki. Haya basi, hata kama watu hufa, pia watu huzaliwa. Hivyo mtu akizaliwa, pia huwa kuna kitu ambacho tunasema kwamba huyo mtu ama huyo mama, huyo mwanamke ana mimba. Lakini ukisema ana mimba, hapo hujaadabika. Sema kwamba ni mjamzito. Ni mjamzito. Ni mjamzito. Mtu akiwa na mimba, basi usitumie neno ana mimba. Sema kwamba ni mjamzito. Mbali na kuwa ni mjamzito, ipo siku ambapo ifike kwamba anamkopoa yule mwana, sema kwamba amejifungua. Akishamkopoa mwana, sema kwamba amejifungua. 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 Bado unaonesha heshima katika mazungumzo yako ya kila siku. Shangazi Rosalia amejifungua kitoto cha naume. Shangazi Rosalia amejifungua kitoto cha naume. Bado tunaonesha adabu, heshima zaidi. Haya, mbali na kuwa amejifungua, kuna neno jingine pia amekopoa. Amekopoa. Amemkopoa. Amekopoa mwana. Amemkopoa mwana. Ni heshima bado. Unaonesha adabu na heshima. Huu wote unauona hapa ni msamiati wa kuonesha heshima. Zaidi, zipo nyakati ambazo mtu anahisi kwamba ana haja ya kwenda msalani kwenda labda unapoenda kule kwa haja ndogo, sitaki kutumia maneno ambayo hayana adabu. Haja kubwa, haja ndogo, hayo ni maneno ya adabu. Unasikia mtu anakuja anasema, samahani mwalimu, naomba kwenda choo. Kwenda choo vipi? Hapo huna adabu, huna heshima. Tumia maneno yenye adabu. Unaomba kwenda msalani. Unaomba kwenda msalani. Kwenda msalani. Kwenda msalani au kwenda haja. Au kwenda haja. Au kwenda pembeni. Au kwenda pembeni. Kwenda msalani, kwenda haja, kwenda pembeni. Huku ni kule watu ambao hawajaadabika wanasema wanaenda choo. Unaenda choo. Mtu akikwambia kwamba anaenda choo, inamaanisha kwamba hata ukimuuliza unaenda choo kufanya nini, hayo maneno makubwa ambayo hayatamkiki kwa hii midomo, bado yatamtoka kwenye kinywa chake. Naenda kunya. Naenda kukojoa. Hebu fikiria mtu akisema hivyo, inakirihi pia masikio ya mtu mwenye kusikiliza yale maneno, unahisi vibaya. Haya, basi huko kwenda choo, unapokwenda kule kuna huko kunya, ndiko haja kubwa. Haja kubwa. Na huko kukojoa basi ni haja ndogo. Haja ndogo. Basi huu ni ule msamiati ambao unatumika katika kuonesha adabu na heshima. Kuna mengi ambayo sijayataja, lakini aghlabu kama uko na huu msamiati katika mazungumzo yako ya kila siku, basi wewe umejihami vizuri katika kuishi maisha haya. Maisha haya yanataka mtu mnyenyekevu, mtu mwenye kusema maneno jinsi yanavyostahili, mtu mwenye kujali hisia za watu wengine. Sio kwenda ukisema ati mwafulani amekufa, sema kwamba ameiaga dunia. Na kadhalika. Kuna mengi zaidi. Mbali na hayo ambayo nimezungumzia leo, nataka nikupe kazi pia wewe uone kama umejihami vya kutosha na huu msamiati wa adabu na heshima. Basi ndio huu hapa, nikupe zoezi. Basi mwanafunzi, kazi yako ndio hii. Andika maneno ya adabu badala ya yaliyopigiwa mstari. Maneno yaliyopigiwa mstari hayaoneshi adabu. Maneno yaliyopigiwa mstari hayaoneshi adabu. Kwa mfano, sentensi ya kwanza, yule amezaa pacha. Yule amezaa pacha. Pacha ni watoto wawili kwa pamoja. Usikojoe hapa. Hilo neno kukojoa pia hakuna adabu hapo. Tumia neno linalofaa. Mama akipata mimba kila mara hudhoofika kiafya. Hapa kupata mimba, rekebisha, andika inavyostahili. Kuhara ni dalili ya waba. Waba ni ugonjwa wa tumbo wa kuhara, kuendesha hasa. Aya, jirani yetu alikufa jana. Yote hayo andika inavyostahili kiadabu, kiheshima. Basi mwanafunzi, mtazamaji, msomi wa lugha ya Kiswahili, naomba kusitia hapo kwa ajili ya kujipanga kwa kipindi kingine. Nashukuru.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hi, my lovely learners. I am so excited to have you for this lesson. Remember, this is still Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity. So we are going to learn hygiene and nutrition activities, and our topic for today is personal hygiene. Personal hygiene is how we take care of our bodies. And we shall now focus on cleaning different parts, materials we use to clean different parts of our body. And therefore, we shall start with a toothbrush. So, welcome to the lesson and hope that you will enjoy. So our topic is personal hygiene. So we shall learn about materials. Materials used to clean different parts of our bodies. Now, materials used to clean different parts of our bodies. Remember, we are learning personal hygiene. Personal hygiene means keeping our bodies clean. So what are the materials that we use or we require for us to keep or clean the different parts of our bodies? So today we shall start with a toothbrush. So we shall start learning about a toothbrush. Now we use a toothbrush when brushing our teeth. When you want to brush your teeth, you will use what you call a toothbrush. So a toothbrush is an item or a material that we use to clean our teeth. So we use a toothbrush to clean our teeth. We use a toothbrush to clean our teeth, and we do not share toothbrushes. When you share toothbrushes, you can fall sick. So a toothbrush, we use it to clean our teeth. So I want us to see how we clean our teeth or how to brush our teeth. First, while brushing your teeth, there are things that we shall require. So materials required when brushing teeth. Materials required when brushing teeth. You will require a toothbrush. So this is the toothbrush that you are supposed to have. And remember, you are supposed to have your own toothbrush. We do not share toothbrushes. So you will need a toothbrush, and of course on the toothbrush you will apply toothpaste. So you will require toothpaste. The toothpaste, you will use it, you will apply on the toothbrush, then use it to brush your teeth. Now this is the toothpaste. You will use it to brush your teeth. Then we also require clean water. Clean water. Why are we using clean water? When brushing teeth, we use clean water. Remember, taking or using dirty water to brush your teeth can make you fall sick. So, can have your clean water and you have it in a glass or in a container. So, you'll use the clean water to brush your teeth. So all these are the materials required when brushing teeth. First, you require a toothbrush, your own toothbrush. Then you require toothpaste. You will apply enough toothpaste on the toothbrush. And lastly, you will need clean water. So let's go through the steps you follow while brushing your teeth. Now, steps to follow when brushing teeth. When brushing teeth, there is a way you are supposed to brush your teeth. You don't just apply toothpaste on the toothbrush then start brushing your teeth. There are steps or there is a proper way in which you are supposed to brush your teeth. So the first thing you are supposed to do is apply enough toothpaste on a toothbrush. So the first thing you do is apply enough toothpaste on the toothbrush. Apply enough toothpaste on the toothbrush. The toothpaste will help you to brush your teeth. Then after you've applied enough toothpaste on the toothbrush, you now, using clean water, you start brushing your teeth from the lower side of your mouth. You start with the lower sides of your mouth to brush your teeth. So the second point, so brush the sides of your mouth. In a rotating manner. So after you apply enough toothpaste on the toothbrush, you start by brushing the sides of your mouth in a rotating manner. The sides of your mouth are this side and this side. So you brush both sides in a rotating manner. So this is how we brush in a rotating manner. Here is my toothbrush. You brush the sides of your teeth in a rotating manner. This is how you brush it in a rotating manner. Brush this side and you brush the other side. After brushing the sides of your mouth in a rotating manner, you now start by brushing the lower side of your mouth. So the third step is brush the lower side of your mouth. Brush the lower side of your mouth. Now you had already brushed both sides of your mouth, this side and this side. You are now brushing the lower side. You brush the lower side in a rotating manner. You also brush the other side within a rotating manner. After that, you Brush the upper side. Brush the upper side of your mouth. Brush the upper side of your mouth. The upper side. Remember in the last step you brushed the lower side. You are now brushing the upper side. You brush it. Remember you are brushing it in a rotating manner. So after you finish cleaning both the lower and upper side of your mouth, you now brush the front part of your mouth. So the fifth step is brush the front part. Brush the front part. The front part of your mouth. Still in a rotating manner. So brush the front part of your mouth in a rotating manner. The front part of your mouth in a rotating manner. So this is how you are supposed to brush the front part of your mouth. So after brushing the front part of your mouth, you now use your clean water to rinse your mouth. So step number 6. Use clean water to rinse your mouth. So use clean water to rinse your mouth. You use clean water to rinse your mouth. And while you rinse your mouth, you spit out the water. Do not swallow the water. Remember, you have been brushing your teeth and your teeth were dirty. So when you swallow the water, you can have stomach ache or even become sick. So use clean water to rinse your mouth. Repeat the steps severally depending on how you brushed your teeth. And lastly, you now clean and store your toothbrush. So the last step is step number 7. Clean and store your toothbrush. So clean and store your toothbrush. After brushing your teeth, you wash your toothbrush and then you store it because you will still need it for another day. So these are the steps that we follow when brushing our teeth. The first step is you apply enough toothpaste on the toothbrush. Make sure it is enough. Don't put too much toothpaste or less toothpaste. Step 2, brush the sides of your mouth in a rotating manner. The sides, you brush this side and this side in a rotating manner. The third step is brush the lower side of your mouth. After you brush the sides of your mouth, you now start by brushing the lower side. Then after brushing the lower side of the mouth, you now brush the upper side. And number 5, brush the front part of your mouth in a rotating manner. The front part of your mouth in a rotating manner. And then lastly, use clean water to rinse your mouth. Use clean water to rinse your mouth and make sure that you are spitting out the water. Then after rinsing your mouth, you now clean and store your toothbrush. So we have one of us here. She is going to show us how to brush or clean our teeth. Make sure that you are following the steps because you'll also practice the same at home. So she is Queensley Atieno and she will show us how we are supposed to brush our teeth following the steps that we have learned. So you require a toothbrush and you apply enough toothpaste on the toothbrush. Remember that a toothbrush is a personal item. You are supposed to have your own toothbrush. So after applying enough toothpaste on your toothbrush, you now start by brushing the sides of your mouth in a rotating manner. The sides of your mouth, this side and this side, in a rotating manner. So she'll show us how to brush the sides of your mouth in a rotating manner. Then, after brushing the side of your mouth in a rotating manner, you now brush the lower side of your mouth. So, the lower side of your mouth. Then, after the lower side of your mouth, you brush the upper part of your mouth. Then the front part of your mouth. So after you brush the lower side, both sides of your mouth and the front part, you now use clean water to rinse your mouth. Yes, you are supposed to spit out the water because it is dirty water. When you swallow it, you'll start to have stomach problems. You can rinse it severally. Yes, you also rinse your mouth because the remains of toothpaste can stick on your lips. So she has finished brushing her teeth. Now you wash the toothbrush. And when washing the toothbrush, you start with washing the bristles. Then after washing the bristle, you wash the handle. Then you also rinse your toothbrush. So how do you store your toothbrush? Let's see how you are supposed to put it. Very good. So that's how we wash and store a toothbrush. You put a toothbrush in a container or a glass while the bristle side is facing upwards. So that is how we are supposed to brush our teeth. Well done, Queensley. So that is how we brush our teeth. Practice the same at home. Make sure that you are following the steps while brushing your teeth. So I am going to give you an activity. Make sure that you perform it back at home. Come in the next lesson, I will ask some questions and I will need you to answer them. So the activity, you'll start, now the first question, write down 3 items you will need when brushing teeth. You write for me the 3 things you will need when brushing teeth. And the second part, practice brushing your teeth. So you will practice brushing your teeth back at home and you follow the steps that we have learned today. So hope to see you in the next lesson. I've been Teacher Purity.
Good morning, learner. Welcome to Manifested Online Classes, where we are going to continue our classes on our topic geometry from the People's Book, Book 8, where I gave a question and you are supposed to work. So I'm going to work out that question as it was given. If you look on the board, we have that question, and we'll go through it before we solve the question. It was question number 3, and the question goes, a carpenter constructed a door sketch as shown in the sketch A, B, C, D, E, F. You are further told plank BE divided the door into 2 equal parts. And you're also told length FD is 2.4 meters and length CD is 0.9 meters. So the first question A asks you, what is the length of AE? What is the length of AE? The second question B asks you, what is the total length of planks required, or the length of all these planks required to construct the frame? And the last question, C, timber of width 15 centimeters and 2.4 meters was nailed on that frame, was nailed above the frame to complete the door. So you are asked how many such pieces of timber were required to cover the structure. So then what was the total length? What was the total length? So we shall go to the first question A. Where you are told length AE. E. Before we look at length AE, before we work out that, we shall look at the diagram again. And from the previous questions we did, we are getting some extracts from the diagram, mostly of a triangle that would help us to get the length of AE. So if I take out the diagram, to get AE, I'll be forced to extract triangle AFE. So I'll extract that triangle, this triangle in question. I'll extract triangle. I'll extract triangle AFE. I think if you look on the diagram, you can easily get it. So it is AFE. So I'll extract it, that triangle. So I have my A here, I have my F here, and I have my E. Looking at it well, because the door is square, it is a right-angled triangle with a right angle at F. And if you look at the question, you are told plank BE divided the door into 2 equal parts. So that plank would divide that length FD into 2 equal parts. So it will mean FE will be 1.2 meters and this one will be 1.2 meters. So from that extract, FE will be 1.2 meters and AF, which will be equal also to CD, will be 0.9 meters. So I've extracted my right-angled triangle. And in the previous questions we did, we talked about the Pythagoras theorem. So the length I have to get is AE. Its length AE. And from that extract of a right angle triangle, AE is like the hypotenuse. It's like the hypotenuse. So from our previous working, if this is a right angle triangle, it will go without saying that AE from the Pythagoras theorem, AE squared will be equal to FE squared plus AF squared from what? From the Pythagoras theory. From the Pythagoras theory. So from this one, after working that, it will come that length AE, isn't it? You'll have to get the square root. AE will then be equal to the square root of FE squared plus AF squared. So it is not the first time I'm talking about the Pythagoras theorem. We talked of it in the last question, where the longer side, which is the hypotenuse, the square of the longer side is equal to the sum of the squares of the shorter side. So we go back there. This will be equal to the square root. We already know the length of FE from our extract, which is 1.2 squared plus 0.9 squared. That takes us to other attributes of calculation. Should have multiplying decimal numbers. So if I have a decimal number with one decimal point like that, when I multiply, I'm likely to get 2 decimal places. So working out like 12, 1.2 times 1.2. I can work out the normal way, but I know I'll have 2 decimal places. So 2 times 2 is 4. 1 times 2 is 2. 2 times 1, 2. 1 times 1, 1. So I'll have 4, 4, 1. So I'll have 2 decimal places. Well, this is 1 plus another one, 2. So the decimal place will be there. When I come to 0.9 times 0.9, the same way, 9 times 9 will give me 81. But the 2 decimal places will be reflected in that answer. So that will be 0.81. So the first answer here is 1.44. 1.44 plus 0.81. If you work out that addition, it will come up to 2.25. So we come out to another attribute there where you have to get the square root of 2.25. When you get a square root, if the number has 2 decimal places, the answer will have 1 decimal place. So there are many ways in which you are told in the earlier classes how to get that. You can factorize to get that. You can factorize to get that. So you can come and have 225. You factorize. 5 goes there. 445. 5 goes there. 9. And this is 3. isn't it? So actually, if you get, this will work out to 5 squared times 3 squared. If I get the square root of that, it will work out to 5 times 3, which will give me 15. It will give me 15. But I said if you have that, the answer will have 1 decimal point. If it had 4 decimal places, the answer will have 2 decimal places. So that will give what? 1.5. So that works to 1.5 meters. I've already got the length of AE. I've already got the length of AE. So there are steps there which should be very careful about when you are working the square root. If in that number you had 2, the answer has 1. Sure, not that. We go to the second question, B, where you are told, what is the total length of planks required to construct the frame? So I know you know planks are these ones, A, F, F, E, E, D. Those are the planks that join up to create the frame of that door. So we shall go to B. B, length of planks will be equal to AF plus, you can shorten that. Instead of me writing FEED, I just write FD plus FD because I have the length, then plus DC. Then instead of writing CBBA, because FD is equal to AB, I can write CA plus, I've gone round, but I should write the intermediate pieces. But what you should notice, AE is also equal to BD, because we are told plank BE divided the door into 2 equal parts. So it is a mirror. It is a reflection. If you look yourself in a mirror, what do you see? You see yourself the same size. So AE will be equal to BD because line B is just a reflection, cuts the door into 2 equal parts. So I'll join up the intermediate planks as AE. Another intermediate plank is BE, which divided the door into 2 parts, and the last one is BD. Lucky enough, this length I have them because CD is equal to AF. So I'll have AF will be 0.9 meters plus FD 2.4 meters plus DC 0.9 meters plus CA 2.4 meters. Then I come to the intermediate planks, which I got there, 1.5 as AE. And then I come, BE is the same as CD, which is 0.9 meters. And lastly, I have BD, which is equal to AE, which is 1.5 meters. The units, So on adding up, adding of decimal places, we have 0.9 appearing how many times? We have, you can shorten these. This can be equal to 0.9 is appearing 1, 2, because we have 0.9. Let's check. The second last was BE. Yeah, 0.9 is appearing 3 times. So you can say it is the same as 0.9 times 3 plus 2.4 is appearing how many times? 2.4, we look, 1, 2. So it can be the same as saying 2.4 include your meters times 2. Our last length is 1.5. It is appearing how many times? Twice. So it will be plus 1.5 meters times 2. Look at your workings. We still go to what we are doing, decimal places. If we have one decimal place here, it should be reflected in your answer. This one should be reflected in your answer, and this one should be reflected. So we shall come to, you say 9 times 3 is 27, but we should have that decimal place reflected. We come to 2.4 times 2, 24 times 2, 48, but it will be 4.8 meters because of that one decimal place. And lastly, you can say 15 times 2, but you should have, if we have 30, we have that one decimal place, which will be 3.0, which is the same as 3. So you add up 2.7 plus 4.8 plus 3.0. So you can come alongside there for some who will need to 2.7 meters plus 4.8 meters, and lastly 3 meters. Yes, so I retain my meters. Then I start adding. You check how I add. You should be very careful as you carry on. So 7 plus 8 is 15. Retain the decimal place and carry 1. So the one I carried plus 2 is 3. 3 plus 4 is 7. And 7 plus 3 is 10. So the total length of planks required is 10.5 meters. The total length of planks required is 10.5 meters. So you can just come and finalize and write length of planks required is equal to 10.5 meters. So that brings us to the end of our solution B. We come to the last one, the last bit, which is C, which you asked, timber of width 15 centimeters. Should be very careful there because we've started dealing with different units. You know, we have centimeters there and meters. Timber of width, you should understand very well. If I have this eraser. That correct? This is the width, and that is the length of that eraser. So if they are talking of timber of width, you'll be looking at this. So timber of width, 15 centimeters, and was nailed above that frame to complete the door. You know, a door cannot just be naked like that. Everything will end, the wind, everything. So you have to complete it with those pieces to make it complete, to complete the door. So how many such pieces were required to cover the structure? So the question has 2 bits. Then what was their total length? You know, if they have a strip here of 15, another one will be here, another one will be here. So the question combines 2 questions. So we have to work out that. So I'll just get some space, but retain the question C. So we go to C, where they are asking, I say the question combines two in one. One, how many such pieces? So if you look at C, it can be, you can now write it as C part 1. Because there are two questions. So you say, they're asking you number of pieces of timber of width 15 centimeters required. So you'll have to have that timber frame in mind. So it is such a piece. To just it's legible. So that piece have it that. So this is the 15 centimeters. And since it is covering the whole door, its length will still be 2.4 meters. So you should understand very well. You need several of these pieces to cover the whole door. So the number of pieces of timber required, of width required, will be equal to width of door, width of the door, width of the door, divide by, you can use as divide by width of the piece, timber piece. Timber piece. So we have the width of the door. You have the width. You should understand what a width is. If you have that eraser, it goes without saying that this is the width and this is the length. So if I go back to my door, which is the longer side of the door, the longer side of the door is 2.4 meters, and the shorter side, which is the width, is 0.9 meters. So the width of the door, isn't it? You should note that from my diagram, this is the same as width, the width of the door. So the width of my door is 0.9 meters, and the width of the piece, I've shown you, the width of the piece is what? 15 centimeters. You have to be very careful there, because we are now dividing. You cannot start dividing until you change the units into one unit. You should either change these units to centimeters or change to meters. So in most cases, to divide easily, we change to the lower unit. So this should be at your fingertips. You should know how many centimeters make a meter. It goes without saying that 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters. So you should not start dividing until you change into a common unit, which is what? Centimeters. So to move ahead, you'll need to change this. So it will be 0.9 times 100 centimeters divided by 15 centimeters. We are still dealing with decimals. Yeah, there we've not stopped. You see here we have a decimal, which should be retained in the answer. So you say 100 times 9. 100 times 9, 900. But retain the decimal place. Divide by 15 centimeters. 15 centimeters. So it will be 90 centimeters divided by 15 centimeters. If you work out this well, 15 90 divided by 15, you'll get the centimeters cancel with the centimeters, because now my answer will not be centimeters. It will be the number of pieces. It will not have unit. It will just be number of pieces. So I'll get how many pieces? 6 pieces. 6 pieces are required to cover that door. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each having a length of what? 2.4 centimeters. That brings us to the second question, part 2. Part 2, where they are asking you, what is the total length of the pieces? Total length of the pieces. This will be equal to length of each piece. Length of each piece multiplied by the number of pieces. So you ask yourself, have you got the number of pieces? Yes, it was in the first part of the question. It is how many pieces? 6 pieces. So you'll come back here. From the piece I drew, what is the length of the piece? What is the length of the piece? The length of the piece is this one. So you should note that. This is the length of the piece. So I'll move ahead, having known the length of the piece, which is 2.4 meters times 6. So I'll work out there, retain the decimal places. You are still dealing with decimals. After multiplying, retain your decimal place. 4 times 6, 24. Carry 2. 2 times 6, 12. 12 plus 2, 14. But retain your decimal place. So this will work out to 14.4 meters. Isn't it? So total length. Length of the pieces will be equal to 14.4 meters. That culminates to my answer. So you look carefully at the workings. There are 2 things which we've noted. There are 2 very important things we've noted. When we are dividing meters and centimeters, isn't it? We needed to change to the lower unit, the smallest unit. So at this point, you should be able to know the relationships between all those units, be it a kilometer, a hectometer, a decimeter, a meter, isn't it? A millimeter. You should be able to note that. We even have the decameter. So we also have the decameter. So you should have those tips of measurements when you come to calculating such questions. So we've come to the end of the lesson by working out question number 3. So I'll have to give you one question from the same exercise, Primary People's Book 8. Now question number 1, because you've already done 3, and the question reads, most of you have this copy, a copy of that. You have a copy of that. So the question reads, a builder, and you find most of these questions we've been doing, talking about a builder, a carpenter. So it goes, a builder constructed a ramp to take material to the top of a building 3 meters high. A sketch is shown in the book of that. Then you are told the distance between the foot of the ramp and the foot of the wall is 4 meters. So the questions then come. A, what is the length of the ramp? B, if the width of the ramp is 1.05 meters, how many 15 centimeter wide pieces of timber are required to cover the width? And lastly, C, the cost of 1 meter by 15 centimeter piece of timber is 54 shillings and 50 cents. How much did the builder spend? How much did the builder spend on timber used to build the ramp? So if after working the question, you'll have better experience of the revision we did on the question we just worked out. So thank you very much, and let's meet in the next lessons.
Hello everyone, welcome to today's session. We are going to study substitution, all right? Now, substitution may look like a term you've heard in mathematics, but here we are just substituting by replacing a word or a group of words by another text. So it is the replacement of a word or a group of words to avoid repetition. So it is the replacement of a word or a group of words to avoid repetition, okay? It is the replacement of a group of words by a text, okay? It is the replacement of a word, of a group of words by a text, all right? So one way, words that can be used to substitute, all right? Words that can be used in substitution include, before I get there, we will say that it is the replacement of a word or a group of words to avoid repetition. So for example, you can have a word like I bought oranges, but the ones that are found in Kiambu. So I bought oranges, but the ones that are found in Kiambu. So here I'll rub this and write. So here we are replacing the word oranges, so I think that are found in Kiambu. So I bought oranges, but the ones that are found in Kiambu. So here ones has been used to replace the word the oranges, all right? So words that can be used to ensure that the substitution include ones. We have one, we have so, we have same, we have does, we have then, we have that, we have neither. So we say that words that can be used in substitution, include ones, one, so, same, does, then, that, neither. Before I get to types of substitution, because now they are used to replace words, but in different ways, okay? Types that, there are different word types in substitution. So we've just said that substitution is where we replace a word or a group of words to avoid repetition, and we can say that there are ways in which you can do substitution. So types, well, let's look at types of substitution. So number one, we have nominal substitution. Okay, so these are words that replace nouns. So nominal from nouns. Nominal substitution, where we have words that replace nouns, and they include one, ones, seen. Okay, now I like chocolates, but only the fruity ones. So here, so I like chocolates, but only the fruity ones. So here, ones has been used to replace chocolates. Okay, let me give you an example. One sentence. I will have some tea. So sentence B could be, I will have the same. So same has been used to replace some tea. I will have some tea. Question part B, I will have the same. So the same has been used to replace some tea, so that you don't repeat the word some tea. All right, so it avoids repetition. Number two, we have verbal substitution. So here we have words that replace what? Verbs. That replace verbs, and they include so, okay, does, okay. So that we have example. I have eaten oranges. Part A. So has he. Okay. I have eaten oranges. So has replaced which word? Eaten. Okay. Word eaten. So we have another one. We have adverbial. So time adverbial substitutes. So we have time adverbial substitutes. They replace adverbs of time, so that we have then and that. Okay. I will be leaving Nairobi at 9 o'clock, and I will want to meet you before then. So then, I will be leaving Nairobi at 9 o'clock, and I will want to meet you before then. So then has replaced 9 o'clock. Then has replaced 9 o'clock. So it is replacing a time adverbial. Okay. Another example. We have so sentence A. I talked to him today. So that was the best time since he was to leave the next day. So that has replaced today. Okay, that has been used to replace today. So the fourth one is clausal substitution, and this is where words replace clauses. Okay, A word has been used to replace a clause, for example, and they include so and not. They are used to replace clauses. Example in sentences. Maybe you can say, Nick has never been to Eldoret, so have I. Nick has never been to Eldoret, so have I. Meaning, so have I never been to Eldoret. So has been used to, so, you know, this idea of never been to Eldoret. Okay? And another one could be, oh, you can make the sentence better so that it doesn't, I can still replace it as Nick has been to Eldoret, so have I. So have I. So has been used to replace have been to Eldoret. Been to Eldoret has used been to replace been to Eldoret. Okay? Now, another one could be might not notice. She might notice you if not wave a hand. So, she might notice you if not wave a hand. So, not has been used to replace notice you. If she does not notice you, wave a hand. So, not has been used to do what? To replace notice you. If he does not notice you, if she might not notice you, it has been used to replace if she might not notice you. If she might not notice you. So, not has been used to replace might not notice you. She might not notice you. So, that is all for the types of what? Words that can be used to substitute, okay, in their usage. So, I'm going to give you a very short exercise on the same. But this one will just for trial and maybe for practice. Then we end our lesson. Okay, so fill in the blanks with an appropriate substitute. Number one, are you going to eat those fruits? If dash, please may I have them? Then number two, will we be expected to work on Christmas Eve? I hope dash. This is an exclamatory. Okay. I am looking for an old file. Is this the dash? Amina has been wanting to go on a holiday. I know she dash. All right. So attempt to fill in with an appropriate substitute. Okay. So we have come to the end of the lesson. I hope you have realized that substitution is where we replace a word, a group of words with one word to avoid repetition. And we've said that there are some particular words that can be used to do so. We have words like so, one, once, same. Depending, we have nominal substitution, we have clausal substitution, we have verbal substitution, we have time adverbial substitutes where they replace time. All right. So when we meet next time, we will be looking at ellipsis, and it's almost the same thing as a substitution, but it's on a different level. Okay, so have a wonderful time.
How are you, learner? Welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is Purity Anzelimo, taking you through physics. And our lesson today, we continue with the topic in book 3 in paper 1, that is quantity of heat. So that's still our topic, quantity of heat. In our previous lesson, we were able to explain the topic, the meaning of quantity, what is heat, and we were also in a position to define heat capacity. So before we look at our subtopic for this lesson, we can do a recap on what we covered during the previous lesson. That was the introduction bit of quantity of heat. So we looked at heat capacity, and we said that heat capacity is denoted using which letter? Capital letter C. So that is heat capacity. So what did we say is heat capacity? So when we talk of heat capacity, we defined it as the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of a given mass of a substance by 1 Kelvin. So we can define it here and say that this is the amount of heat. So that is heat capacity, the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of a given mass of a substance by 1 Kelvin. And therefore we say that heat capacity, C therefore, will be equal to the heat absorbed, or maybe the heat given out, which is denoted by Q, divided by the change in temperature. So heat capacity is equal to heat energy divided by change in temperature. And from this, we were able to get the SI unit of heat capacity, which we said the SI unit of heat capacity is joules per Kelvin. So the SI unit is joules per Kelvin. So we are going to do one question on heat capacity, then we can move on to our next subtopic. So we look at this question and work it out together on heat capacity. So that's the question that we have. So we have an electric heater rated 300 watts, heat some liquid of heat capacity 1680 joules per Kelvin in 2 minutes. So we are going to find the rise in temperature. So in our question, we are being asked about the rise. So this is simply the change. And in our case here, it's a rise. So we want to get that change in temperature. So we have been given the power rating. So we have been given the power as 300 watts. Again, we have been given that it is being used, that heater is being used to heat a liquid of heat capacity. So we have the heat capacity as 1680 joules per Kelvin. And the time taken to heat, the time is 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes. So we are going to find the rise in temperature. So we want to get the change in temperature. That is what is in question, because a rise is now the change. So for example, if it was 30 degrees Celsius and then it rose to 70 degrees Celsius, the rise will be 70 minus 30, which is 40. So we want to get that change in temperature. So in this question, we need to remember what we have said about the heat capacity. We have seen that heat capacity will be given by the quantity of heat, or the amount of heat, divided by the change in temperature. Now, in this question, we have been given the heat capacity. It's here in its SI unit. But now we need to calculate the amount of heat, Q. So we need to calculate Q. And in this case, it is now we are using an electrical method, because we are using an electric heater which is rated 300 watts, and it is heating the liquid for 2 minutes. And we know that heat energy will therefore, from the topic heating effect of an electric current, heat energy will be given by power multiplied by time. Power multiplied by time. And this one can be gotten from the Joule's law, whereby we say that the heat energy is equal to the current squared multiplied by the resistance multiplied by time, which we call the Joule's law. So from this, we can be able to get that from Ohm's law, since we know from Ohm's law V is equal to IR, we can substitute where we have R from this, we can therefore say that therefore R will be equal to V all over I, meaning that in this equation Q, we are going to have I squared multiplied by R, which is V all over I multiplied by time. So here one current I will cancel with 1, we remain with 1. So we end up getting our heat energy to be IVT. But we know that IV is equal to power. This is power. And therefore, heat energy, the quantity of heat can be given by power times time. So we can go back to our question. So we have Q, we can be able to get the heat energy, which is power times time. And power we are given in its SI unit, which is 300 watts. Watt is the SI unit of power. We multiply by time. We are given time in minutes. And we need to express it in its SI unit, which is seconds. So we must convert the 2 minutes into seconds by multiplying by 60. So what do you end up getting? So we end up getting, this is 3 times 2, which is 6. 6 times 6, we get 36. So we have 36,000 joules. That is our heat energy. So we continue. Remember, we still want to get the change in temperature. So our heat capacity is given as, from this is 1680 joules per Kelvin is equal to our Q, which is 36,000 joules divided by the change in temperature. So we still want to get that change in temperature. So we have that 1680 joules per Kelvin is equal to 36,000 joules all over the change in temperature. So we can cross multiply so that we can get the value of the rise in temperature. So we are going to have 1680 joules per Kelvin, then multiplied by the change in temperature is equal to 36,000 joules. So that is what we have. We want to remain with change in temperature, so we can come and divide both signs by 1680 joules per Kelvin. 1680 joules per Kelvin. So we are going to cancel that by 1680 joules per Kelvin, 1, 1. So we remain with our change in temperature as, here we are having joules and joules per Kelvin. So this one will end up being, for that part, so that we can see the unit, it's like we are having joules, we are dividing by joules per Kelvin, that way, which is the same as joules multiplied by Kelvin per joules when we reciprocate, so we can cancel. So our answer will be in Kelvin. So you can take your calculator and divide 36,000 divided by 1680 to 1 decimal place. What is the change in temperature? You end up getting 21.4 Kelvin. So that will be our change in temperature. That is the change in temperature, or what we are calling the temperature rise. Hopes you got the question. So you can be given a question. It must not be. It can also be one testing on the electrical method of heating, whereby now we'll be talking of the power rating and therefore heat energy being given by power times time. And I have explained this from Joule's law from the heating effect of an electric current. So that is it on heat capacity, the amount of heat energy required to raise the temperature of a given mass of a substance by 1 Kelvin. So in our lesson today, we look at something different in this lesson now. So we've looked at heat capacity, and now we want to move ahead and look at specific heat capacity. Specific heat capacity. Specific heat capacity is denoted using a small letter C. So you must be very keen, because the difference between a small letter C and a capital letter C is only the size. So you can see in my case here for the heat capacity, I'm using a capital letter C, but for specific heat capacity, we use a small letter c. So that is specific heat capacity. And in our lesson today, you will be able to define heat capacity. We'll know what is heat capacity, and also you'll be in a position to get involved in numerical calculations involving the specific heat capacity. So by the end of the lesson, you should be in a position to define specific heat capacity, and you should also be in a position to calculate or to involve yourself in calculations involving the same. So we start with the definition of specific heat capacity. Now when we talk of specific heat capacity, it refers to the amount of heat energy required to raise the temperature of a unit mass of a substance by 1 Kelvin. Now make the difference between the heat capacity and the specific heat capacity. We can first have that definition here. So we are saying that it refers to the amount. Now look at this definition. We are saying specific heat capacity is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of a unit mass of a substance by 1 Kelvin. Now if you look at this definition and you look at the definition for heat capacity, where is the difference? This is where the difference is. For heat capacity, we are talking of a given mass of a substance. But in specific heat capacity, we are talking of a unit mass of a substance. So make note of that. The only difference between the heat capacity and specific heat capacity is that in the specific heat capacity, we are talking of a unit mass. So here we'll consider the mass of the substance. And therefore, from this, we can say that specific heat capacity denoted by a small letter c will be equal to heat energy or heat absorbed denoted by Q divided by mass of the substance, because here we are talking of a unit mass of a substance, mass multiplied by change in temperature. We can first write it mass, the symbol for mass is small letter m, then multiplied by temperature change. Temperature change denoted by this change in temperature. So we can therefore say that the specific heat capacity will be given by heat energy Q divided by mass multiplied by change in temperature. And that is our formula for calculating specific heat capacity. So it's equal to heat energy or heat absorbed divided by mass multiplied by the change in temperature. And therefore from this we can be able to get the SI unit of the specific heat capacity. We know that from this we are saying that our specific heat capacity is equal to heat energy divided by mass multiplied by the change in temperature. We know the units for heat energy, joules. The unit for mass, what is the SI unit of mass? Kilogram. So we have here kilogram. And what is the SI unit now for our temperature? Kelvin. So we have Kelvin. And in this, it simply means we are dividing heat energy by mass. Then we divide it by the change in temperature. And therefore, the SI unit of specific heat capacity is joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So we can note that one down, that the SI unit of the specific heat capacity is joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So the SI unit of the specific heat capacity is joules per kilogram per Kelvin, which is written as joules per kilogram per Kelvin, or can be written as this, joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So we can have it either this way or that way. So that is the SI unit of the specific heat capacity. Now, we can also give it another different approach. We are saying that specific heat capacity is given by heat energy divided by mass multiplied by change in temperature. But now we know very well that, heat energy divided by change in temperature is equal to, what did we say? Heat energy divided by change in temperature is equal to heat capacity. Capital letter C is equal to heat capacity. And therefore it means that our specific heat capacity, small letter c, will therefore be equal to this Q divided by change in temperature. All of this is heat capacity. So simply all of this is heat capacity, so is equal to heat capacity denoted by capital letter C divided by mass M. And therefore we can also say that specific heat capacity is given by heat capacity divided by mass. And that is another formula that we can use to calculate specific heat capacity when we have been given the heat capacity. So we can also say that specific heat capacity is heat capacity per unit mass. So that is it, and those are the two formulas that we are going to apply in calculation of the specific heat capacity or any other quantity related to the same. So hope you've gotten those definitions for specific heat capacity. We have seen that it is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of a unit mass of a substance by 1 Kelvin. So the key ones here are amount of heat. Then we are saying that a unit mass, raising the temperature of a unit mass of a substance, then by 1 Kelvin. And then we have also defined specific heat capacity as heat capacity per unit mass. And it is clear from here, since we've seen that the SI unit for heat capacity is joules per Kelvin, and we know that the SI unit of mass is kilogram. So we are dividing, and therefore the SI unit of specific heat capacity from this formula is still joules. We start now with our kilogram per Kelvin. So it is still joules per kilogram per Kelvin, which is the same here because we have joules per Kelvin per kilogram. So joules per kilogram per Kelvin, that's how we arrange it. So that is on specific heat capacity. So I want us to look at various examples and see how we can calculate the quantities that may be asked in such a question. So we look at examples. So I'd like us to go through that question together. A block of copper of mass 10 kilograms and specific heat capacity 460 joules per kilogram per Kelvin cools from 80 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. Find the quantity of heat given out. So we are calculating the quantity of heat. Our Q, it can be heat absorbed or it can even be heat that will be given out. So in this case, heat is being given out. So we start by analyzing the question. We have a copper of mass 10 kilograms, and we can see mass is already in its SI unit. Then we have the specific heat capacity of 460 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. It is cooling from, so the initial temperature is 80 degrees Celsius and the final temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. So from this we can get the change in temperature. For us to get the change, we simply subtract. If we take 40 minus 80, we'll get negative 40. That negative simply means that it is a fall in temperature. So we don't need to consider that negative. It only means that it is a fall. So when you are getting the change, you can simply take the bigger temperature, the larger one, which is 80 minus 40, and you end up getting 40. This 40 can either be, we can talk of it being in Kelvin, because in our previous lesson, I explained why we don't have to change this temperature in Kelvin. Because even if we change it in Kelvin, the change will still be the same. So we have the change in temperature as 40. So we can move ahead, and now we are asked in this question to calculate the quantity of heat given out. So we'll come and apply our formula on specific heat capacity. So we've seen that specific heat capacity is given by the quantity of heat divided by mass multiplied by change in temperature. So our specific heat capacity, C, is 460. So it's equal to the quantity of heat, which is now in question, divided by mass. The mass is 10 kilograms, and the change in temperature is 40. So we have, therefore, 460 is equal to the quantity of heat divided by 400. So to get Q, we just come and cross multiply. So our heat capacity will be 460 multiplied by 400. So therefore, you just use your calculator. We have 460 multiplied by 400, and you end up getting 184,000. And this is heat energy, and since all the other units are in the SI units, we get the heat energy in joules. So that is the quantity of heat that is given out. This is a large number. We can change it into kilojoules. We know that 1,000 joules make a kilojoule. So by dividing by 1,000, we can still say it is 184 kilojoules. So that is the heat energy that will be given out. So hoping that that is clear. Yeah, I hope you have also seen about the units, because this 460, we are saying that our Q will be equal to, our Q will, when we cross multiply, will be equal to mass multiplied by the specific heat capacity multiplied by the change in temperature. So we can see what happens to our units. Mass is in kilograms, specific heat capacity is in joules per kilogram per Kelvin, and our change in temperature is in Kelvin. So this kilogram cancels with that Kelvin will cancel with the other one because this is division, joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So we remain with our joules. And that's why our heat is in joules. So that's the quantity of heat that will be given out. So we want to look at another example. Example 2. So that is our question. A block of metal of mass 1.5 kilograms, which is suitably insulated, is heated from 30 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius in 8 minutes and 20 seconds by an electric heater coil rated 54 watts. Find part 1 of the question, the quantity of heat supplied by the heater. So this question is divided into 3 portions, we'll see. So first we want to calculate the quantity of heat that is supplied by the heater. And since we have the power rating of the heater and we know the time that it takes to supply that heat, then we can calculate the quantity of heat. So we know that quantity of heat will be given by power multiplied by time from the Joule's law. So power times time. So our power, we have been given in its SI unit as 54. Then we multiply by time in seconds. So here we have 8 minutes. We convert it into seconds by multiplying by 60. So our time will be 8 times 60. That's what we have. Then we have and 20 seconds. So here we add plus 20. That way. So we have 54 multiplied by the total there, which is 8 times 60, then plus 20. So we'll end up getting this as 54 multiplied by, this is 8 times 60, which is 480, plus 20, which is 500. So we end up getting our heat energy, or the quantity of heat supplied by the heater, as 54 multiplied by 500, which is 27,000. And this is heat, so it is in joules. So we have 27,000 joules. Is it clear? So we can move on to part B of the question. So we are told to find B. So part B, we are told to calculate the heat capacity of the block. Remember, the block is being heated using a heater. So a block of metal of mass 1.5 is suitably insulated and it is being heated. And here we are assuming that there is no heat loss. So we are told that it is suitably insulated. That is to minimize heat loss to the surrounding. So in this question, we assume that heat loss is negligible. So all the heat that is being supplied by the heater is being used to heat the metal block. So heat capacity of the block, we remember that heat capacity is given by the quantity of heat, in our case supplied, divided by the change in temperature. So our heat capacity, the heat that is being supplied, is 27,000 joules. And the change in temperature, it is being heated from 30 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. So the change in temperature will be 50 minus 30. And these are Kelvin. So we are going to have 27,000 joules divided by 20 Kelvin. Divided by 20 Kelvin. So we end up getting our answer for that. That is 27,000. We are dividing by 20, which we get as 1,350. That is the heat capacity, and it is in joules per Kelvin. Remember, we have seen that this change is in Kelvin, which is the SI unit, because even if we get it in degrees Celsius, it's still 20. If we convert it into Kelvin, you still get the same. So we say that it is 20 Kelvin. So when you divide this, you end up getting 1,350 joules per Kelvin. So finally, part C of the question. So we are told to find part C, find the specific heat capacity of the block. So that is very easy now that we have the heat capacity, and we say that specific heat capacity is heat capacity per unit mass. So we have our specific heat capacity as heat capacity, which is 1350 joules per Kelvin, divided by the mass of the block in its SI unit, which we are given as 1.5 kilograms. So we just come and divide by 1.5 kilograms. So what do you end up getting as the specific heat capacity? You simply divide 1,350 by 1.5. So you end up getting that the specific heat capacity of the block is 900 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So that's how we approach that question and many others that you can be given on specific heat capacity. So I'd like to leave you an exercise, 2 questions to attempt. So that's the exercise. Number 1, find the final temperature of water if a heater source rated 50 watts heats 100 grams water from 25 degrees Celsius in 5 minutes. We've been given the specific heat capacity of water as 4,200 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. Number 2, calculate the heat evolved when 100 grams of copper are cooled from 90 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius. And the specific heat capacity of copper is 390 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So calculate and ensure that in your calculations you remember to express all the units in the SI units. So during our next lesson, we'll continue with the specific heat capacity, but in this case we'll advance more and be in a position to get more calculations or numerical problems on the specific heat capacity. So you can join me in our next lesson. Thank you.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome, dear learner, to Manifested e-learning platform. I'm your teacher today, Conan Gakure, and we are going to have a history and government lesson. We are going to have a history and government lesson. Our topic for today, we are going to look at world wars. We are looking at world wars. Remember, in our previous topic, we introduced and defined what world war. And my dear learner, would you be able to remember the definition that we gave for world wars? And I guess you can remember that we said a world war is a war that composed or that was involved so many countries, and it was between, or countries between different continents. That is how we define a world war. It's a war that involved many countries, and it happened on different continents. That is a world war. So our subtopic for this lesson, we are going to look at the subtopic. We are going to look at the causes of World War I. We are going to look at the causes of World War I. That is what we are going to look at. We are going to look at the causes of World War I. Remember, in our previous lesson, we discussed and we said they have been in our human existence. We have had 2 world wars. First World War, or what we refer to as World War I, and World War II, which is also referred to as the Second World War. So in our lesson today, we are going to discuss what caused, or what were the causes of the First World War, or what were the causes of World War I. So my dear learner, I would like to mention that World War I, or the First World War, is also referred to as the Great War. It is also referred to as the Great War. So today we are going to discuss what are these causes that caused this Great War. And in our lesson, we are going to discuss, we are going to explain 7 causes that resulted to the First World War. So number 1, formation of alliances. Formation of alliances. That is the first cause of World War I. And then number 2, we have imperialism. Imperialism is our next cause of World War I. And then number 3, we have the Franco-Prussian War. We have Franco-Prussian War as our third cause of the World War I. And then number 4, we are going to discuss something we refer to as arms race. Arms race, which is also referred to as militarism. Or arms race. Not worry, my learner, we are going to explain or going to discuss more so that you can understand what these terms mean. So we are just stating them, all of them, and then one by one we are going to discuss them. And then number 5, we are going to look at the first and second Moroccan crisis. So I'm sure all of you have had a nation in West Africa known as Morocco. So we get the word Moroccan crisis. And then number 6, we are going to look at the nationalism of Balkans. These are people in Europe. We are going to discuss them. And then lastly, we are going to look at the assassination assassination of someone known as Franz Ferdinand. We are going to look at the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. So, my dear learners, if you are asked to state the causes of the World War, these are the causes of the First World War. I've said number one, it was formation of alliances, or the system of alliances. And then number two, imperialism. We are going to explain what that is. And then number three, Franco-Prussian War. And then number four, we have arms race. Number five, we have first and second Moroccan crisis. And then number six, we have nationalism of the Balkans. And then lastly, we have the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, which this is the most important point as we are going to discuss, but let me not preempt it. We are going to come to the very end as we explain what that means. So, my dear learner, let us start by looking at the formation or the system of alliances. Formation of alliances. Formation of alliances. That is our first cause of the First World War. So you ask yourself, what is an alliance? What is an alliance? So when you talk of an alliance, it is a union or different groups coming together for their mutual benefit. You can find, for example, let me give an example. When you have elections in Kenya, you find different political parties coming together so that they can fight or they can compete against another group of political parties. For example, in our last elections, we had two camps that were, two biggest camps that were rivaling for the presidency or to lead this nation. We had the Jubilee Alliance, which now became a party. And then, which was the other alliance that happened or that was in our elections? Can you remember? Yes, we had the CORD, yeah, or the NASA. Not actually CORD was the previous one. For the elections, we had NASA, the National Super Alliance. So you find that in, for example, NASA, we had different parties coming together to form this alliance. You can go and research which are these private or these individual parties. So when you talk of an alliance, we are saying there were different countries that came together to form an alliance so that they can benefit from one another. If one country needed help, the other country could come and be able to stand with them. So which are these alliances that were made? The first alliance that we are going to look at, it was between Germany came up together with Austria, Hungary. Initially, these two nations came together to form what we refer to as the dual alliance. But later on, they were joined with another. With another country referred to as Italy, and then the three of them formed what we call the Central Powers. They formed the Central Powers, or in other words, it was also referred to as the Triple Alliance. So these three countries came together to form a group which was referred to as Central Powers or Triple Alliance. But initially, Germany and Austria had made an agreement between the two countries, which was at that time referred to as the dual alliance. So at some point you could be asked, who are the parties of the dual alliance? So the answer is Germany and Austria. Then, in opposition to this, we find another group of countries that came together. We have the British. We have the British. They came together with France, and then they were also having. They came together with Russia. So these three also formed an alliance, which was referred to as Triple Entente, or you can call it Entente. This is a French word. They came to form the Triple Entente, which we can also call Entente in our language. But these are a French word, which is also referred to as the Allied powers. So these groups of countries, this group going against this group, they formed alliances. So if Britain was in a situation with Italy, for example, these other countries could come and help them resolve the issue with Italy. If Italy was in an issue with British, the two countries could come and join them to fight against the British. But Mailana, I want you to note that as the war progressed, more countries came to join either parties. At the end of it, we are going to look at what are these countries that came to fight. So how did this formation of alliances result to the World War? You ask a question like that. How come just by forming two alliances, we have an outbreak of a world war? So you'll find that when you know you have a friend, when you know you have a group of people, you can be able to make any decision because you know there is somebody who will come to help you. There is somebody who will come to fight by you. So this system of alliances made these countries to do what? To make rash decisions. So each country, which was actually between Germany and France, who are the biggest participants, you would find that they could make any kind of decision because they know they have other countries to come and back them against the other country. So that is all about the formation of alliances. So these two alliances acted or laid ground for the World War. Now we look at the next cause or the next cause of the World War. We look at imperialism. Imperialism. So when you talk of imperialism, or when you mention the word imperialism, this refers to the action of a country. The action of a country extending its power beyond its borders. Beyond its borders. That is what we refer to as imperialism. So you find these powers wanted to exert, they wanted to show their might beyond their own boundaries by getting extra territory in other countries. You can get these countries by looking at the colonization process that was happening. It happened in Africa, it happened in the Americas. So these powers, which at that time we could call them superpowers, they wanted to exert their power to other areas. So you find that these countries were trying to outdo, to compete against one another, to find out who has more colonies, who has a bigger territory, who has more influence even in other places. So imperialism resulted to competition. Imperialism resulted to competition amongst the countries. These resulted to them having quarrels. They could fight against one another, trying to get supremacy. Who is more superior to the other? And then, my dear learners, let us go to the next course. Which was our next course? Number 3. We said it is Franco-Prussian War. Franco-Prussian War. Franco-Prussian War. So, my dear learners, we have talked of France, we have talked of Germany. Before they formed these alliances, there was a war that erupted between France and an empire that was referred to as Prussia. This war was happening in 1870. 1870. This war happened in 1870 to 1871. So in this war, France lost very rich provinces. France lost the iron-rich provinces. France lost the iron-rich provinces. Why do you think it was a big deal for France to lose a province which is rich in iron? They lost a province that was very rich in iron. Iron during the 19th century was very important in the market, because this is the time we are having industrialization. This is the time we are having industries being built. And in that industry, you need iron to make those machines. You need iron to make rail. You need iron to produce different items, household items, items used to farm, different items. They needed iron. So during this war, France lost these provinces, which by they are known or which are called Alsace, and Lorraine. So these are the two provinces that France lost. So France became very bitter as a nation. They became demoralized. They became very bitter. How can we lose our biggest source of income? Because iron at that time was very important in the market. So that is how the Franco-Prussian War encouraged the World War. Because once France has been defeated, it normally has to find, or it encouraged them to go and find partners whom they could partner with, so that in case there is a problem, right? In case there is a problem, France could have somebody or could have a friend who could be able to encourage them. So the bitterness that the French got from losing these two provinces encouraged them to even to be able to fight other people, because you find Prussia now became a territory of Germany. From France, Prussia became a territory of Germany. So there was that bad blood between France and Germany. So that is all about the Franco-Prussian War. So my dear learners, you could go and find some more information you learn, but for that is the basic, or that is how the Franco-Prussian War resulted to the formation, or resulted to the World War, because now it has to compete against Germany, which has taken two of its richest provinces. Now, my dear learner, let us go to the next cause of the World War. Which was the next cause? Now, we go back, we come and look here. It is the arms race. The arms race. That is our next cause. The arms race. The arms race, or what we are referring to as militarism. When you talk, the word militarism comes from the word military. So in the 19th century, or during this time when we are having the World War, which is happening, that was around 1914 to 1918, as we mentioned in our previous class. That is when the First World War happened. There was an arms race. The period before 1914, there was an arms race by the European powers. So the European powers were competing to produce arms for their countries. So when you talk of an arms race, it is the situation where the European powers were competing against one another to see who is going to produce more powerful weapons, more disastrous arms. They were fighting whose military is stronger. So at the arms race, every country was conscripting armies. There was conscription of armies. Conscription of armies. When you talk of conscription, it's what we refer to as a recruitment. So you would find that the armies, by the time 1914 was coming, every country that we have mentioned here, all these countries who are the biggest players in the First World War, they had almost doubled the number of their army by the time the First World War was coming to a start. So they had to compete. They were competing against each other. Who has the strongest weapon? At this time, we find even warships being created. We find even more disastrous weapons, machine rifles. Just everybody or every country was trying to find which weapon can I produce that my enemy does not have. Like, for example, when you look at this, you will find that the British were trying to produce arms that are better than the arms produced by the Germans. You'll find that the Russians are trying to produce arms that are better than the Germans, even amongst themselves, because even as you are fighting together, you need to arm yourself. So you'll find Russia is producing arms that not any other country among all these is able to produce. That is what we are referring to as an arms race. Each country was at a rush. Let us make the best weapons so that we could best defend ourselves. Are you together, my learner? Yes, that is all about arms race. And then let us look at the next point. Let us look at the next point. Allow me to rub here. Allow me to rub here so that we can discuss them.
Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Enroll your child with the manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format.
Hello learners, and welcome to our today's mathematical activities lesson. The strand is numbers and the substrand is addition. Learners, welcome to the lesson, mathematical activities. Mathematical activities. I want you to write down mathematical activities. The strand is numbers. The substrand is addition. 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 The strand is numbers. The subject is mathematical activities. In our last lesson, learners, we said that addition means putting together. Addition means putting together. Putting together. And we learned how to add objects, how to add things. For example, we gave these pens. If I have 2 pens and 1 pen, 2 pens in my left hand, 1 pen in my right hand, addition means putting the pens together. When I put the pens together, then I say I have added. I've carried out addition. I also gave an example of the oranges. 2 oranges. I have 1 orange in my left hand, another orange in my right hand. Addition means putting together. So when I take this orange and this other orange and put them together, then I say I have done what? I have done addition. Okay, learners, I have done what? I have done addition. I have added the 2 oranges and by putting them together. By doing what? By putting them together. So today, learners, we want to continue with our substrand known as addition. I've just said that 1 orange, learners, I've just said that 1 orange, this is 1 orange. Let me write using my black pen. This is 1 orange. 1 orange put together. Put together 1 orange. Put together 1 orange. 1 orange put together 1 orange. That will give us 2 oranges. This will make 2 oranges. This will make 2 oranges. 2 oranges. So I want you to write down 1 orange put together 1 orange make 2 oranges. When you take 1 orange and then put together another orange, you'll have 2 oranges. You'll have 2 oranges. So these are 2 oranges. How did you get the 2 oranges? We added 1 orange and another orange to get the 2 oranges. That is one example, learners. This is one. Then number 2, you can still use oranges. can still oranges, 2 oranges. These are 2 oranges. Put together. When you put together, one orange. When you put together 1 orange, this will make 2 and 1. So you put together 2 and 1. That will give us 3 oranges. These are 3 oranges. Learners, 3 oranges. 3 oranges. Okay. Then we move on to number 3. Number 3, learners. Number 3. Let's try 3 oranges. 1, 2, 3. These are 3 oranges. These are 3 oranges. Put together. When you put together, when you take 3 oranges and put together 2 oranges, this will be 2 oranges. This will make how many oranges? This will make we want to put them together. We are saying put together. So we are taking the 3 oranges, 1, 2, 3. Then we are putting together with these 2. Then have 1, 2. How many oranges do you have in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 oranges. 5 oranges. 5 oranges. Learners, do you now understand? Addition. What are we doing? We are adding. We are adding. Adding means putting together. In our first example, we put together 1 and 1 to make 2, because these are 1 and 1. This is 1 and 1. That gives us 2. In the second example, what have we done, learners? We have taken 2 oranges, 1, 2, put together 1 orange. What do we get? 1, 2. This is 1, 2. Then 1 and 1. The total is 3. 1, 2, 3. Do you understand, learners? Yes, you understand. Look at number 3. 3 oranges put together 2 oranges. These are 2 oranges. 3 oranges put together 2 oranges make 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2. 1, 2. Total is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So the answer is 5 oranges. 5 what? 5 oranges. So learners, that is what we are going to learn today. Putting together, which means addition. Addition means putting together. So I'm going to stop there so that I give you some tasks. I'm going to give you tasks. I'm going to give you task or exercise. This is your task. This will be your task or exercise. Okay? Exercise. Learners, I want you to write down, put together the following. Put together the following. These are balls. I'm going to use balls or oranges. 1, 2. These are 3 balls put together. Two balls. Okay. These are 2 balls. Make dash balls. Dash balls. So learners, task 1, 3 balls. These are 3 balls. 3 balls. 3 balls. Put together, 2 balls make dash balls. Then the second task, we have how many balls? We are going to have 1, 2 balls. Okay, these are 2 balls. 2 balls put together another 2 balls. 1, 2, another 2 balls. 2 balls. Make how many balls? Make dash balls. Make dash balls. This is task number 2. In task number 3, learners, we have how many balls? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 balls. These are 4 balls put together. Put together 3 balls. 1, 2, 3. Put together 3 balls. This make how many balls? This make dash balls. Dash balls. This is task number 3. So learners, that is your tasks. That is, make sure you do the assignment. This is your exercise. Put together 3 balls and 2 balls. Number 2, put together 2 balls and 2 balls. Put together 4 balls and 3 balls. When you put together 4 balls and 3 balls, how many balls do you get? When you put together 2 balls and 2 balls, how many balls do you get? When you put together 3 balls and 2 balls, how many balls do you get? Thank you for attending our today's lesson. Learners, we will continue in our next lesson with the strand numbers. We will continue to learn how to carry out addition, which you have said means putting together. Bye-bye.
Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Enroll your child with the manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format.
Hello learners, and welcome to the platform. It's always a pleasure to have you at Manifested e-learning forum. Today we want to continue with the topic business and its environment. We've done business. Now we want to consider the part of the topic environment. business environment. So that's the subtopic, and the subject is business studies form 1. Business studies form 1. The topic is business and its environment. This is a continuation. Business and its environment. So our today's focus is on environment, because in the last 2 lessons we defined what a business is, then we analyzed various business activities with the categories. We categorized business activities, and we gave the different types of business activities. Today, our focus is on business environment. Business environment. Those are 2 terms, business and environment. We know what business means, and an environment, learners, it can be defined as anything that surrounds a system. An environment is anything that surrounds a system. Business environment, therefore, refers to the factors which surround and influence a business. Factors or conditions which surround and influence a business. And these factors affect the decisions, strategies, processes, and the overall performance of a business. Learners, all businesses are affected by the environments in which they operate. Every business operates in an environment, and every business is affected by the factors, these conditions. So learners, these environments may be little or they may be great, okay? They may have a little or great effect or influence on the operations of a business. Okay, is that clear? Learners, again, it is important to understand that as a business operates, remember we said the purpose of a business is to make profit. Other than seeking to make profit, a business should also seek to grow and to survive, okay? Other than just profit, making profit. Other than just making profit, a business should seek to grow and survive. And do what? And survive. Other than making profit, a business should also seek to grow. Now, growth, learners, is seen in terms of the size. Growth is seen in terms of the size of the business, the output. Okay? How do you know a business is growing? If that business is increasing in size, for example, if the business year 1 had 1 employee, then after year 1 year it has 5 employees. After 10 years it has 1,000 employees. That will tell you the business is growing. You can also know a business is growing by output, products. If it is a farming business that farms, okay, and it is been producing, say, 5 bags of beans per year, that is output, 5 bags of beans. Then after 2 years, the business harvests 200 bags per year. That is growth. The business you can say is growing because of the increase in output. You can also tell a business is growing by looking at the sales volume. Sales volume. The volume of sales. The volume of sales. If a business has been selling, say, 300 kilograms per month, that's the volume. Then after 1 year, the business sells 1,000 kilograms per month. Then you can say the business is growing. So we can say that growth is seen in terms of size, output, and sales volume. And sales volume. How about survival? Survival, on the other hand, learners, is seen in terms of stability. In terms of stability. Survival is seen in terms of stability. From the word stable. From the word stable. Is the business stable? So survival is seen in terms of stability, which results in continuity. This stability results in continuity of the business over a long period of time. Okay? So a business, learners should also seek to survive, and survival, by survival, it means that the business should be stable, and by stable we mean the business should be able to operate for a long period of time, over a long period of time. So a business should seek to make profit. It should also seek to grow, and also should seek for stability. Now, learners, a business, again, needs to achieve some level of activity for it to grow and survive. For a business to grow and survive, it needs to achieve certain level of activity. And many factors affect the level of activities of a business. There are many factors. There are many conditions, okay, which affect the growth or the survival of a business. I want you to understand that point. The growth and survival of a business is determined by many factors. All right? And these factors can be categorized into two. Namely, the internal environment and external environment. All right? Our subtopic, I said, is business environment. So the internal factors and external factors, or internal conditions or external conditions, is what you are referring to as business environment. So business environment can be categorized into two. That is the internal business environment and external business environment. That's what we want to study in this lesson and the next lesson. Business environment. Business environment can be categorized into two. Internal environment and external environment. Internal environment, these are factors that are internal or within the business. External environment, these are factors that are outside. But both internal environment and external environment affects either the growth or the survival of a business. So we want first to discuss internal environment. Internal business environment. Internal internal business environment. Internal business environment. Environment. Right? Internal business environment. Now, this internal business environment comprises factors within the business that affect its operations. Factors within the business, factors or conditions within the business which affects its environment. These factors can be controlled fully by the enterprise or the business to its advantage. They can be controlled to its advantage. But if the business does not do that, then these factors can also adversely affect the business. Okay? Now, the internal environment is mainly influenced by the culture of the business. Culture of the business mainly is influenced mainly by the culture of the business. By culture, we mean the beliefs and values that are held by the owners of the business, together with the managers of the business, including the employees of the business. So the culture, the beliefs of the owners and managers plus employees determines the business environment mainly. So the culture determines learners how things are done and hence how the business responds to various factors that affect it. Belief. Okay, we are talking about beliefs. Mainly, internal environment is affected by beliefs of the owners of the business, those who manage the business, and the employees of the business. So the success of the business depends on how these factors are directed at achieving the goals of the business. We are going to discuss these factors, but we are saying the factors that we are going to discuss are determined or can be used either to the advantage or to the disadvantage of the business, depending on the belief system of the owners, the employees, and the managers. All right? It's important to understand. Okay, we are talking about internal business environment. We have said that the success of the business depends on internal factors, depends on these factors and how they are directed towards achieving the goals of the business. Now, we are going to discuss these factors, various factors, internal business environment. So we want to discuss these factors. That is, the first one is objectives of the business. The objectives of the business. That's the first one. Objectives of the business. Objectives of the business. The objectives. These are the targets. These are the goals that are set by the owners or the managers of the business that are expected to be achieved. Okay? Internal business environment. This is an internal factor. The targets, objectives are targets, objectives are purposes, objectives are goals, objectives are intentions. These are the targets that the business sets and expects to achieve. So the objectives of the business can be affected by, or they can be influenced by, the strategies of the business. These objectives can be affected by two things: the strategies of the business and the resources that are required. Now, a strategy is a plan, learners, is a plan, or we can say is a plan of action which a business intends to follow so as to achieve the objectives. And this plan ensures that actions are taken. Okay, this plan or this plan of action, we are saying is a strategy is a plan of action. This plan of action ensures that the business provides its customers with the highest quality of goods and services at the best prices and relates well with employees, suppliers, the government, and so on. So the strategies, we are saying for the company to or the business to achieve its objectives, then there has to be a plan of action. This plan of action focuses on the quality of the business, the products or services, quality of the services. Also looks into matters to do with the prices, because if the prices are too high, then the customers may not buy the goods. The plan of action also should focus on the way the business treats its customers. It's called customer care. Again, another category of people that also should be considered are the employees, because employees play a major role in ensuring that the objectives of the company are met. Employees, including suppliers. The suppliers ought to be paid on time. The government should also be paid taxes in time, and so on. So objectives, we are talking about strategies and resources. So there has to be proper objectives. If objectives are not properly set, then the business growth and survival will not be achieved. The objectives will not be achieved. So it's an internal environment. We say that internal environment are factors which are within the control of the business. The business can set good objectives or not. It's upon the company or the business to decide whether they are going to have objectives or not. So these objectives can be used to the advantage of the business. Then we have resources that are required. All right? Now, by studying the objectives, by studying or looking at the objectives that are set or the strategy that are set, business can determine the resources that are required. Because when you come up with a plan, then based on this plan, you need to allocate resources to ensure that the plans are met. The plans are actualized. Because if you are talking of having products of good quality, then you need, for example, to allocate resources to buy machines that will ensure that products that are produced are products of high quality. Because the better the machine, the better the goods that will be produced. So by looking at or studying the strategies and the objectives, business can determine the resources required for its effective operation. And I've given an example for machines. We can also say money and physical facilities will also be, other physical facilities will be required. Okay? Again, it can also determine the staff that are required to achieve the objectives. So to hire qualified staff, you need money, you need resources. Even the staff, without the money, the staff, the workers, the employees are also part of the resources. We call them human resource. Okay? These objectives will determine what kind of human resource you need so as to meet the objectives. Okay? So it's important for you to understand that point, objectives. Okay, so I mentioned various groups: employees, the workers, the suppliers, and the government. Now, to satisfy the various groups of people that are involved, there must be a clear objectives. So there has to be clear objectives for the business to satisfy the needs of the employees, the suppliers, the government, and the customers. There has to be a clear plan, clear objectives. A business organization will only survive and grow if it has clear objectives. Okay, that is a very important point. This is an important internal factor. Then next, the second factor, management policies. Management policies is another factor that influences the business. Now, a policy, learners, is simply a guideline. This is a guideline on how the management wants to run the business. Policies can be in relation to the owners. There can be policies in relation to employees, guidelines on how employees will operate, or matters relating to employees, suppliers, customers, and so on. So a policy is just a course of action or a guideline for achieving the set objectives, which is adopted by a business. And these policies are set by the management. So it is an established way of doing things in a business. Now, the policies adopted by the business may boost or hinder growth or survival of the business. And I can give an example of the management of a business that may decide that workers will not be allowed to join trade unions. Okay? This will make the workers feel locked out of certain decisions, and it may bring tension in the business. It may demotivate the employees, and that will interfere with the performance of the employees and the general efficiency of the company. So coming up with a policy that employees will not be allowed to join trade unions, that is a policy that may affect the performance of the business. Or coming up with a policy that allows employees to join trade unions, that will motivate the employees. So that is just an example of a business policy and how it may affect the operations of the firm. So then we can have another point, that is another factor. We can call it management style. Management style. Management style. The style of management. How managers manage or run the business. Management style refers to how managers conduct daily operations of a business. This determines how workers relate with their managers. So some managers may adopt what we call a participative style or participative approach. That means they allow workers to give their views on how things should be done. Other managers choose to make all the decisions without considering the opinions or the input of the workers. So that those are just two different types of management style. There is that style where management have a participative approach. Before they make a decision, they involve employees, they seek for employees' input on how certain things may be done in the business. Other managers do not consult employees at all. They make all the decisions and they expect the employees to implement the decisions. Okay, so those are just two styles of management. There are other styles, but those are the common styles. Now, the style adopted by management influences the workers' performance either positively or negatively. Okay, and that affects the overall performance of the business. There are certain employees who would want to participate in decision making. So when they are not involved, then that will negatively affect their performance and consequently affecting the general performance of the business, either growth of the business or the survival of the business. So learners, these are 3 factors, okay? Internal factors. We've discussed 3 in this lesson. There are more factors which we are going to discuss in our next lesson. For today, we will stop at that. Just to recap, we introduced the subtopic business environment. We've defined business environment. We've said that business environment can be categorized into 2, the internal business environment and the external business environment. And we've gone ahead to discuss 3 factors or conditions that fall under internal business environment. In our next lesson, we will continue with the other factors. For now, we will take a break, and before that, I'm going to give you, before we stop, I'll give you an assignment. Go through the video, write notes, then do this assignment. We are going to define these terms. Define a business environment. B, strategies, and C, I want you to define objectives. Go through the video, go through your notes, then without looking at your notes, please see if you can define these terms. Thank you and God bless you.
CPA students can now access top-notch lecturers anytime from anywhere. Download CPA video lectures from www.manifestedpublishers.com.
Manifested Publishers Limited is a research and teaching center that specializes in the production of learning materials and private online tuition for primary, secondary, tertiary, and university education. Sign up as a new customer at www.manifestedpublishers.com. Fill in the required credentials, full name, email, phone number, and password. Click on Sign Up. Enter the code received on your phone or email address for verification of your account, then proceed by clicking on Confirm button. Your account is ready for use and you can watch some free videos before you purchase. To get access to complete videos, use the following steps to buy. Click on View All Courses. Select the course you want to subscribe to. Click on the subject you want. Click on Buy this subject. The selected subject will be added to cart. Place or hover the cursor on cart or total amount and click on Checkout Now to proceed. Click on Lipa na M-Pesa and proceed to pay. To access your lessons, place the cursor on your name, then click on Subscriptions. To download videos for offline studying, click on Watch Offline. Download the Manifested e-learning desktop application depending on your computer operating system. Install the application on your computer. Sign in on your downloaded app using the credential used during registration. Place your cursor on your name, then click on Subscriptions. Click on the subject you purchased. On the top right window, click on Download for offline viewing. Click on Go to Course. In your new window, click on the first topic, Lesson 1. Downloading process begins automatically. Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Hello learners, welcome to the mathematics lesson. We continue to learn more about mathematics. And learners, it is always important to remember that the reason why we study mathematics is so that we can gain knowledge and skills that will enable you to tackle problems that may be faced in life. In our today's lesson, we will introduce a new subtopic under the topic money. Under the topic money, we will introduce the subtopic hire purchase. Hire purchase. Hire purchase. Now, learners, hire purchase is a method that can be used in buying goods. We all know in normal trade, buyers are allowed to pay for goods over a long period of time. But in normal trade, there's a method of paying where buyers are supposed to pay goods on cash basis and obtain the goods. But in hire purchase, the buyers are allowed to pay goods over an agreed period of time. So I want you to write down this sentence that hire purchase is a method. Hire purchase is a method of buying. Is a method of buying goods where the buyer is allowed to pay for the goods over a period of time. Instead of paying cash on spot, the buyers are allowed to pay for the goods over a long period of time. And this happens by the buyer paying an initial amount, part of the price, which we call deposit. Then thereafter, the buyer and the seller agree on how much will be paid for each installment. The rest of the money is paid in agreed installments, usually a period of 1 month. Usually a period of 1 month. So put down this other sentence. There is usually an initial payment, an initial payment. There is usually an initial payment known as deposit, followed by agreed installments, followed by agreed installments over an agreed period of time. An agreed period of time. So there is usually an initial payment known as deposit, followed by installments, followed by installments. So for example, if you want to buy a television set and you do not have enough money to buy it, for example, a television set priced at marked price 100,000 shillings. So you want to buy a television TV set. The mark price is 100,000. A buyer may not have all this money to pay for the TV, but there is this method of payment which is known as hire purchase, where this buyer can pay an installment of say 10,000, which we are calling deposit. The buyer will make a deposit of say 10,000. Out of the 100,000, the buyer can pay initial payment, which is called deposit of 10,000. Then the balance, okay, the balance will be made in installments, will be made in installments, such that the total of deposit and installments, the total of deposits and installments will be equal to the higher purchase price. Will be equal to the higher purchase price. And it's also important to remember here that the higher purchase price is always higher than the marked price or the cash price. So the total installment in this case can be around 100,000. So if you compare the higher purchase price and the marked price, the higher purchase price is always higher than the marked price. If there is a customer who would buy this TV on cash basis, the customer will pay 100,000 shillings. But if a customer wants to go the higher purchase way, if another customer wants to pay on higher purchase terms, then the price will be higher. The price will be higher. So you can also note down that higher purchase price is always higher than higher purchase price is always higher than the marked price, or sometimes we can call it the cash price, So learners, we want now to get into the calculations. I hope you have understood this method. This is a method of buying goods. And how does it work? A customer makes a deposit, then pays the balance in installments. So learners, on that we can even give a formula here for the higher purchase price. Higher purchase price is equal to deposit plus periodic installments, And this period can be 1 week, it can be 1 month, it can be after 2 weeks, depending on the agreement between the buyer and the seller. But usually the period is always limited to 1 month. In most cases, the periodic payments are just monthly payments in most cases, but the buyer and seller can agree on any period in which the buyer should make the payment. So this is a very important formula. Hire purchase price is equal to deposit plus installments. So let's work out some examples. Our first illustration is on the board. Example number 1, I'm going to read it. It says the cash price of an electric cooker was 60,000 shillings. Juma bought the cooker on hire purchase. He paid a deposit of 8,000 shillings and 12 equal monthly installments of 6,000 shillings. What was the hire purchase price? What was the hire purchase price? What was the hire purchase price? Hire purchase price. Here is the answer. Hire purchase price. Learners, hire purchase price is equal to deposit plus installments, and these are monthly installments, plus monthly installments, plus monthly installments. So the deposit is given 8,000 shillings. The deposit is 8,000 shillings plus monthly installments. The total will give us the total will be the hire purchase price. So there are 12 equal monthly installments of 6,000 shillings each. 6,000 shillings each. 6,000 shillings each. So learners, one installment, Juma paid 6,000 shillings. Therefore, how much did Juma pay after the 12 installments? That will be equal to 12 installments over 1 installment times 6,000 shillings. 6,000 shillings. So this installment cancels out with that installment. So we have 12 times 6,000 shillings, which is equal to 72,000 shillings. This is equal to 72,000 shillings. So the total monthly installment is equal to 72,000 shillings. Therefore, the hire purchase price will be equal to deposit of 8,000 plus monthly installments of 72,000, which will give us 80,000 shillings. So that is the hire purchase price for the electric cooker that Juma bought. So this is the answer, correct. So learners, I'm going to write example number 2 on the board. Then we solve it together. We are learning how to calculate the hire purchase price, so that when you grow up and you want to buy items, you will know how to compute the hire purchase price and compare the hire purchase price with the cash price and make proper decisions in life. That's why we are learning here mathematics. I'm teaching you mathematics that you will apply in life. So I'm going to write on the board. Learners, in our second example, I've picked a question from exercise 86 from the pupil's book, which requires the learner to fill in the table. In this table, the first column records the item, the second column the hire purchase price, the third column is the deposit, the next column number of months and monthly installments. Monthly installments. In A, where a bicycle was bought on hire purchase, the purchase price, hire purchase price is 3,300. The deposit is not provided. We have the number of months and monthly installment of 200 shillings. In B, the hire purchase is 715 shillings. The deposit 315 shillings. Number of months not indicated. The monthly installment is 50 shillings. In C, pressure lamp, the hire purchase price is not given. The deposit is given. Number of months, 4 months. Monthly installments, 150 shillings. In C, gas cooker bought on hire purchase price of 6,440 shillings. The deposit is 2,000 shillings. 10 months, paid in 10 months. The monthly installments not provided. Then in E, sewing machine bought at hire purchase price 5,635 shillings. The deposit 1,635 shillings. 8 months and no monthly installments. So we need to compute the blanks. The deposit, for example, here in A, we need to find what is the deposit. What was the deposit? And learners, we are working out A. This formula is very important. Hire purchase price, we said, is equal to deposit plus monthly installments. Monthly installments. Here we are required to calculate the deposit. If you have this formula, then we will be able to determine the deposit. So how do we calculate the deposit? If hire purchase price is equal to deposit plus monthly installments, then what is deposit? So we are going to divide monthly installments on both sides so that we'll have only deposit on the right hand side. So the deposit will have hire purchase price minus monthly installments. Monthly installments being equal to deposit. So we have taken monthly installments on the left hand side so that we can make deposit the subject of the formula. So deposit is equal to hire purchase price, the hire purchase price minus monthly installments. We have the hire purchase price 3,300 shillings. 3,300 shillings. What of the monthly installments? 1 month, the installment for 1 month is 200 shillings. How about 10 months? That will be 200 times 10. 200 times 10 will be the total monthly installments. That will be 10 times 200 shillings. 10 times 200 shillings, which is equal to 3,300 minus 2,000 shillings. This is equal to 1,300 shillings. So the missing figure here is 1,300. 1,300. Let's move on to B. In B, we have the hire purchase price, we have the deposit, we have monthly installments, but we do not have the number of months. We do not have the number of months. Still, learners, we are going to use the formula. This is the initial formula, important formula. Now, we want to calculate the number of months. The number of months. The number of months. How many months did this installment made? For how long? For how long? We have the monthly installments in monetary terms, but we need to know the number of months. And in calculating that, we'll do the same thing. We come here and subtract deposit on both sides. So here we'll have hire purchase price minus deposit. This is equal to monthly installments. We'll first calculate monthly installment, then these installments will help us determine the number of months. So monthly installments is equal to hire purchase price minus deposit. Hire purchase price minus deposit. The hire purchase price 715 shillings, the deposit 315 shillings. So we have 715 minus 315 shillings, which is equal to 400 shillings. 400 shillings is the total monthly installments. Total monthly installments. Here we have monthly installments. So this is payment for 1 month. Payment for 1 month. So the question is, for how long were these 400 shillings paid? If in a month the payment was 50 shillings. If the payment was 50 shillings in a month and the total installment is 400 shillings, what is the number of months? Number of months. How do we calculate the number of months? That is the question here. Number of months. We know that 50 shillings was paid in 1 month. 50 shillings is paid in 1 month. This is monthly installment, means 1 month. 50 shillings was paid in 1 month. How about 400 shillings? For how long? We are going to divide 400 shillings over 50 shillings times the months. So these shillings will cancel out. All right. 50 goes here once. 50 goes into 400 8 times. 8 times. 50 goes into 8 times. So we have 8 times months. This is equal to 8 months. So the monthly number of months will be 8. 8. 8 is the number of months. Number of months. Let's come to C. In C, we have the deposit, we have the number of months, we have the monthly installments. We are supposed to calculate the higher purchase price. Higher purchase price. Higher purchase price. Higher purchase price is equal to deposit plus monthly installments. Deposit plus monthly installments. The deposit here is 210 shillings. So we come here and write 210 shillings plus monthly installment. 1 month is paid 150 shillings, and there are 4 months. Therefore, the total monthly installments will be equal to 4 times 150 shillings. 4 times 150 shillings. This is equal to 210 plus 600 shillings. This is 600 shillings, which is equal to 810 shillings. 810 shillings will be the higher purchase price, is equal to deposit plus monthly installments. Deposit plus monthly installments, the higher purchase price 810 shillings. Learners, let us calculate the monthly, that is part D, the monthly installments. This is missing, where the higher purchase price of the gas is given, the deposit is given, and the number of months. The number of months. The number of months. So what is the monthly installments? So let's work that out. Monthly installments. Monthly installments. Monthly installments. Learners, monthly installments will be equal to monthly installments. Monthly installments. Monthly installments will be equal to the total installments. Total installments over number of months. Over number of months. To get the monthly installments, to get the monthly installment, this one, we divide the total installments by the number of months. Number of months. And in calculating the monthly installments, we are going to use this formula. That formula. So we're going to determine monthly installments first. Okay, monthly installments first, the total monthly installments, then we divide by number of months to get the monthly installment. So if higher purchase price, let me put some space, allow some space. We know higher purchase price is equal to deposit minus monthly installments. That's a formula. This is plus. What will be the monthly installment? What will be the formula? We subtract monthly, we subtract deposit on both sides. We subtract deposit so that we'll have a higher purchase price minus deposit. Because this is positive, when it comes this side, we minus. This will be equal to, since we are also subtracting this side, deposit minus deposit will be 0. That means we'll have monthly installments on the right hand side. Monthly installments, this is the formula. Monthly installments is equal to higher purchase price minus deposit. Higher purchase price minus deposit. The higher purchase price in D, 6,640 shillings. 6,440 shillings minus deposit. The deposit is 2,000 shillings. The deposit there is 2,000 shillings. That will give us the monthly installment. The monthly installment. So 6,440 minus 2,000 shillings, this will be equal to 4,440 shillings. This is the monthly installment. Now that we have the monthly installment, we will divide this monthly installment by the number of months. So the monthly installments will be equal to 4,440 divided by 10 months. Divide by 10 months. So this will cancel with that 0. This will be equal to 444 shillings per month. Per month. Shillings per month. So the answer here is 444 shillings. 444 shillings per month. Let's work out E, sewing machine. Sewing machine, we have the higher purchase price, we have the deposit, we have the number of months. So let's calculate the monthly installment. The monthly installment, we are going to use the same formula. Because these blanks are under the same column. So we will use the same formula. First we'll calculate the total installment, then we divide by the number of months, 8 months, to get the monthly installments. So higher purchase price is equal to deposit plus monthly installments. Higher purchase price minus deposit is equal to monthly installments. The higher purchase price is equal to 5,635 shillings. Deposit 1,635 shillings. 1,635 shillings. This will give us the monthly installments, total monthly installments. So when we subtract here, we'll have 4,000 shillings. 4,000 shillings is the monthly installment. And there are how many months, learners? 8 months. The total monthly installment is 4,000 shillings. There are 8 months. What will be the monthly installment? Monthly installment will be equal to the total installment of 4,000 shillings, which you have calculated here, over the number of months, which is equal to number of months. Let me put the figure. The number of months, 8 months. 8 months. So the monthly installment, one installment will be equal to 500 shillings. 500 shillings. 4,000 divided by 8 is equal to 500 shillings. So the monthly installment, this is one installment, monthly installment, just one month, the payment is 500 shillings. 500 shillings. So we have worked out A, B, C, D, E. Today I've also done another illustration on the board. Learners, I think we will stop there for today so that you can go and practice the following. This will be your exercise. Exercise. Go to exercise. Exercise 86. Go and do question 2 because you have done question 1 together. Go and do question 2 up to question number 8. Up to question number 8. Thank you for attending our today's lesson. I wish you all the best as you continue studying mathematics. I will remind you what I told you when we began our today's lesson. The reason why we study mathematics is so that the knowledge and skills that you learn here will help you make decisions in life. For example, this topic on higher purchase price, in future you may want to make a decision as to whether to buy on cash or to buy on hire purchase. Before you make such a decision, you'll be expected first to calculate what will be the higher purchase price and what is the marked price. So that's why we learn mathematics. And thank you once again. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hi, my lovely learners. I am so excited to have you for this lesson. I am Teacher Purity, and this is Manifested e-learning platform. Now, we had already started on a new topic on personal hygiene and discussed the first substrand of it. And for this lesson, you are going to learn the proper use of toilets, latrines, and urinals. So, sit back and follow the lesson. Now, the proper use of toilets, latrines, and urinals. Before we learn how to use toilets, latrines, and urinals properly, let's remind ourselves of what we had learned during our previous lesson. Now, in our previous lesson, we talked about the toilets, the latrines, and the urinals. Let's start with the toilets. Now, most toilets are found inside the house, and we flush modern toilets after use. After you have used your toilet, make sure that you are flushing it. You pour a lot of water. Then we have latrines. Latrines are found outside the house and they have a pit. So after using a latrine, you are supposed to cover the pit. And lastly, urinals. Now the urinals are mostly used by men and boys to pass urine alone. So if you are a boy, make sure that when you visit the urinal, you are only going to relieve yourself from short calls. So the proper use of toilets, latrines, and urinals. These are the things that you are supposed to do when you visit a toilet, a latrine, or a urinal. Now, what are some of these things you are supposed to do when visiting a toilet or a latrine or a urinal? Now, the first thing you're supposed to do is knock the door of a toilet or latrine before you enter. So the first one is knock the door of a latrine or toilet before you enter. So knock the door of a latrine or toilet before you enter. Why are you supposed to knock the door first before you enter? It helps you to be aware of if there is a person inside the toilet or latrine. And the person inside the toilet should knock back after hearing the knock from outside. If you are outside and there is no response from inside, that means that there is no person. Another thing you're supposed to observe when visiting a toilet, latrine, or a urinal, make sure that you are properly disposing the materials that you have used. Materials like the tissue papers. Make sure that you are properly disposing them in a toilet or a latrine. So the second one is proper disposal. Proper disposal of materials used in a toilet or latrine. So proper disposal of materials used in a toilet or latrine. The materials that you use inside a toilet, materials like the tissue papers, make sure that you are disposing them well. And after disposing them well and you are using a toilet, you must flush the toilet. So flush the toilet after use. So flush the toilet after use. So flush the toilet after use. I say to flush is pouring a lot of water in a modern toilet after you have used it. Then there are some people who have the behavior when they visit a toilet or a latrine, they want to touch different things in a toilet. They want to touch the bathtub, they want to touch the tap. Now avoid touching things inside a toilet or a latrine. So avoid touching things found inside a toilet or a latrine. So avoid touching things found inside a toilet or a latrine. It is unhygienic. You are not supposed to touch things that are found inside the toilet or a latrine. Then lastly, do not eat anything inside a toilet. So when you are having something and you want to eat it, go and sit at a good place and eat it. Don't go and hide inside the toilet and eat your mandazi, your biscuit, because you don't want to share with your friends. No, that is very bad manners. You are supposed to be kind, help others. If you have something, you can share. So do not eat from the toilet. So do not eat from the toilet. Do not eat from the toilet. Why are you not supposed to eat from a toilet? Remember, a toilet or a latrine is a place where we go for our short calls or long calls. So when you take your food and eat it from the toilet, you are going to become sick because you are contracting germs and you can even have diarrhea. So avoid eating food from the toilet. If you have to eat, get a good place, go and eat from the place. You can eat from a dining area or inside your class, a place where you are comfortable to take your meal. So these are the proper use of toilets, latrines, and urinals. Then one more point, do not pass long call in a urinal. So do not pass long calls in a urinal. So do not pass long calls in a urinal. Remember that urinals are only used by boys and men to pass urine alone. Do not pass anything from the urinal. It is strictly the short call. So this is how we are supposed to use the toilets, latrines, and urinals. So the first one, knock the door of a latrine or toilet before you enter. So before you enter a toilet or a latrine, make sure that you are knocking. After you've knocked, you will get a response. Either a person from inside will knock back or there will be no knock. So if there's no person who's going to respond, it means there's no person and you can enter the toilet or latrine. Then proper disposal of materials used in a toilet or latrine. After you've used your tissue, make sure that you are disposing it inside the toilet or the latrine. Now for toilets, after you've used them, make sure that you flush the toilet after use. Why are you flushing the toilet after use? It is a good hygienic behavior. So after using the toilet, make sure that you are flushing with a lot of water. It also helps to prevent the bad smells that come from the toilets. Then avoid touching things found inside a toilet or a latrine. Do not touch anything that is found in a toilet. When you enter a toilet, relieve yourself from either your short call or long call. Use your tissue, then wash your hands and not touch anything else. The fifth point, do not eat from the toilet. We are not supposed to take our meals from the toilet. It is very bad manners. Then lastly, do not pass long calls in a urinal. Urinals are strictly for passing urine and they are used by boys and men. If you are a girl, do not visit a urinal. So these are the things we are supposed to do when visiting a toilet, a latrine, or a urinal. Hope that you practice some of these things back at home, at school, and see how it goes. So I'm going to give you an assignment. Get ready with your exercise book, pencil and rubber. Copy the questions that I'm going to write on the board. Assignment, only 4 questions, number 1 up to 4. Now the instructions, write true or false. You are going to fill in the gaps by either true or false. True meaning you are accepting the fact that has been stated. False meaning you are against it. True simply means yes, false means no. So the first question, it is a bad habit to eat from the toilet. True or false? Write the answer. The second question, girls and boys can use urinals. Is it true or false? Number 3, we flush a modern toilet before use. Now, if it is true, we flush a modern toilet before use, you write there. If it is false, you also write there. And lastly, boys and men pass long calls in a urinal. True or false? So fill in the blank spaces. Make sure that you are also going through your work to ascertain if there is any mistake that you have committed. Thank you for attending to the lesson. Hope to see you next time.
Hello learners and welcome to the lesson. Today we will continue with the subject business studies. The topic is satisfaction of human wants. In our last lesson we defined goods and services, then we explained the characteristics of goods. In our today's lesson we want to highlight the characteristics of services. There are certain characteristics that are unique to services. Services generally have some unique characteristics as differentiated from goods. In our last lesson we discussed the characteristics of goods. Today we want to explain the characteristics of services. So learners, welcome to the lesson. The subject is business studies. Business studies. We want to discuss the characteristics of services. Characteristics of services. Characteristics of services. And we also said, learners, that goods and services are needed for satisfaction of human wants. Satisfaction of human wants. Human beings strive to satisfy human wants through consumption of goods and services. So what are these characteristics that are unique to services? Number one is that services are not tangible. They are intangible. Services are intangible. Services are intangible. This means that services cannot be touched and felt, since they are immaterial. Goods we saw are tangible because they are material. You can touch goods like this pen, you can touch it. But services, you cannot touch services because they are immaterial. They are invisible. All right? For example, you cannot touch and feel teaching. You cannot touch teaching, it's a service. You cannot feel banking services. You cannot touch banking services. You cannot touch hairdressing services. You cannot touch shoe shining services. Those are services that cannot be touched. They cannot be felt because they are invisible, because they are intangible, because they are immaterial. However, the effects of services can be felt. You can feel the effect of services. For example, the effect of receiving entertainment, because entertainment is also a service. So if you are being entertained, maybe someone is singing a song and is playing the guitar. If you are seated there and I'm playing a song and a guitar, okay, in the process of entertaining you, you will feel it. You will feel happy. You can feel happy. So that is entertainment. I've said, however, the effect, it's not the service itself, but the effect. After listening to my music, okay, as I play a guitar and as I sing, then that will evoke in you the feeling of happiness, the feeling of joy. You'll feel happy. So the effect of a service can be felt. It can be done what? It can be felt. So, but generally services are intangible. They are immaterial. They are invisible. You cannot see the service of entertainment, but you can get to feel it, okay, the effect. That's the point. Another characteristic of service is that services cannot be stored. Services cannot be stored. Cannot be stored. Services cannot be stored. Services can be kept, cannot be kept for future use because they are consumed as they are provided. They are consumed as they are provided, meaning that they are extremely perishable. That's why people go to entertainment joints now and then, because if you go to an entertainment joint on Saturday or on Friday, okay, entertainment, you've gone to somewhere where people are singing. It can be, say, a crusade. You've gone to a crusade where people are singing and dancing and clapping and jumping, okay, and jumping and singing. So that one, you cannot store that service. So that's why you have to wait for another day so that you can also go and have the same feeling or entertainment. So services cannot be, it's not like when you go to the shop and buy this pen. When I bought this pen, I stored it. So when I need to use it, I just pick it from the table, then I use it to write. Because it's a good that can be stored. But for services, like even teaching, that's why you go to class every day, because you cannot stop. When you are taught, then after some time you will say you want revision, because that service cannot be stored. Okay, it cannot be stored. But goods can be stored. And we said last time that goods can either be stored for a longer period of time. Those that are stored for a long period of time, we say those are durable goods, but those that are stored for a short period of time, these are the perishable goods. But for services, you cannot store services. Then number 3, the third characteristic of services is that the quality of services cannot be standardized. Quality of services cannot be standardized. Cannot be standardized. Quality or value of service cannot be standardized. It is very difficult to standardize the quality of services because services are highly variable over time, okay, from one service provider to another, okay. For example, a preacher, let me give an example of a preacher. It can be an Islamic preacher or a Christian preacher, okay. For example, a preacher may start preaching at low tone, okay, low tone. Then the preacher may pick momentum in the middle of the sermon. Then he may be full blast by the end of the sermon. He started at a low tone, then he picked up momentum in the middle of the preaching. Then towards the end, you see he's at the top, okay? Would be full blast by the end of the sermon. So you cannot say you can standardize, no standard. When someone is talking, he may change and all that. So it's not easy to standardize. Or if someone may give a service today, you've gone to a doctor, the way the doctor treats you today may not be the same way he will treat someone else. You've gone for counseling services. The counselor is offering counseling services. The counseling is a service, okay? So the counselor, the way he treats me when he's counseling me may not be the same way he will treat you when you come for counseling. I may find the counselor is in high spirits. In high spirits. Okay, he's in high spirit. That means he's motivated to counsel. But when you come for counseling session, you may find that he is bored, because it's not easy to maintain quality when you are offering services. And I know you've also witnessed these things I'm talking about. Sometimes the teacher may come to class, is very happy, is very nice, is teaching very well, is doing his work very well. There's a time when maybe, because the teachers are human beings, okay, maybe he may come the next day, he's not feeling well, he's a bit sick, he has a cold, okay? Or he didn't take lunch, he didn't have time to go for lunch. So he may come, he's a bit weak, because if you don't take food, you may not be very active. So it's not easy to have standardized services because of these things, examples I'm giving, because some people change. We are talking of variability. Services are highly variable. Variable means they change over time. It is very difficult to standardize the quality of services because services are highly variable. They change over time, okay, from one service provider to another. It may be the same service provider, but over time he will change. So that is a characteristic of services. Services cannot be standardized. You cannot offer them uniformly. Then another characteristic, number 4, services are inseparable from the provider. Services are inseparable. That means you cannot separate the service from the one who is providing the service. If it is a teacher, you cannot separate the service, the teaching service, from the one who is teaching, from the teacher. If it is a hairdresser, you cannot separate hairdressing service from the one providing the service. If it is a counselor, you cannot separate counseling service from the one counseling, the counselor. So services are provided directly to the consumers. They are provided directly. If you go to the doctor has to treat you directly. It's personal. Therefore, it cannot be provided separately. The teacher has to be there for teaching to take place. He cannot send his service. Unlike goods, services cannot therefore change possession. I cannot tell my brother go and provide the service that I will. No, what he will be doing something different. He cannot provide the exact service, cannot teach exactly the way I can teach. If he's a hairdresser, he cannot shift the service or possession, because goods can change ownership, goods can change possession, but services cannot change possession from one person to another. Okay? Now, the price paid is for the experience received. When you pay a price for a service, you are paying that price because of the experience that you have received. Because remember, we defined services as actions. If you are to pay for my teaching services, it's because of the experience that you receive. If you are to pay a counselor or a preacher, it's because of the experience that you've received, that counseling experience. So they are inseparable from the provider. Goods are separable. The one who provides goods, because they are physical, tangible. The trader, if you go to buy onions, in the market. The one selling the onions is different from the onions. Those are distinct parties. You have onions and the one selling the onions. And you can buy the onions without the provider being present. That's why goods can be sent. There are people who are in Nairobi, they send goods to the villages. There are those who are in the village, they send their crops to Nairobi or to towns. So because goods are separable from the providers of the goods. But you cannot separate the service from the one providing the service. A very important characteristic of services. Okay, learners, am I clear enough? Are you understanding what I'm saying? We are discussing the characteristics of services. Then we can also say services cannot be seen. 5, services related to this point. Then therefore, obviously, services cannot be seen. Services cannot be seen. Services are in form of actions, and they are immaterial. They cannot be seen. Services are actions. Teaching is an action. Hairdressing is an action. Transport is an action. Banking is an action. Okay? So those are actions. They cannot be seen. They cannot be seen because they are not material. You can only see things with your eyes, things that are material, things that are physical. So these are characteristics of services. In our last lesson, learners, we discussed the characteristics of goods. Now, after discussing the characteristics of goods and services, let us now try and summarize the differences between services and goods on this side of the board. So I want you to write down the differences. These are differences between goods and services. Differences between goods and services. We are going to have these differences in a column. On one side, we'll have goods. These are goods. Then on this side, we'll have services. Goods and services. Goods and services. So point number 1. Goods are tangible. They are physical. They are material. They can be seen. Services are intangible. Why are they intangible? Because you said they are just actions. You cannot see them. You cannot touch them. Okay? Number 2, we said that goods can be stored. Goods can be stored. There are those that are stored for a longer period of time, are known as durable goods. There are those that are stored for a short period of time, they are known as perishable goods. Then services cannot be stored. Cannot be stored. The third distinguishing feature is that goods can be standardized. Goods can be standardized. We discussed it. Standardized. Services cannot be standardized. Services cannot be standardized, but goods can be standardized. Then we said goods can change possession. Number 4, goods can change possession. And and ownership, but services cannot change possession. Cannot change possession. Services cannot change possession because these goods are separable from the producers. They are separable. The reason why you can change possession is because they are separable from the producer. Those who are producing goods are distinct from those from the goods that they are producing. But services cannot be, the possession cannot change because you cannot separate the service and the service provider. Cannot be, the possession cannot change. It's just one and the same. Services cannot be separated from the provider. Okay? The goods can change possession. Services cannot change possession because you cannot separate the service provider and the service that is being provided. Okay? Then number 5, you can say, not all goods are perishable. Not all goods are perishable, but all services are perishable. Services are highly perishable. Services are highly perishable. I gave an example of an entertainer. When you are entertained, then that service cannot be, cannot live for a long period of time. It ends when the service ends. Okay? Then most goods can be seen. We can say most goods can be seen, with the exception of a few, like air. Air cannot be seen. Air cannot be seen. So most goods can be seen, but all services cannot be seen. Services cannot be seen. We said what you can see or feel, what you can feel is the effect of the service. Then lastly, we discussed that goods can change in value over time. Goods can change in value over time. Goods can change in value over time, and that change can either be an increase, the way land increases in value, or it can be a decrease, the way furniture decreases in value. These are goods. They can change in value over time, but services cannot change in value over time. Number 7, services cannot change in value over time. Services cannot change in value over time. And the reason why services cannot change in value over time is because services cannot be stored. The reason why goods can change in value over time is because goods can be stored. Because we are talking of a good or a service being stored for a period of time. We are talking about time. Services do not exist over time. Services perish immediately. We said services are highly perishable. Are highly perishable. So if a service is highly perishable, then there is no way that service can exist for it to change over time. But since goods are not perishable, this pen is not perishable. So over time, this pen can increase in value or reduce in value. So that's what we can summarize. This is just a summary of what we've been studying in this lesson and the previous lesson about goods and services. We've taken time to discuss goods and services, learners, because it's these goods and services that satisfy our desires. Okay? We are alive because our desires have been satisfied. Our wants have been met. All the economic activities that take place when people go to work, when they wake up, when they rest, they are revolving, all these economic activities revolve around provision of goods and services. And this provision of goods, the providing of goods is necessary for our survival here on the earth, because we are physical beings, we are also spiritual beings. As physical beings, we need goods. As spiritual beings, we need also services. Okay, we need services. For a person to grow or to live comfortably, you will need goods on daily basis. There are services that are required on daily basis for us to function effectively and efficiently as human beings. So learners, don't forget again, the topic is satisfaction of human wants, which can be categorized into two. Primary wants, which are also known as needs or basic wants, and secondary wants. They are categorized into two, and that will mark the end of our today's lesson. Have you understood the distinguishing characteristics between goods and services? If you have any question, please don't shy away from asking questions. We are always available to answer any question that is sent to us. In the meantime, learners, go through the video one more time, second time, third time, until you feel that you are understood the concept. Then make sure to write notes. Then after you have done that, you close the video and the exercise book. Then you attempt this assignment. This is your assignment. Number 1, describe two questions. Learners, 1, describe the characteristics of services. 2, distinguish goods from services. That is your assignment. Thank you for your patience and your attention. And we will continue with this topic in our next lesson. Thank you and bye-bye. Hello pupils. I'm happy to welcome you again to the Manifested e-learning platform. It's my hope that you are ready to learn. We will proceed with the topic citizenship. 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 In our previous lessons, we learned how Kenyan citizenship is acquired. And we say that the Constitution lays down how citizenship can be acquired. And there are two main ways. Citizenship may be acquired by birth, under birth we said that a person born of Kenya parents in Kenya naturally becomes a citizen of Kenya by birth. Okay, this is by birth, being born of Kenyan citizen. In Kenya, naturally you become a Kenyan citizen. We also discussed two special circumstances, okay, or conditions that under which a person may become a citizen of Kenya. A person may become a citizen of Kenya under two special circumstances or conditions. And the first condition we said is that if one is born outside Kenya and one of the parents is a Kenyan, then such a person can apply for registration, citizen registration. The second special circumstance is if a child of 8 years or above is found within the country whose nationality and parents are not known, then such a child is taken to be a citizen by birth. So the first special circumstance is a person born outside Kenya becomes a Kenyan citizen if the father or the mother is a Kenyan citizen at the time of birth. So here under birth we have being born of Kenyan citizen, then we have two special circumstances or conditions. That is when a child is born outside Kenya and one of the parents, either the mother or the father is a Kenyan, then the child automatically becomes a citizen, upon application. So there are two special conditions, under two special conditions. That is, citizenship may be acquired by birth or by number two, registration, by registration. This is what we discussed in our previous lessons. This is citizenship by registration. Pupils, citizenship by registration, we say that a person who was born outside Kenya may apply to be registered as a citizen of Kenya if he or she satisfies four conditions. These conditions we discussed in our last lesson. We say number one, if one of the parents is a Kenyan citizen. Number two, we said if the person has been living in Kenya for a period of at least 7 years. Number three, we also said if the person is married to a Kenyan citizen for a period of at least 7 years. Number four, we said that a child who is not a Kenyan citizen but is adopted by a Kenyan citizen, then he can become a Kenyan citizen upon application for registration for citizenship. Now today we want to discuss how can one lose Kenyan citizenship. That's the question we want to answer in our today's lesson. It was important for me to remind you what we learned earlier, because what we want to discuss is based on what we learned in our previous lesson. We want to discuss how one may lose Kenyan citizenship. Now, pupils, a person who has acquired Kenyan citizenship by virtue of birth, by being born of Kenyan parents, such a person cannot lose his or her citizenship. A person who can lose citizenship, a Kenyan who can lose citizenship, is one who acquired citizenship by these special conditions and by registration. You can only lose Kenyan citizenship if you acquired Kenyan citizenship by special conditions which we mentioned, or by registration. But a person who has acquired Kenyan citizenship because of birth, by birth, all right, such a person cannot lose Kenyan citizenship. So we are going to discuss how a person who has acquired Kenyan citizenship by special conditions and by registration can lose citizenship. Now, let's begin with special conditions. All right? Special conditions. For those people who acquired citizenship by birth under special condition, by birth under special conditions that we described in our earlier lesson, they may lose their citizenship under two conditions. They may lose their citizenship under two conditions. Condition number one is if it is discovered that the person was more than 8 years old when he or she was found. That's the first condition. Okay? Let me repeat. For those people who acquired citizenship by birth under special conditions that we described in our last lesson, may lose their citizenship under the following conditions. Condition number one is if it is discovered that the person was more than 8 years old when he or she was found. If it is discovered that the person was 8 years when he or she was more than 8 years. 8 years when he or she was found. Remember, pupil, under special conditions, we say that if a child of less than 8 years or less, if a child of 8 years or less is found within Kenya and the parents and the nationality of the child is not known, then that child automatically becomes a Kenyan citizen by birth. Now, such a child can lose his or her citizenship if it is discovered that the child was more than 8 years when she or she was found. If that is discovered, that this child was not more than 8 years, then that child can lose his citizenship. That is the first condition under which a person may lose citizenship by special conditions under birth. So the second condition is that if the nationality of the father, or mother becomes known, and it is established that the parent was not a Kenyan citizen. That's the second way in which citizenship can be lost. Here, we've said that if the nationality of the father or mother is becomes known, if the nationality of the father and mother becomes known, and it is established that the parent was not a Kenyan, if the nationality of the parent is established, all right? If the nationality, I repeat, if the nationality of the father or mother becomes known and it is established that the parent was not a Kenyan. Okay, if the nationality of the parent is established and it is known that he was not a Kenyan, then such an individual will lose his or her nationality. Because remember, the second condition under special conditions, the second point under special condition is that a child can become a Kenyan citizen if the child is found within Kenya and the parent and the nationality is not established or known. But if it is discovered later that the parent was not a Kenyan citizen, if it is established that the parent of the child was not a Kenyan citizen, then that person or child loses his or her citizenship. So these are two ways in which a person who obtains citizenship by birth under special conditions can lose his or her nationality. All right, 1, 2. Then those persons, those who are citizens by registration, can also lose their citizenship under certain circumstances. Okay, those who have acquired citizenship by registration can lose their citizenship under certain conditions or circumstances. Number one is if the person acquired Kenyan citizenship by presenting false information or documents. That is the first point. You can also lose your citizenship by registration if number one, okay, the first circumstance is if the person acquired Kenyan citizenship by presenting false documents. Presenting false documents. I hope you remember what we discussed under registration. We gave 4 points or conditions that someone may become a citizen by registration. So one way in which such a person can lose citizenship is if the person acquired Kenyan citizenship by presenting false documents. Number two, if the second point is if during war the person reveals the secrets of Kenya to the enemies. Okay, if during war the person who acquired citizenship by registration reveals information to the enemies, all right, of Kenya, or if the person is carrying out business with the enemies of Kenya, then you lose your citizenship that you acquired by registration. If during war you reveal secrets of Kenya, revealing secrets of Kenya to enemies, or doing business with enemies of Kenya, or doing business with Kenyan enemies. Doing business with Kenyan enemies. You will lose your citizenship that you acquired through registration. Then the third way in which citizenship can be lost, number 3, is if the person is convicted of an offense and is sentenced to jail before 5 years are over. Okay? If you have acquired citizenship by registration in year 1, okay, and before the lapse of 5 years, you are sentenced to jail. Okay? Before the end of 5 years, within a period of less than 5 years, if you are sentenced to jail, then you lose your Kenyan citizenship. All right? So that is the point. Point number 3. If the person is convicted of an offense and is sentenced to jail before 5 years are over, since he or she acquired Kenyan citizenship. Okay, if you are sentenced to jail before end of 5 years, before end of 5 years, since the person acquired Kenyan citizenship. That is the fourth way in which a person can lose his or her citizenship. Then lastly, a person who acquires citizenship by registration may lose his or her citizenship if the person has, after registration, been convicted of treason or an offense of which he or she is to serve a jail term of 7 years and above. Okay? That is conviction or being convicted of treason. If a person is convicted of treason, or he's sentenced to a jail of 7 years and above. Okay? Convicted to serve jail sentence of 7 years and above. Above 7 years. 7 years. Above 7 years. That is how one may lose his or her citizenship. So, learners, that is how one may lose citizenship. Okay, we have discussed ways in which citizenship may be lost. Kenyan citizenship may be lost. How? The question we are answering is how one may lose. How one may lose Kenyan citizenship. How one may lose Kenyan citizenship. We've said that a person born of Kenyan parents in Kenya cannot lose his or her citizenship by birth of Kenyan citizen. With Kenyan citizens, you cannot lose your citizenship. But if you attained Kenyan citizenship by birth under special conditions, then you can lose your citizenship if it is discovered, number 1, that the person was more than 8 years when he or she was found. Number 2, if the nationality of the parent is established to be not Kenyan. Okay. not Kenyan, you will lose your citizenship. Number 2, you can lose your citizenship if your citizenship was acquired by registration if 1, you presented false documents during registration. Number 2, you reveal secrets or you do business with the enemies of Kenya. 3, if you are sentenced to a jail before end of 5 years. 4, if you are convicted of treason or you're convicted to jail sentence of more than 7 years. That will cause you to lose citizenship that was acquired by registration. So I want you to get it clear that you can only lose citizenship if the citizenship was acquired under special conditions or if the citizenship was acquired by registration. If the citizenship was acquired by special conditions, there are 2 ways in which the citizenship can be lost. And if it was acquired by registration, you can also lose such citizenship under these 4 circumstances. All right? Okay, is that clear, learners? That will mark the end of our today's lesson. But as is our custom, I will leave you with the homework. So here is your assignment. Number 1. There is assignment. Number 1. When can a Kenyan citizen by birth, when can a Kenyan citizen by birth lose his or her citizenship? When can a Kenyan citizen by birth lose his or her citizenship? Number 2 is under what circumstances? Under what circumstances can a citizen by registration lose his or her citizenship? I want you to go through the video one more time, write notes, then do the assignment without looking at the notes and without watching the video. Test yourself. Test yourself by answering these questions without looking at the notes or without referring to the video. There are 2 questions. When can a Kenyan citizen by birth lose his or her citizenship? Number 2, under what circumstances can a citizen by registration lose his or her citizenship? Thank you for being attentive. If you have any question as far as this topic is concerned, please write to me. Below this video, there is a comment section where you can post your questions and I will gladly answer all your questions. Bye-bye and take care. God bless you.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hujambo mwanafunzi wa Kiswahili. Mimi hapa naitwa Mugambi James na kukaribisha katika kipindi hiki cha Kiswahili ambapo tutasoma sarufi ya lugha ya Kiswahili darasa la 7 tukijikita zaidi katika viambishi ngeli. Kwanza kabisa viambishi ngeli umeweza kuvipitia katika madarasa hayo mengine, darasa la 6, la 5, ambapo unafaa uelewe kwamba viambishi ngeli ni zile herufi za kwanza ama kile kiungo cha kwanza katika vitenzi. Na hicho kiungo ama hiyo herufi huwa inatambulisha ngeli ya nomino ama jina lililotumika katika sentensi. Yaani najaribu kumaanisha hivi, kwa mfano uwe na sentensi kama hii, samaki amevuliwa sasa. Angalia sentensi ya aina hiyo, samaki amevuliwa sasa. Hiyo ni katika umoja. Ile herufi ambayo nasema ni kiambishi ngeli ni hii a, samaki amevuliwa sasa. Hii a ni kiambishi ngeli. Katika wingi utasema vipi tena? Samaki, wingi wa samaki ni samaki a, lakini hapa ni wengi, itakuwa wamevuliwa. Wamevuliwa sasa. Kiambishi ngeli ni wa. Basi viambishi ngeli ni zile herufi za mwanzo katika vitenzi, na huwa kazi yake ni kutambulisha ngeli ya nomino. Nomino ni hili jina samaki hapa. Hivyo basi nataka tuangalie viambishi ngeli katika ngeli tofauti tofauti. Tuangalie viambishi ngeli katika ngeli tofauti tofauti. Basi kufikia mwisho wa kipindi hiki mwanafunzi, nataka uweze kutambua viambishi ngeli katika ngeli tofauti tofauti na uweze kuzitumia katika utunzi wa sentensi mbalimbali. Basi nitatumia mtindo wa jedwali ambao utatusaidia tukipata ngeli, tutafute neno katika hiyo ngeli, kisha tutunge sentensi katika umoja na vile vile katika wingi. Basi hiyo ndiyo kazi ambayo nataka tuchore mimi na wewe. Hapo ulipo katika daftari lako, nami hapa nilipo katika ubao huu mweupe hapa. Basi fuata. Basi mwanafunzi, nataka tuweze kujaza hili jedwali kwa kuangalia viambishi ngeli tofauti tofauti. Hapa tunachukua ngeli, kisha tunafikiria neno ambalo liko katika ngeli yenyewe, tunatunga sentensi katika umoja na katika wingi. Basi na katika hizo sentensi tutaweza kupata viambishi ngeli. Basi wacha tuangalie katika ngeli ya kwanza, ile ambayo imezoeleka sana, ngeli ya a, wa. Ngeli ya a, wa. Tunga sentensi. Ngeli ya a, wa tulisema kwamba ni ngeli ya vitu ambavyo vina uhai. Ngeli ya vitu ambavyo vina uhai. Mfano ni kama upi? Ngeli ya vitu vyenye uhai ni kama huu. Neno mtoto ni ana uhai. Mzee ana uhai. Hivyo basi unaweza ukasema mtoto amelia sana. Mtoto amelia sana. Mtoto amelia sana. Huo ni mfano wa sentensi katika umoja. Katika wingi, mtoto amelia sana, itakuwa vipi? Neno mtoto wakiwa wengi ni watoto wamelia sana. Watoto wamelia sana. Katika maelezo nilikuwa nimeshaeleza kiambishi ngeli ni hii herufi ya kwanza katika kitenzi ambayo inadhihirisha ngeli ya nomino ambayo imetumika. Sasa hapa unaona ni a katika umoja na wa katika wingi. A katika umoja, wa, sio hiyo wa, samahani. Wa hapa na wa katika wingi. Hiyo hapo. A, wa. Katika ngeli ya pili, nataka tuangalie ngeli ya pili ambayo ni ki, vi. Ngeli ya ki, vi. Tafuta neno lolote ambalo liko katika hii ngeli ya ki, vi. Kama vile kiti, kiatu, kijusi, kivi, kioo, choo na kadhalika. Tumia neno choo. Choo kipya kitachinjwa ama choo kitachinjwa. Choo chao, chake, kitachinjwa. Kitachimbwa, samahani. Kitachimbwa. Choo chake kitachimbwa. Choo chake kitachimbwa. Hivyo basi katika wingi kama ni choo vitakuwa nini? Vyoo vyao vitachimbwa. Vyoo vyao vitachimbwa. Vyoo vyao vitachimbwa. Haya, tuangalie, tutafute viambishi ngeli hapa. Kiambishi ngeli katika umoja tuna hiki ki, tuna ki katika umoja, ki tachimbwa, na katika wingi ni vi, vitachimbwa, vitachimbwa, vitachimbwa. Choo chake kitachimbwa, vyoo vyao vitachimbwa. Hiyo ni katika ngeli ya ki, vi. Nataka tuangalie ngeli nyingine, ngeli ya li, ya. Hii ilifaa kuandikwa kwa rangi ya blue, rangi ya nili. Hii ilikuwa ngeli ya ki, vi. Aya, ngeli ya li, ya. Ngeli ya li, ya. Maneno ambayo yanapatikana katika hiyo ngeli, maneno kama vile gari, jani, tunda, yai, soko, jimbo na kadhalika. Hayo maneno yote unaweza ukayatungia sentensi ili kuonyesha viambishi ngeli vyake. Chukua neno kama vile gari basi. Neno gari, gari, tunga sentensi. Gari limeondoka sasa. Gari limeondoka sasa. Ama tu bila ya neno sasa, gari limeondoka. Ibaki hivyo tu kwa ajili ya nafasi, gari limeondoka. Katika wingi itakuwa magari yameondoka. Magari yameondoka. Kitone, magari yameondoka. Angalia jinsi ilivyo. Magari yameondoka. Kiambishi ngeli ni gani? Nataka uone ni li katika umoja na ya katika wingi. Hivyo ndivyo vinaitwa viambishi ngeli. Tuangalie katika ngeli nyingine, ngeli ya u, ya. Ngeli ya u, ya. Ngeli ya u, ya. U, ya. U, ya. Maneno ambayo yanapatikana katika hii ngeli unapata kwamba ni kama vile ulezi, malezi katika wingi, unyoya, manyoya, uwele, mawele, ugoe, sio ugoe, lakini uamuzi, maamuzi na kadhalika. Basi tuchukue neno kama vile unyoya. Unyoya umeng'oka. Unyoya umeng'oka. Unyoya umeng'oka. Umeng'oka. Unyoya umeng'oka. Katika wingi itakuwa manyoya yameng'oka. Manyoya yameng'oka. Manyoya yameng'oka. Angalia. Unyoya umeng'oka, na yakiwa mengi basi manyoya yameng'oka. Kiambishi ngeli ni u katika umoja na ya katika wingi. Angalia hizo sentensi. Basi tuangalie nambari ya mwisho, ngeli ya mwisho kwa siku ya leo, nayo sio nyingine bali ngeli ya ya. Ngeli ya ya. Haya ni maneno ambayo unapata kwamba mara nyingi yako katika wingi na hayabadiliki kutoka umoja hadi wingi. Kitu kama vile maziwa, mazingira, mazingira, maziwa, manukato, marashi, maudhui. Hilo basi unapata hayo ni maneno ambayo yako katika ngeli ya ya. Basi maziwa yamemwagika. Mfano tu. Maziwa yamemwagika. Maziwa yamemwagika. Hiyo ni katika umoja. Na katika wingi, maziwa yamemwagika. Na katika wingi inabaki vivyo hivyo. Basi maziwa yamemwagika. Maziwa yamemwagika. Angalia hizo sentensi. Maziwa yamemwagika, na katika wingi maziwa yamemwagika. Angalia hizo sentensi. Kiambishi ngeli ni gani hapa? Ya memwagika, na hapa pengine ya memwagika. Basi tunaweza kuendelea na kuendelea zaidi. Lakini jambo ambalo nataka uelewe ni kwamba viambishi ngeli aghalabu utavipata ni zile herufi za kwanza ambazo ziko katika kitenzi na zinatumika katika kutambulisha ngeli ya nomino iliyotumika. Mifano ni mingi tu ya ngeli tofauti tofauti, lakini kwa yale machache ambayo tumefanya, nataka tu tujaribu kufanya kama vile zoezi ambalo nitakuachia wewe kwa ajili ya kulifanya kabla ya kuja katika kipindi kingine ambapo tutasahihisha. Basi zoezi lenyewe ndilo hili, nataka niliandike hapa. Liandike kwenye daftari lako na hakikisha pia umeandika, umechora hili jedwali katika daftari lako kwa ajili ya kusoma kupitia kwako tu. Basi mwanafunzi, hii ndiyo kazi ambayo nataka uifanye kabla tupatane katika hicho kipindi kingine. Unajaza viambishi ngeli vifaavyo katika sentensi zifuatazo. Kwa mfano, ng'ombe lipelekwa malishoni. Hiyo sehemu haijakamilika. Mazingira nasafishwa ili kuzuia maradhi. Nyingine nambari ya 3, mgeni tachinjiwa kuku. Kuna hiyo sehemu ambayo haijajazwa, ni pengo. Kitambaa metandikwa mezani. Kuna hiyo sehemu iliyoachwa, basi unafaa kujaza kwa kiambishi ngeli ambacho kinafaa. Shati tapigwa pasi na kadhalika. Basi mwanafunzi, hakikisha kwamba kazi yenyewe umeitekeleza, umeifanya vilivyo vizuri, na kazi yako ionekane nadhifu kabla ya kupatana katika hicho kipindi kingine kwa ajili ya kusahihisha. Basi nashukuru kwa sababu yako wewe kuandamana nami tangia mwanzo hadi sasa. Jina langu Mugambi James. Shukran.
Hello learner, welcome to our physics lesson where we continue with the quantity of heat as our topic. Quantity of heat, and in our lesson we'll continue with the determination of the specific heat capacity using the method of mixtures. So determination. So in the determination of the specific heat capacity, we are looking at the method of mixtures. By the end of the lesson, you should be in a position to solve numerical problems involving the calculations of the specific heat capacity or any other quantity that is asked, that is in the method of mixtures. So that is what we'll be looking at in this lesson. During our previous lesson, we were able to explain how we can calculate the specific heat capacity of, for example, a metal block by the method of mixtures. Something I'd like you to remember, we're saying that when we are determining the specific heat capacity, we assume that there is negligible heat loss, and maybe not unless we are told otherwise. But we assume that the heat loss is negligible, and therefore we can be able to work out our problems. So I want us to do a few examples on the determination of the specific heat capacity by the method of mixtures, so that you can see what is expected of you in questions. So we'll have 3 examples. Example 1. Example 1. So that's our question. Most of these questions will come as long as this one, or even longer than this one, but they are very interesting even to work out. So we are told that 70 grams of a solid, initially at 25 degrees Celsius, was carefully dropped into water in a calorimeter at 16 degrees Celsius. If the final constant temperature of the water and the solid was 54 degrees Celsius and the mass of water is 500 grams, determine the specific heat capacity of the solid. In this question, we are told to assume that the heat absorbed by the calorimeter is negligible. So we are not going to consider the heat gained by the calorimeter, because we are told to assume that it is negligible. Then we are told take specific heat capacity of water to be 4,200 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. Now, whenever you are given such a question, the first thing that you need to ask yourself is, what is losing heat in this question, and what is gaining that heat which has been lost by the other substance? So like in this question, we are having a solid initially at 25 degrees Celsius, which is being dropped into water in a calorimeter at 60 degrees Celsius. And then we are told that the final constant temperature of water and the solid was 54 degrees Celsius. So what is losing heat and what is gaining? We can see clearly that the water is initially at 60 degrees Celsius, but now when this solid is dropped, it goes down to 54 degrees Celsius. So here water is losing heat, and that heat lost by the water is being gained by the solid. So we'll start by saying that heat lost by water is equal to heat gained by the solid. So that is very key. Heat lost by water is equal to heat gained by the solid. Then after that, we can analyze and see what we are given so that now we can calculate. But before that, we can write first the formulas here. So heat lost by water, we know it will be given by the mass of water times the specific heat capacity of water times the change in temperature, which is equal to heat gained by the solid, mass of the solid, times the specific heat capacity of the solid, times the change in temperature. So in our question, we are told that the solid has a mass of, so the mass of the solid we have, which is 70 grams. We can change it into the SI unit, which is kilograms. So we'll have 70 all over 1,000 kilograms. Then the solid has an initial temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. So the initial temperature of the solid, we can write it that way, is equal to 25 degrees Celsius. It is dropped into water in a calorimeter at 60 degrees Celsius. So the initial temperature of water is 60 degrees Celsius. The final constant temperature is 54 degrees Celsius. And the mass of water, we are given as 500 grams, which is 500 all over 1,000 kilograms. And we have also been given the specific heat capacity of water to be 4,200 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So we want to calculate the specific heat capacity of the solid. So that is the question. So when we have all this, then we can be able to calculate here. But before we get to that, we need to get the change in temperature for the water. Change in temperature, the temperature change for water. In our case, we have the initial temperature of the water, which is 60. The final is 54, and therefore the change will be 60 minus 54, which is 6. Then we also need to get the change in temperature for our solid. Initially, the solid is at 25 degrees Celsius, and the final temperature is 54. So we have 54 minus 25. So what do we end up getting? We end up getting 29. That is our change in temperature for the solid. So that's what we have. So we now want to apply this formula. So we are saying that mass of water times specific heat capacity of water times change in temperature is equal to mass of the solid times the specific heat capacity of the solid times the change in temperature. So we substitute what we have been given. So what is the mass of water? From there, we have 500 all over 1,000. Specific heat capacity of water is 4,200. Change in temperature for water is 6. Is equal to mass of the solid, which is 70 all over 1,000. Specific heat capacity of the solid is what is in question, and the change in temperature for the solid is 29. So that is what we have. So you just use your calculator and find what you have. So we have 500 divided by 1,000 multiplied by 4,200 multiplied by 6. So you get 12,600. So on this side you get 1,200, 600 is equal to, on the other side we are multiplying 70 divided by 1,000. We are multiplying by 29. So we get 2.03. 2.03 multiplied by the specific heat capacity of the solid. So we end up getting 12,600 is equal to 2.03 multiplied by the specific heat capacity of the solid. And therefore, to get the specific heat capacity of the solid, we divide both sides by 2.03 divided by 2.03. So we have that cancelling. So we have the specific heat capacity of the solid to be 12,600 divided by 2.03, which you end up getting as 6,000. So you end up specific heat capacity of the solid will be 6,206. We can write to 2 decimal places, so it will be 0.90. And therefore, that is 6206.896552, which we round off to be that. So our specific heat capacity of the solid is 6,206.90 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. And that is the specific heat capacity of the solid. Hoping that it's clear. So you need to note that here water is losing heat, and it is losing heat to the solid. So we are saying heat lost by water will be gained by the solid. So when that solid at 25 degrees Celsius is dropped into the water at 60 degrees Celsius, the final temperature becomes 54 degrees Celsius. So heat lost by water is equal to heat gained by the solid. And as we said, the formula for heat lost, or the formula for calculation of heat energy, mass times specific heat capacity times change in temperature. Here it is the change in temperature for water, and here is the change in temperature for the solid. The solid changes from, the temperature of the solid changes from 25 to 54, for water from 60 to 54. So you find what you have been given to get what is in question, and you get it to be that. So I want us to look at another example. Example 2. So we move on to our next example, example 2. So as I said, you can see the question. So a block of metal of mass 0.15 kilograms at 100 degrees Celsius was transferred to a copper calorimeter. So we have our copper calorimeter of mass 0.4 kilograms containing a liquid of mass 0.8 kilograms at 20 degrees Celsius. So then we are told that the block and the calorimeter with its contents eventually reached a common temperature of 40 degrees Celsius. So we are given the specific heat capacity of the aluminium block. So our block here is aluminium. So this aluminium block is 900 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. That of copper. And that of copper is 400 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. Calculate the specific heat capacity of the liquid. So that's another question. So in this again, we need to know what is losing heat and what is gaining heat. So in this, we have a block of metal at 100 degrees Celsius transferred to a copper calorimeter containing a liquid. So here we have a copper calorimeter and a liquid, which we don't know. And we are told that the block and the calorimeter with its content eventually reached a common temperature of 40 degrees Celsius. So you can see this block, this aluminium block, is actually aluminium block. It is not a block, it's simply aluminium block. You can use the symbols Al, aluminium block of metal. So we have this aluminium block which was initially at 100 degrees Celsius, and then it attains a common temperature of 40 degrees Celsius, meaning that the block is losing heat. So here, the heat that is lost by the aluminium block is being gained by the copper calorimeter and also the liquid. So the liquid and the calorimeter gain heat, which is lost by the aluminium block. Hoping that that is clear. This can be seen from the temperature of aluminium dropping from 100 to 40 degrees Celsius, and that of calorimeter and the liquid rising from 20 to 40 degrees Celsius. So we can start by saying heat lost by the aluminium block is equal to heat gained by water and heat gained by the calorimeter. In this question, the calorimeter does not have a negligible heat capacity. In this, we have to put it into consideration. So we have heat lost by aluminium block is equal to heat gained by water. Sorry, not water. We are used to water. In our case here, it's not water, it is the liquid, sorry. Heat gained by the liquid plus heat gained by the calorimeter. Heat gained by the liquid plus heat gained by the calorimeter. So in this, heat lost by the aluminium block will be given by mass of the aluminium. We can use just a small letter A for that, multiplied by the specific heat capacity of aluminium, multiplied by the change in temperature of the aluminium, which is equal to heat gained by the liquid, mass of the liquid, multiplied by the specific heat capacity of the liquid, multiplied by the change in temperature for the liquid, plus heat gained by the calorimeter given by mass of the calorimeter times the specific heat capacity of the calorimeter multiplied by the change in temperature for the calorimeter. And remember, this calorimeter is made of copper. It's made of copper, and that's why we have been given the specific heat capacity for copper. So after that, then we need now to come and analyze the question. What have we been given? So we are given the mass of the metal block, which is aluminium. So mass of aluminium, 0.15 kilograms. We've also been told that it is at 100 degrees Celsius. The initial temperature for aluminium is 100 degrees Celsius. Transferred to a copper calorimeter of mass. So the mass of the calorimeter is 0.4 kilograms containing a liquid of mass 0.8. So the mass of the liquid is 0.8 kilograms at 20 degrees Celsius. So the initial temperature of the calorimeter and the liquid for the calorimeter and the liquid is 20 degrees Celsius. The block and the calorimeter with its contents eventually reached a common temperature of 40 degrees Celsius. So the final temperature, that constant temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. So given that the specific heat capacity of aluminium is 900 joules per kilogram per Kelvin, and that of copper calorimeter is 400 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So we are told determine the specific heat capacity of the liquid. So that is our question. Very interesting. So we just come and rewrite what we have here. Mass of the aluminium times the specific heat capacity for aluminium multiplied by the change in temperature for aluminium is equal to mass of the liquid times specific heat capacity of the liquid times the change in temperature for the liquid plus the mass of the calorimeter, which is a copper calorimeter, times the specific heat capacity of copper times the change in temperature for that calorimeter. Then we need to note what are the changes in temperature. The change in temperature for the metal block aluminium will be the initial temperature is this and the final steady temperature is 40. So the change will be 100 minus 40. And then for the liquid and the calorimeter, their initial temperature is this, the final temperature is that. So it will be 40 minus 20. So we just find what we have. Mass of the aluminium block is 0.15. Specific heat capacity of aluminium is 900. Change in temperature from 100 to 40. So it is 100 minus 40 is equal to mass of the liquid, which is 0.8. Specific heat capacity of the liquid is what we are looking for. Change in temperature for the liquid. Initially it was at 20, final is 40, so it will be 40 minus 20. Then plus mass of the copper calorimeter, mass of the calorimeter, which is 0.4, times the specific heat capacity of the calorimeter, which is 400, then multiplied by the change in temperature. Temperature of the calorimeter is also changing from 20 to 40. So it is 40 minus 20. And that's what we have. So using our calculator, you just come and multiply. We can multiply this, all of it, where we have 0.15 times 900 times 100 minus 40, which is 60. So you end up getting 8100 on this side is equal to, we can multiply here, we are having 0.8 multiplied by 20, you get 16, then multiplied by the specific heat capacity of the plus, on that other side we have 0.4 multiplied by 400 multiplied by 20, which is 3200. So we can now be able to get the specific heat capacity for that liquid. So here we have 8100. We can take this to the other side, minus 3200 is equal to 16 multiplied by the specific heat capacity of the liquid. So we'll have 8100 minus 3200 is equals to 16 multiplied by the specific heat capacity of the liquid. To remain with specific heat capacity of the liquid here, we divide both sides by 16. And that one will cancel. And finally, therefore, our specific heat capacity for the liquid, the specific heat capacity for the liquid will therefore be equal to 8100 minus 3200 divided by 16, which we end up getting using our calculators. We have 8100 minus 3200 then divided by 16. So you end up getting your answer as 306.25. This is specific heat capacity in joules per kilogram per Kelvin. Did you get that? So that's how we get the specific heat capacity, 306 or 306.25 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. So it's very easy. First thing, what is losing heat, what is gaining. And that can be shown by the drop in temperature or the rise in temperature. So you can be able to tell what is losing heat and what is gaining. Number 2, you need to write that formula after you've written the equation. Write the formula here. Then you can see, analyze and see what is given. Then now you can be able to substitute those letters with the values that you have been given, and you'll be able to calculate what is in question. So finally, example 3. So example 3, we see what is given. It is not a must that you ask to get the specific heat capacity. You can even be told to find the temperature, like the question that we want to do. That's our question 3. We can read it. An iron block of mass 20 grams is left in water boiling at 95 degrees Celsius for some minutes, then transferred quickly to a well-lagged copper can. So it must not be a calorimeter. In this, we are told it is a well-lagged copper can. So this block, before we move on, this block which is left in boiling water at 95 degrees Celsius, it means that it will also acquire the same heat as the boiling water. So then it is transferred quickly to a well-lagged copper can of mass 14 grams containing 16 grams of water at 20 degrees Celsius. Note that the mixture is well stirred and the final temperature T is noted. Given that the specific heat capacity of copper is 400 joules per kilogram per Kelvin, for iron is 416 joules per kilogram per Kelvin, and that of water is 4,200 joules per kilogram per Kelvin, find the value of T. Now, let's solve the question together. By now, you know what is losing heat and what is gaining. Because in this question, we have an iron block. It is first left in boiling water at 95 degrees Celsius, meaning that it will also attain the 95 degrees Celsius. So that is the initial temperature of the block. Then it is transferred now into a copper can, which contains water, and it is at 20 degrees Celsius. So that tells you automatically that the iron block will lose heat, because you can see that this is at 20 degrees Celsius, this is at 95 degrees Celsius. So it will lose heat to the copper can and the water. So here we can say heat lost by the iron block is gained by the copper can and the water. So that is the first equation to have, that heat lost by the block will be gained by the copper can and also gained by the water in that can. So we start by that. So heat lost by the iron block is equal to heat gained by 1 water plus heat gained by the copper can. So make note of that. Then we can write the formula. Heat lost by the iron block will be given by mass of the iron times specific heat capacity of ion times the change in temperature of ion is equal to mass of water, specific heat capacity of water times the change in temperature for water, plus heat gained by the copper can given by mass of the copper can times the specific heat capacity of the copper can multiplied by the change in temperature for that copper can. So that's what we have. Then we move on and now analyze the question. So we have an iron block of mass. So the mass of iron is 20 grams, which is the same as 20 all over 1,000 kilograms. Then left in boiling water. So it attains a temperature. The initial temperature of iron is 95 degrees Celsius. Then transferred to a well-lagged copper can of mass. So the mass of the can is 40 grams, which is the same as 40 all over 1,000 kilograms, containing 16 grams of water. So the mass of water is 60 grams or 60 all over 1,000 kilograms of water at 20 degrees Celsius. So the initial temperature of water and also the can, the water and the can is 20 degrees Celsius. Mixture is well stand, it attains a final temperature. So the final temperature of that mixture is T. So we are told to find that T, and we are given that the specific heat capacity of the copper is 400 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. Then the specific heat capacity of iron is 460 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. And the specific heat capacity of water is 4,200 joules per kilogram per Kelvin. Very easy. So we want to find the final temperature. Now before we calculate it, do you expect it to be more than 20 or less than 20? Because here we are saying that this block, or at 95 degrees Celsius, is transferred into this copper can containing water at 20 degrees Celsius. So we expect that when it is transferred, this 20 degrees Celsius will now be more, it will increase. And this temperature of a block will go down so that they can meet at a certain temperature, a constant temperature, when the iron transfers heat to the water and the can. So from that, before we get to our calculations, then we can therefore say that the change in temperature for the iron will be, initially it was 95, and then the final will be T. T will be smaller. Then the change in temperature for the water and also the copper can will be, the initial one we have 20, the final one is T, but we know T is greater than 20. So it will be T minus 20. So take note of that. So now we can move on. We have here our formula, mass of the iron times specific heat capacity times change in temperature. We can write it here. Good. So mass of the iron, 20 all over 1,000. Specific heat capacity for 60. Change in temperature for iron is 95 minus T. So Bkin is equal to mass of water. Mass of water is 60 over 1,000 times specific heat capacity of water. Change in temperature for water, we've said it will be T minus 20. Then plus mass of the copper can, where is the mass is here, 40 all over 1,000, times the specific heat capacity of the copper, which is 400. then multiplied by the change in temperature, which is the same as for water, that is T minus 20. So that's what we are going to have. So we can now solve this part. So you just take your calculator and you find 20 all over 1,000 multiplied by 460. You can leave it at that. You get 9.2 into bracket 95 minus T. Cross the bracket is equal to 60 divided by 1,000 multiplied by 4,200. You get 252 into bracket T minus 20. Plus, finally, we have 40 divided by 1,000 multiplied by 400. We get 16 into bracket T minus 20. So now we can open those brackets. We have 9.2 multiplied by 95. We get 874 minus 9.2T is equal to, we open the bracket here, 252T minus 252 by 20, which is 5040. Then plus, open here, we have 16T minus 16 by 20, which is 320. So that's how our equation will look like. Then now we can bring the like terms together so that we'll be able to get the value of T. So we have 874 minus 9.2T is equal to 252T minus 5040, then plus 16T, then minus 320. So we can have here 874. We can take this to the other side. So this one we take it to the other side, we'll have plus 5040. This one again, we have plus 320, which will be equal to 252T plus 16T. Then when we take this other T to the other side, we have plus 9.2T. So that's what we have. We can again fill that in our calculator. So we have 874 plus 5040 plus 320. We get 6234, which is equal to 252 plus 16 plus 9.2, which is 277.2T. So we want to get the value of T. So we have 6,234 equal to 277.2T. We can divide now both sides by 277.2, 277.2. We can cancel that, and therefore our T will be 6234 divided by 277.2, which will give us to one decimal place 22.5 as our answer. And since that was now the final temperature of the content, therefore it means that our T is 22.5 degrees Celsius. So you can see it is higher than 20 but lower than 95 degrees Celsius. So that's how you are supposed to go about that question. It's just the same as the others, only that in this we are asked to get the value of T. So you can be asked to get any value. You can even be told to get the specific heat capacity of water, the specific heat capacity of iron, or any other. But the key thing is what is losing heat and what is gaining. Then from there, you need to remember the formula for heat energy. The formula for heat energy, that should be one guiding point. Formula for the heat energy, which we are saying that heat energy is given by mass times specific heat capacity times change in temperature. So this is very key, where Q is the heat energy or the quantity of heat or the amount of heat in joules, where M is the mass of the substance in kilograms. C is the specific heat capacity in joules per kilogram per Kelvin, and theta is the change in temperature. This is the change in temperature in Kelvin. So you need to know that so that you can be able to work out all what we've been able to. So I'd like to leave you with a question. So a question for you. So that's the question. A student heated 20 kilograms of water to a temperature of 80 degrees Celsius. He then added X kilograms of water at 15 degrees Celsius, and the final steady temperature of the mixture is 40 degrees Celsius. Given that the specific heat capacity of water is 4,200 joules per kilogram per Kelvin, determine the value of X. So remember, here we are having two liquids. The two of them are water. The other one is, again, is water. So here we have part of water. So we can say that some of the, we have some of this water, the 20 kilograms water, which is losing heat. And then the X kilograms water is gaining heat. So you can be able to apply what we have been able to look at and find the value of X. And X here is the mass of that water. So during our next lesson, we'll continue with determination of specific heat capacity, but now we look at the electrical method. Thank you.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome back to Manifested e-learning platform. I'm Teacher Purity, and we are still learning about sound dr. If you can remember, in our last lesson, we already talked about this sound dr, and we said sound dr is mostly found at the beginning of words. So for this lesson, we are going to go through the work I gave you. Then later, I will add you more words on sound dr. So the work I gave you, the instructions are guiding us to copy the words in our exercise book, then read them. So copy So these are the words that you are supposed to practice reading. I will guide you through the words, then make sure that if there is any word you aren't able to read, you are keenly listening for you to get the correct pronunciation of the word. So let's start with the first word. The first word is drought. Drought. Then the second one, dry. Dry. Then drift. Drift. Drawn. Drawn. Drawer. Drawer. Then drama. Drama. Drop. Drop. Drag. Drag. And lastly, drainage. Drainage. I will read the words one more time. The first one, drought. What is a drought, or what is drought? Now, drought is a condition where there's been a long period without any rainfall. So a long period without rain brings about drought. And during a drought, many things dry. For example, the plants will wither and later dry. The animals will not have anything to drink and therefore they can even die. Then the second part is dry. Dry is a condition where there is no water. It is very dry. If they are clothes, you've hung them on the wire line, they have dried. Then drift. What is to drift? Drifting is related to movement, and it is either a forced movement, either pushed by a mass of water or air. For example, on a windy day, sometimes you can see things are moved from one place to other. The winds can even blow away the roofs of houses. That is drifting. It is a movement which is caused by a natural force, either water or air. Then drawn. Drawn is the past tense of the word draw. Then drawer. What is a drawer? A drawer is a topped box which can either be slid in or out, and it can be used either to store clothing or any other material back at home. A drawer, you can open it and close it, and you can use it to store different materials at home. Then we have drama. A drama is a composition of a situation, and it is always acted. You can watch it on a television or a laptop, a phone, a computer, depends with the site that you choose to. So a drama is a composition of a real life situation, and it is acted. Then we have drop. What is a drop? A drop is a small amount of a liquid. Then drug. Drug is a substance which is used to cure an illness or rather to relieve a symptom. For example, if you have a headache, you will visit the drugstore and buy a painkiller. Whatever you'll be given is what you call a drug. It will help you to relieve from the headache. Lastly, we have drainage. Drainage is the process of draining something. Remember, to drain is to filter. So a drainage is a place where the process of draining takes place. So that's how you are supposed to read these words. In case there is a word you aren't able to read it correctly, make sure that you are practicing it more. So meanwhile, I'm going to give you work on sound dr, more words that start with sound dr. Copy the words and you will also practice reading them. So the words are here. So read the following words. Copy these words in your exercise book and practice reading them. They are 9 words. In our next lesson, we shall learn about a different sound aside from sound dr. We shall learn about sound fr. So purpose to attend. Hope to see you there. Be good girls and boys.
Enroll your child for the manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format.
Hello learners and welcome to today's lesson. The topic is satisfaction of human wants, is a continuation of the lesson that we learned last time, where we defined human wants and we discussed the classification of human wants. Today we want to discuss the characteristics of human wants. Characteristics of human wants. Characteristics of human wants. Characteristics of human wants. Human wants have certain attributes or features which we are going to explain in our today's lesson. The first characteristic is that human wants are unlimited. Human wants are unlimited. 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 Unlimited means many. Human wants are many. They are not few. They are many. They are unlimited. Are so many that they can never be fully satisfied. You cannot satisfy all human wants. And remember, we categorize human wants into two: the primary ones and the secondary ones. Primary ones and the secondary ones. We say that primary ones are basic wants or needs. Secondary ones are ones that need not be satisfied. We said that the basic ones are ones which are required for human survival, but the secondary ones are not required for human survival. Without secondary ones, human beings will still be alive, but human beings cannot live without the primary ones. So learners, we've said that one characteristic of human wants is that they are so many that they cannot all be satisfied. Then number two, human wants are also, the second characteristic is that human wants are varied. Human wants are varied. That means that they continually change with factors like time, age, gender, income, geographical location, social status, and so on. They vary depending on age, for example. What one desires when he's young or a child will not be desired when you are old because of the variation in change in time and age. Okay? There are those needs that are unique to one gender compared to the other gender. Geographical location will also determine the needs that one would require. For example, those who live in cold areas will have the need for certain type of clothing. Those who reside in warm areas will require different types of clothes. So those needs they change depending on certain factors. Another example is social status, nature of work. For example, you see teachers, we put on a suit. But if you are doing a job like masonry, carpentry, you require to have an apron. So that, again, you see, is a variation depending on the jobs that we do. As a learner, you are required to put on a uniform. So your need and the need of a teacher are different. So human wants vary with the factors like time, age, gender, income, geographical location, and so on. And I've given an example of the wants of a person in childhood are not the same as when he or she becomes an adult. Okay? That is variation. Then another characteristic is competitive. Human wants are competitive. 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 Human wants always compete against each other for satisfaction. And need to understand that there are not enough resources to satisfy all needs. Okay? The head of a family may strive to meet the basic need of, say, food, but at the same time, there will be other needs that may compete for satisfaction of human wants in the family, like clothing, shelter, comforts, and so on. So human wants always compete with each other for satisfaction using the few available goods and services, or using limited resources. So there will always be competition in the as far as satisfaction of human wants is concerned. Another point is complementary. Human wants are complementary. What do we mean? Now, learners, this means that satisfaction of some wants automatically leads to the creation of other wants. For instance, when I bought this pen, okay, this is marker pen. When I bought this pen, there was need to buy the ink. So the pen and the ink are complementary goods. You cannot have ink or pen without ink, so they complement. Okay? When you buy leather shoes, you create another need for shoe polish. When you acquire a car, you create the need for petrol. So car and petrol are complementary goods. When you purchase a mobile phone, you will need airtime. So the airtime complements the mobile phone. So human wants have that characteristic of complementarity. They are complementary. Human wants are complementary. That means that satisfaction of some wants, is not all, some wants automatically leads to creation of other wants. So they are complementary. This one, I need to have it in blue. Blue, okay, blue pen, blue. So these are complementary. Then this is number 4. Then we come to number 5. Number 5, repetitive. Human wants are repetitive. Repetitive. From the word repetition. Okay, they are repetitive. This means that after some wants have been satisfied, once, they recur. Okay, they occur again, thereby creating the need to satisfy them again. For example, after taking breakfast, okay, after taking breakfast, to satisfy the need for food in the morning, okay, the need for food in the morning, hunger will strike again during the day, okay, necessitating one to take lunch or supper. So you cannot just say, I ate in the morning, I'll not eat again. No. The need for food is repetitive. We eat almost on daily basis. I've said after some wants have been satisfied, not all, especially these primary ones, and more importantly, food. After taking food once, then there will be need to have it again after a certain period of time. So repetitive, that is a characteristic of human wants. Some human wants are repetitive. Then next point is habitual. 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 Some human wants are habitual. From the word habit. Some wants result in the formation of certain habits. For example, the use of certain brands of toothpaste. We have different brands of toothpaste. They have different brands of perfumes, body lotions, and so on, including beverages. They lead to what we call habit. You may find someone say, I cannot be comfortable without taking tea. So that person has a habit of taking tea. So in that case, we can say that you can say that's a characteristic of human wants, habitual. And there are those that lead to addiction. Okay, like alcohol can lead to addiction, or cigarettes can lead to addiction. But most, or not, some human wants lead to people having habits in consuming them, all right? Consuming them. So that is a characteristic, habitual. They result in formation of certain habits, formation of certain habits. Then the next characteristic is that human wants are universal. 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 That means that human wants are experienced by every human being without exception. For example, every human being has a need for food. Throughout the face of the earth, everyone, as long as you are a human being, then you will have a need for food. So we can say human wants are experienced by every human being, okay, by every human being without exception. So human wants are universal. Then lastly, human wants require resources. Require resources. To satisfy human wants, human beings require resources, or what we call means. You can only satisfy human wants if you have the means. Because we said earlier that human wants are unlimited, but the resources that are required to meet these human wants are limited. Okay? So you cannot have everything you need in life because the resources to satisfy the human wants are limited. Resources are limited, but the wants are endless. Unlimited means endless or infinite. They are infinite. The human wants are endless, but the resources are limited. Okay? And I think you have that experience. As a student, you cannot have all the books you need because your parent or your guardian may not have the money to buy all the books, to buy all the clothes you need, to buy you all the food that you need, because there is a limited, the parent or guardian may have limited resources. So these are characteristics of human ones. We've discussed unlimited, they are unlimited. Human ones are varied. Human ones are competitive, they compete with each other. Some human ones are complementary, they are repetitive. Some lead to certain habits, formation of certain habits. We've also said they are universal. All human beings need these ones without exception. Then we've said they require resources. So these are the characteristics of human wants. Do you have any question? Learners, do you have any question? If you have any query, please go to the website. Below this lesson, there is a comment section where you can post your questions, and I will answer all your questions. Now, if you have no question, I will give you one question. I'll give you one question, and this will be your assignment. Assignment. This is your work. Go through this video one more time. Okay. Go through the video one more time, then answer the question. List and explain characteristics of human wants. So go through the video, write notes, then close your notebook, close the video, and answer the question. If you have any further question, please, as I said earlier, write to us and we'll help you answer all your questions. Thank you for being attentive. In our next lesson, we continue with a discussion on the topic satisfaction of human wants. Bye-bye.
Enroll your child with the Manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format. Enroll your child with the Manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format.
Karibu sana mwanafunzi. Tuko pale pale katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Hapo awali tulikuwa tumeshashughulikia ushairi, tukaangalia baadhi ya istilahi zinazotumika katika mashairi. Lakini leo hii nataka tuweze kushughulikia mambo mawili. Hivyo basi lengo letu la leo ni kwamba kufikia mwishoni wa hiki kipindi uweze kuelewa kategoria mbili za mashairi na sifa zake. Jambo la pili ni kuelewa na uweze kueleza bahari mbalimbali za mashairi. Lakini hata kabla ya sisi kuelekea huko kwa bahari na kategoria, wacha tu kidogo tuweze kuangazia kidogo kuhusiana na yale ambayo tulikuwa tumezungumza hapo awali kuhusiana na ushairi, maana yake na baadhi ya istilahi. Iwapo unakumbuka, basi tukasema kwamba kumbuka somo letu la leo ni Kiswahili. Bado tuko katika mada kuu ambayo ni ushairi. Na nikaeleza kwamba katika kile kipindi kingine tulikuwa tushapata maana ya shairi, ambapo tulisema ni utungo wa kisanaa. Wacha nitumie, ni utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule. Lugha teule, naomba kufuta tafadhali. Unaotumia lugha teule mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Unaotumika katika kuwasilisha ujumbe. Wanafunzi, kumbuka kwamba hivi ndivyo vitahiniwa. Unapoeleza dhana hii ya shairi, unapoeleza maana yake, kumbuka kutaja kwamba ni utungo wa kisanaa. Kumbuka kutaja kwamba unaotumia lugha teule. Sio lugha tu hivi hivi, lugha yote, la hasha. Ni lugha iliyoteuliwa kwa weledi mkubwa sana, tena zaidi, na mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Maneno yanapangwa kiasi kwamba yanaweza kuwasilisha ujumbe wa msanii. Na basi kazi yenyewe ya huu utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule na mpangilio maalum wa maneno ni kuwasilisha ujumbe. Haya, hapo basi katika hicho kipindi bado tukaangazia baadhi ya istilahi. Istilahi, hili neno istilahi kwa kimombo naweza nikakwambia kwamba ni kama vile terminologies. Terminologies ama terms, yani ule msamiati ambao unatumika katika uwanja wa mashairi. Moja kati ya hizi istilahi ambazo tuliweza kuziangazia ni mishororo. Baada ya mishororo tukasema kwamba mishororo ni ile mistari katika ubeti, ni mistari katika mashairi. Umeangalia shairi tu ukaona kwamba limeundwa kwa mistari. Kuna mstari wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne. Yani hiyo ndio ambayo tunaita mishororo. Hii mishororo ikiwa miwili, mitatu, minne, mitano inaweza ikaunda beti. Ukiwa mmoja utaitwa ubeti, zikiwa nyingi zitaitwa beti. Aya, tukaangalia tukaona kwamba mishororo hii pia inaweza ikawa na vipande. Kimoja tutakiita kipande, vikiwa vingi viitwe vipande. Na tukaona kwamba hivi vipande vinaweza kuwa kimoja, viwili, vitatu ama vinne katika mshororo mmoja. Ambapo tulisema kwamba kipande cha kwanza kitaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kiitwe utao, cha tatu kiitwe mwandamizi, cha nne ukingo. Sio hizo tu, tuliangalia istilahi nyingine nyingi zaidi, ambapo na kutuma rejelea hicho kipindi ili uweze kufahamu zaidi kuhusiana na haya. Tukaangalia vina, tukaangalia mizani, tukaangalia manju ni nani, tukaangalia pia malenga, tukamwangalia shaha. Haya basi, nafikiri mwanafunzi umepata picha halisi ya yale ambayo yalishughulikiwa katika kipindi hicho ambacho kilitangulia. Haya basi, kwa leo nilikuambia lengo letu kuu leo ni kuangalia kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, na kila moja yazo tuweze kujua baadhi ya sifa zake ili uweze kupata tofauti kamili. Zaidi tutaweza kushughulikia pia bahari mbalimbali za mashairi ya Kiswahili. Haya basi, wacha ni ufute huu bao tuweze kuanza upya sasa somo letu la leo. Kategoria za mashairi. Msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, hili neno kategoria nafikiri unaona kwamba limetoholewa tu. Kategoria kutokana na neno category, na unajua kategoria ina maana ya aina. Hivyo basi tunazungumzia tu aina za mashairi. Isije kuwa ngumu kwako kuelewa kwamba tunazungumzia aina za mashairi. Mashairi yamegawika mara mbili kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Aina ya kwanza ni haya mashairi tunayoyaita mashairi ya jadi. Mashairi ya jadi. Pia haya mashairi utapata pia yanaitwa mashairi ya arudhi. Yana neno jingine, yanaitwa pia mashairi ya kimapokeo. Kimapokeo. Ni mashairi ya arudhi, ni mashairi ya jadi, ni mashairi ya kimapokeo. Haya mashairi ni ya jadi, ni ya arudhi, ni ya kimapokeo kwa ajili ni mashairi ambayo yanafuata, ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au arudhi za utunzi wa mashairi. Wacha tu niandike kidogo hapa hivi kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Au kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi. Mashairi yoyote ambayo utapata kwamba yametungwa kwa kuzingatia kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi wa mashairi, hizo ama hayo mashairi ndio ambayo tunaita mashairi ya jadi, mashairi ya arudhi au ukitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Ningependa uanze kujiuliza hivi. Hizi sheria ama hizi kanuni, kaida hizi za utunzi wa mashairi ni gani? Hizi sheria ni gani? Kwanza, kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kwamba shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Kuwe na kama unakumbuka katika hicho kipindi kingine tulisema kwamba ubeti ni fungu la ama ni kifungu cha mishororo. Ati sasa shairi linafaa liwe na ubeti wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu na kuwe na usawa katika beti zenyewe. Pia shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Ubeti uwe umepangwa katika mishororo na mishororo yenyewe ijitosheleze kimizani, kivina. Unaona? Shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Yaani ubeti wa kwanza uwe na idadi fulani ya mishororo, ubeti wa pili uwe na idadi sawa ya mishororo kama ilivyokuwa katika ubeti wa kwanza, ubeti wa pili hivyo, wa tatu, wa nne, wa tano, jinsi hiyo. Ni sheria, ni kanuni, ni kaida ya utunzi. Hizo ndizo zinazoitwa arudhi. Aya, mishororo pia kuzingatia sheria ya mizani. Wanamapokeo waliamini kwamba lazima shairi lifuate hiyo kanuni ya kupanga kazi yako, mishororo iwe na idadi fulani ya mizani. Zaidi, wacha tuangalie kanuni nyingine ni vina. Shairi lako unapolitunga, wanamapokeo walipendekeza kwamba lazima liwe na vina. Na kama unakumbuka vina tulisema ni nini? Ni zile silabi za mwisho katika ukwapi au utao au mwandamizi au ukingo. Hizo silabi za mwisho. Wanamapokeo waliamini kwamba lazima hilo shairi liwe na vina. Pia suala jingine la kibwagizo. Mwanafunzi, msikilizaji, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, Hivyo basi unapotunga shairi la kimapokeo, hakikisha kwamba umefuata hizi kanuni. Upange kazi yako katika beti, katika mishororo, mizani, vina na kibwagizo. Hiyo ilikuwa ni kategoria ya kwanza ya mashairi, ambayo ni mashairi ya jadi au kitaka arudhi au kitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Malenga ambao wanafuata huu mkondo wa utunzi wa mashairi haya wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Wanamapokeo. Wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Yaani ni malenga. Ni wale malenga ambao hufuata mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Hufuata ule mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Kiarudhi kumaanisha kwamba wanafuata zile kaida, kanuni, sheria ambazo ni za beti, mishororo na mizani. Kategoria ya pili. Kategoria ya pili ni mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Angalia neno kwamba ni huru. Ya? Wakati huu mwingine tulisema kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria. Haya mengine unasikia ni mashairi huru. Basi bila shaka unajua kwamba ni huru kiasi kwamba huyu mtunzi, huyu malenga anayetunga haya mashairi ako huru kuwasilisha maudhui yake, ujumbe wake, bila ya kubanwa na kanuni yoyote ile. Yeye si lazima beti zake zikawa na idadi sawa ya mishororo, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na vina, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na mizani ambayo inatoshana katika kila mshororo. La hasha, huyu ako huru. Na basi haya mashairi huru unaweza ukasema kwamba ni mashairi yanayotungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi. Na ndio maana unapata kwamba kuna baadhi ya wataalamu mbalimbali unapata kwamba wako na visawe vya hili neno mashairi huru. Basi utapata kwamba pia huitwa, utapata linaitwa mapingiti. Utasikia anaitwa pia mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Ya kimapinduzi. Utasikia pia anaitwa zuhali, masivina na kadhalika. Hivyo ni visawe vya mashairi huru. Ningependa uweze kuelewa kwamba haya mashairi huru huwa yana sifa yake ya kipekee. Unapata kwamba ubeti mmoja unaweza kuwa na mshororo wa kwanza uko na mizani 13, mshororo wa 3 uko na mizani 6, mshororo wa 4 una mizani 17, mshororo wa 3 wa 5 una mishororo 4. Yaani kumaanishaje kwamba huyu mtunzi wa kimapinduzi hajabanwa na kanuni zozote za utunzi. Aya, mwanafunzi, ningependa tuweze kuangalia sifa za kila aina, kila kategoria. Tuangalie sifa za mashairi ya kiarudhi ama mashairi ya jadi. Sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambayo pia tulisema ni mashairi arudhi ama ukitaka pia yaite mashairi ya kimapokeo. Na utapata kwamba haya mashairi huwa yanakuwa na sifa kama zifuatazo. Sifa ya kwanza ni yana urari wa vina. Urari wa vina, yani kuna ule mtiririko fulani wa vina, kuna mkondo fulani unaofuatwa na vina. Unaona, vina vinaweza vikatiririka ama vikabadilika, lakini kuna hiyo sheria ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna ule urari ama ule mtiririko wa vina. Pia kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Unapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 16, wa pili una mizani 16, wa tatu una mizani 16, wa nne vivyo hivyo mizani 16. Huo ndio tunaita urari wa mizani. Basi kuna sifa ya mishororo. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Unapata kwamba ubeti wa kwanza una mishororo minne. Ubeti wa pili una mishororo minne. Ubeti wa tatu una mishororo minne. Yaani vivyo hivyo unapata kwamba mishororo ni sawa katika beti mbalimbali. Zaidi unasikia kwamba pana uwezekano wa kuwa na mishororo kifu. Hii ni mishororo ambayo imejisimamia kimaana. Haihitaji ujumbe kutoka kwenye mshororo unaofuata. La hasha. Mishororo kifu. Ama pia utasikia ikiitwa mishororo toshelezi. Ya, mishororo inayojitosheleza kimaana. Hivyo basi, msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, nafikiri umeweza kuangalia ukaona kwamba haya mashairi ya kimapokeo, mashairi ya arudhi, mashairi ya jadi yana sifa kama zifuatazo. Yana ule urari wa vina, urari wa mizani katika mishororo, mishororo inakuwa sawa katika beti, pia kuna mishororo kifu au ukitaka mishororo toshelezi. Naomba pia nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi kwenye sifa za mashairi ambayo ni huru. Pia tuliyaita mapingiti, iwapo unakumbuka pia tukayapa jina kama vile zuhali, masivina au pia ukaita ya kimapinduzi. Sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Mashairi ya kimapinduzi, mashairi huru. Haya mashairi ambayo ni huru, kama nilivyowaeleza pale hapo awali, ni kwamba malenga wake hajabano na zile kanuni za mashairi ya arudhi. La hasha. Hivyo basi sifa ni kama zifuatazo. Utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana urari wa vina. Hayana urari wa vina, hayana vina kabisa. Ya? Pia utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana ule urari wa mizani. Unaweza ukapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 10, mshororo wa pili una mizani 7, mshororo wa tatu una mizani 16 ama 13. Vivyo hivyo, yani hakuna ule mpangilio. Ya? Aya, pia mishororo si sawa katika beti. mishororo huwa sio sawa katika beti. So nafikiri unaweza kupata baadhi ya sifa, na kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni huwa na mishororo, huwa na mishororo mishata, huwa na mishororo mishata. Naomba kuliandika hili neno hapa chini kidogo, mishororo mishata. Kidogo naomba kueleza hili neno mishororo mishata. Hili neno mishororo mishata, kama unakumbuka hapo tulipokuwa tukiangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, tulisema mishororo yake huwa kifu au ukitaka toshelezi. Basi wacha kidogo nieleze mishororo ambayo inaitwa mishata. Mishororo mishata huwa ni mishororo ambayo haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ni kinyume cha mishororo kifu. Mishororo mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Hata hivyo, ninaposema kwamba huwa na mishororo mishata, haimaanishi kwamba shairi zima lina mishororo mishata, la hasha. Ni mmoja kati ya sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi, ama ukitaka mashairi huru. Kumbuka hapo awali tulikuwa tushasema mambo kuhusiana na kwamba mashairi ya jadi huwa na mishororo kifu au toshelezi. Basi katika hii sehemu nyingine ya mashairi huru kunakuwa na mishororo mishata. Wacha kidogo nieleze hii mishororo mishata ni nini. Wakati ambapo mishororo kifu inakuwa imejitosheleza kiujumbe, hii mingine mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Nafikiri unaelewa hapo. Yaani ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Basi, na hata kama nimesema kwamba haya mashairi huru ama mashairi ya kimapokeo ya kimapinduzi huwa na sifa ya mishororo mishata, haimaanishi ati shairi lote lina mishororo iliyo mishata, la hasha. Inamaanisha tu ni moja kati ya sifa. Utapata tu kuna ile ambayo imejitosheleza, kuna mingine ambayo haijajitosheleza. Ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mishororo inayofuata. Nafikiri hapo mpaka hapo umeweza kutembea nami tangu mwanzo hadi hapa sasa ambapo tumeangalia sifa za mashairi. Mwanzoni tulianzia kwa kueleza kategoria za mashairi au ukitaka aina, ambapo tulisema aina ni mbili kuu. Aina ya kwanza ni mashairi ya jadi au ukitaka arudhi au kimapokeo. Kisha kuna aina ya pili ambayo ni mashairi huru. Pia tukasema yana visawi ambacho ni mapingiti, pia yanaitwa mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Pia utapata yanaitwa mashairi zuhali au masivina na kadhalika. Mashairi ya jadi ya kimapokeo tulisema yanafuata kanuni, kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Basi malenga wa mashairi haya huwa amefungwa, amebanwa. Lazima kazi yake ipange katika beti. Hiyo ni sheria moja yazo. Lazima kazi yake ahakikishe kwamba mishororo ipo tena imefanana. Mizani yake ni sawa na vina na kibwagizo. Amebanwa na hizo sheria. Huyu mwingine anayetunga mashairi huru hajabanwa kwa vyovyote vile. Yeye anaweza akatunga mashairi yake bora yafikishe ujumbe, maudhui yawepo, atumie ile lugha ambayo ni teule, maneno yake ayapange kwa namna fulani ambayo itamsaidia yeye kupata ule ujumbe. Basi haya mashairi yanatungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi zile zinazotumika pale. Hatukuachia hapo. Tulienda tukaangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambapo tulitaja urari wa vina, yanakuwa na ule urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Kuna mishororo ambayo huwa ni sawa katika kila ubeti, pia mishororo yake huwa ni kifu ama toshelezi. Zaidi tukasema vipi? Kwamba kuna sifa nyingine za mashairi huru, mapingiti ya kimapinduzi, zuhali au na kadhalika. Tukasema vipi? Haya hayana urari wa vina. Si lazima kazi yako kuipanga ati lazima vina viwe vimefanana, la hasha. Pia hayana ule urari wa mizani. Zaidi, mishororo huwa si sawa katika beti. Na pia kunakuwa na matumizi ya mishororo ambayo ni mishata. Hivyo basi, msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, muda wetu unatupa kisogo, na kama nilivyokuwa nimeahidi kwamba nitashughulikia pia bahari za mashairi. Samahani tafadhali kwa ajili ya muda, wacha tupate hayo katika kipindi kingine hapa katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Lakini sitakuacha hivyo msikilizaji, sitakuacha hivyo tu bila kazi ya kufanya. Kazi mradi kwako ni hii. Nataka nikupe swali moja tu ambalo utalishughulikia. Swali lenyewe ni hili. Kazi mradi. Zieleze kategoria mbili kuu. Zieleze kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, kisha utolee sifa. Utolee sifa kila moja. Shukran. Kazi hiyo iwe imekamilika katika kipindi kijacho. Asante, siku njema.
Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Enroll your child for the Manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a cost-friendly format.
Hello and welcome back, learners. This lesson is a continuation of the lesson that we had last time, where we were discussing the external environmental factors that affect businesses, and we discuss the competitors, customers, suppliers, political factors, legal factors. Then at the end of that lesson, I gave you the assignment. You're supposed to explain explain the 3 ways in which competition may affect a business. 2, discuss how political factors may influence the operations of a business. It's my hope that the assignment is done. This was assignment for the last lesson, and the topic is business and its environment. The subtopic is external environment. This lesson is a continuation of that lesson. So I want to discuss the other factors, external environmental factors. So the 6th factor is the economic factors. Economic factors. Economic factors. Economic factors. Now, these are factors that influence the entire economy of a country. A business will need to monitor trends in the economy as changes may affect its operations. For example, changes in the level of prices in the economy, the changes in interest rates, the changes in inflation, okay? All this will affect the cost of products and also the cost of doing business. So performance of the economy learners and stability of the currency will always affect the price of goods and services that consumers are willing to buy and able to buy. Okay? Therefore, the changes in the needs and wants of consumers and the level of incomes of consumers will plays a very big role in determining the operations of the business, because we are saying the changes in inflation and so on will affect again the behavior of consumers depending on the incomes of the consumers. So business activities in an economy may also be affected by the availability of such projects or infrastructure that is put in place by the government. Okay, business activities in the economy may be affected by government investments in projects like roads, railways, communication, and so on. Because the government, at a general level, the government may build roads, may build railway systems and communication systems that will have an impact on business activities. Learners, again, the government on national level may build roads, railway lines, communication systems. That is now looking at the economy in general or at a national level. When the government does that, then that will have a positive effect on business activities. So when you are running a business, it's important to look at the general economic environment. The general economic environment. We mentioned the interest rates, inflation rates, and the incomes of customers or consumers, and government expenditure on projects like roads, projects like railway, projects like communication systems, and so on. So all that is what we are referring to as economic factors. Economic factors. These are economic factors. Then we have social-cultural factors. Social-cultural factors. Social-cultural factors. Social-cultural factors. Social-cultural factors. These are factors that are based on people's beliefs, people's values, attitudes, opinions, lifestyles, and so on. And they may be determined by culture. These factors may be determined by a culture of the people, religion, level of education, age, ethnic background, and so on. So if these factors change, okay, then people's tastes and preferences may also change. All right. For example, people in, say, rural areas may start to have the same taste in clothing as those in big towns due to the influence of urbanization. Okay, influence of urbanization. When I was growing up as a young man, we're talking about clothing. There are some clothes that were not worn in the villages. Today, due to urbanization, people wear clothes that are worn in urban centers. Okay, so that is change. You are talking about change. So if you are in business of offering clothes, so and there is demand for these clothes that are worn in urban areas, in rural areas, then you see you also need to change, okay, so that you don't supply clothes that are no longer worn in the villages. So we are saying if these factors change, if the tastes and preferences of consumers change, then the business has also to change so as to meet the new needs of the customers. So learners, these are socio-cultural factors. Socio-cultural factors. Socio-cultural, this is one word. Social-cultural factors. These are factors that are based on beliefs, values, attitudes, opinions, and lifestyles of the people. And they are determined by culture. Culture means the way we do things, okay? They are also determined by religion. These social-cultural factors can also be determined by education. There's a way in which education shapes people to behave in a certain way. The social-cultural factors may also be affected by age. We've mentioned ethnic background and so on. So we said if these factors change, then people's tastes and preferences will also change. Preferences means what people prefer in terms of goods and services. If you're offering goods that people are no longer buying, then it means the preferences have changed. So we say that if people's preferences change, then you need to also change the products that you produce and services. So, but you cannot change if you are not monitoring the environment, if you are not checking to see what is happening in the external environment. You need to, remember we talked about research and development in our previous lessons. You need to do market research. Continuously scan the environment to see if there are any changes so that you can also adjust to meet customers' needs. To meet customers' needs. These are socio-cultural factors. Another factor, learners, is technological factors. Technological factors. Technological factors. Technological factors. What is technology? Technology is the application of scientific knowledge in performing work. It is the application of scientific knowledge in performing work. So a business has to consider the technological factors influencing its operations. If you are in education industry, you need to check what are the new technologies arising in that industry. If you are in manufacturing, you need to check what are some of the new machines or methods that are being used in manufacturing products. This is because technology can radically change the way goods are produced and services are provided. For example, the advent of the internet and the new gadgets, the mobile phones, the applications, and so on, such changes have radically revolutionized the way we do things, the way we offer our services, the way we offer products, and so on. At the same time, this technology can lead to reduction in costs and improved goods and services. So technological developments can lead to creation of new markets through adoption of what we call e-commerce, electronic commerce. And this allows businesses to operate without borders, right? E-commerce allows people to transact online. Today, a buyer in Kenya can purchase goods in US and make payment instantly. And that is what we are referring to as e-commerce. So this allows business to operate without borders. Without borders. Businesses, including individuals, are able to buy or sell goods and services over the internet. Over the internet. Even yourself, we are reaching you through the internet. Okay? I no longer need to come to your house to do physical tuition. Why? Because of the internet. You can now get my services while seated at the comfort of your home. So a business should take advantage of the technological developments that may improve its operations. And I think that's what manifested publishers are doing. They're able to prepare the products so that they can reach people over the internet. So that's technological factors. There is a lot that we can say about technology and how and why a business should scan the external environment to determine to understand how it operates, to determine the emerging technologies that will help the business to offer different goods or to improve the service delivery and to improve the existing products. So the adoption of technology may bring with it problems, learners. However, the adoption of technology may bring with it problems like disruptions brought about by breakdown of equipment, mass layoffs. Those are problems, and mass layoffs of staff due to lack of necessary skills, okay, and so on. We have in other countries where staff are being laid off because robots are performing tasks that were initially performed by people. So those are some of the adverse effects of technologies. But a business, when running a business, is important for the business owners to scan the technological environment. I've explained reasons why that should happen. Then lastly, we want to discuss the physical factors. Physical factors. Physical factors. Physical factors. This is the last factor. Physical factors. What are these physical factors? Physical factors. Learners, the operations of certain businesses are heavily affected by what exists in nature. For example, businesses dealing in agricultural produce depend heavily on the existence of appropriate weather and climate. So an unexpected change in these natural conditions may negatively affect the business. That is the climate, okay, the weather, and so on. For example, harvesting of tea, coffee, maize, and so on in Kenya are greatly affected by what we call incidents of frosts, which damage tea and coffee plantations. So some governments may also, other than these factors, the government may also pass protective laws that limit the availability or the availability of these resources, or the ability of businesses to exploit natural resources such as minerals, forests, and so on. The government can put laws in place that limit logging, cutting of trees, or exploiting certain natural resources. So if you are in an industry where you depend highly on natural resources like trees as a source of raw material, you see that again will affect, negatively affect the business. So such laws are aimed at protecting natural resources. When the government puts in place such laws, the purpose is to protect natural resources and the inhabitants of surrounding areas. Okay, so but businesses that face such restrictions would find it very difficult to remain in operation. So you see, this is an external environmental factor which the business may not have control over. When the government passes law, then you have no option but to obey. The government says there is no mining in a certain area, then you can't mine because of the government's interest is to protect, in such a matter, is to protect such resources. So these are physical factors. I've mentioned the weather, I've mentioned the climate, and so on. Climates are not constant. They do change because of certain factors like global warming and so on. So those are physical factors. So learners, we have discussed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 external business environmental factors. These are factors that business may not have control over, but yet they influence the operations of the business, either negatively or positively. So the first one is competition. Number 2, customers. Number 3, suppliers. Number 4, political factors. Number 5, legal factors. Number 6, economic factors. Number 7, socio-cultural factors. Number 8, technological factors. Then lastly, number 9, physical factors. So I want you to go through this video together with the previous video, because we have discussed these factors in two lessons. Under political factors, we discussed 3 points: government policies, the political situation in the country, and government regulations. Government regulations. So learners, is there any question? If you have any question, learners, don't shy away from asking questions. Our work is to teach and answer questions. Below this video, there is a comment section where you can post your questions. On our website, which is being displayed now on your screen, you can go sign in, then send your question. We will gladly answer all your questions. Now, I want to give you an assignment because that's what we always do. At the end of every lesson, we give assignments. That will help you revise what we have covered. I'm repeating, learners. I said it in previous lessons. At the end of every lesson and during the lesson, make sure you write notes for your revision. Okay? To revise is to review, to go through work that has been done. You need a record of what you have learned. After you've done that, then you need to be attempting the questions at the end of every lesson. Like in this lesson, I'm going to write the questions here on the board, which I expect you to do. The questions are meant to help you cement, to reinforce what you have learned. So here is the assignment. assignment questions. These are questions. Question number one. Discuss the view that technological innovations have powerful influences on business operations. Let me write the question for your record. Question 1, let me write it. Discuss the view that technological innovations have powerful influences on business operations. 2. Discuss 5 benefits a business person may derive from use of the internet. Three, discuss 3 economic factors which may influence a business. 3 questions. Question 1, discuss the view that technological innovations have powerful influences on business operations. Discuss. 2, discuss 5 benefits a business person may derive from the use of the internet. Number 3, discuss 3 economic factors which may influence a business. These are things that we have discussed in these lessons. Thank you for being attentive and may God bless you. Bye-bye.
CPE students can now access top-notch lecturers anytime from anywhere. Download CPE video lectures from www.manifestedpublishers.com.
Manifested Publishers Limited is a research and teaching center that specializes in the production of learning materials and private online tuition for primary, secondary, tertiary, and university education. Sign up as a new customer at www.manifestedpublishers.com. Fill in the required credentials, full name, email, phone number, and password. Click on Sign Up. Enter the code received on your phone or email address for verification of your account, then proceed by clicking on Confirm button. Your account is ready for use and you can watch some free videos before you purchase. To get access to complete videos, use the following steps to buy. Click on View All Courses. Select the course you want to subscribe to. Click on the subject you want. Click on Buy this subject. The selected subject will be added to cart. Place or hover the cursor on cart or total amount and click on Checkout Now to proceed. Click on Lipa na M-Pesa and proceed to pay. To access your lessons, place the cursor on your name, then click on Subscriptions. To download videos for offline studying, click on Watch Offline. Download the Manifested e-learning desktop application depending on your computer operating system. Install the application on your computer. Sign in on your downloaded app using the credential used during registration. Place your cursor on your name, then click on Subscriptions. Click on the subject you purchased. On the top right window, click on Download for offline viewing. Click on Go to Course. In your new window, click on the first topic, Lesson 1. Downloading process begins automatically. Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome to Manifested Online Classes. I am Teacher Purity, and we are still continuing with our topic on use of medicine. So we are going to learn the precautions when handling medicine at home. Now, during the last lesson, we learned about the common forms of medicine that are found at home. Welcome to the lesson and hope that you will enjoy. Now, precautions when handling medicine, the things you are supposed to observe when handling medicine. Now, in our previous lesson, we discussed about the common forms of medicine that are found at home. And we say that at home you can get different forms of medicine like capsules, tablets, syrups, ointment. We also have inhalers and eye, ear or nose drops. Those are the common forms of medicine that are found at home. Remember that ointment, we apply it on the skin, and we apply it on a skin where you have a bump or a swollen skin. Now I want to see the precautions when handling medicine. How do you handle medicines at home? You want to take medicine. What are you supposed to do? The first thing, when you want to take your medicine, make sure that you have handled medicine with clean hands. So number 1, handle medicines with clean hands. Why are you supposed to handle medicine with clean hands? Remember, if there are tablets, you want to swallow them. And when you handle it when your hands are dirty, you'll swallow the medicine but you'll not get well because you have infected yourself with germs. You can even have more problems instead of getting well. Another precaution that you're supposed to observe when handling medicine is keeping medicine away from children. Keeping medicine away from children. Keeping medicine away from children. Children are very playful at home, and when you do not store your medicine well, they are going to get the medicine and even play with the medicine or take it instead of following the instructions. So keep all medicines away from children. Then another precaution that we observe when handling medicine is not sharing medicine. Not sharing medicine. You are not supposed to share your medicine with anyone else because all of us suffer from different sicknesses or diseases. So when you share your medicine, you are not following the doctor's instruction. Another precaution that you are supposed to take when handling medicine is using clean water when taking medicine. Use clean water when taking medicine. Use clean water when taking medicine. If you are supposed to swallow your medicine, make sure that you are using clean water. Another precaution when handling medicine, number 5, is taking the dosage as prescribed. Taking the dosage as prescribed. Taking the dosage as prescribed. When the doctor has told you to take 2 tablets in the morning and 2 tablets in the evening, don't take 2 tablets in the morning, then you fail to take in the evening. It is always good to follow the doctor's instruction because you'll get well very soon. So taking the dosage as prescribed. Learn to follow the doctor's instructions. And lastly is proper storage of medicine. Proper storage of medicine. So proper storage of medicine. Make sure that you are keeping your medicines at a safer place. Now these are some of the precautions when handling medicine. The first one, make sure that you wash your hands before you handle the medicines. Number 2, keeping medicine away from children. Keep the medicines away from children because children can easily play with the medicine and some can even swallow the medicine, which is not good. Number 3, not sharing medicine. Make sure that when you have been given medicine by the doctor, you are finishing the medicine. Don't give it to any other person. You are the one who is sick. And number 4, use clean water when taking medicine. When you are taking your medicine, make sure that you are taking the medicine with clean water. Number 5, taking the dosage as prescribed. Follow the doctor's instruction. If the doctor told you to take 3 tablets in a day, make sure you are taking 3 tablets in a day and not 2 or 4. Don't take more or less. Take what has been instructed. And lastly, proper storage of medicine. These are the precautions when handling medicine back at home. Try to practice them. When you have medicine at home, you should know that you are supposed to put it at a certain place. You know that you are not supposed to share the medicine. So I'll write some questions for you on the board. Copy them in your exercise books and make sure that you also answer the questions. Now the instructions, choose the correct answer from the brackets to fill in the gaps. Number 1, we should use dash water when taking medicine. Clean, dirty. Select the correct answer and fill in the blank space. Question 2, store medicines dash from children. Away, near. You select for me the correct answer. Number 3, we take dash when we are sick. Juice, soda, medicine. So you select for me the correct answer. And lastly, it is dash to share medicine. Good, bad. Select the correct answer and fill in the blank space. So finish the assignments and make sure that you are going through your work. Hope to see you in the next lesson when you are of good health. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, grade 1 boys and girls. Welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity. Now we are going to learn hygiene and nutrition activities, and we are still discussing the topic on cleaning different parts of our body. And we are going to learn how to clean our feet. So welcome to the lesson, and hope that you are going to be able to clean your feet after learning it. Now, during our previous lesson, we learned how we are supposed to clean our face. And we said when cleaning your face, you use clean water, soap, then you wipe it or dry it using a face towel. So for today, we want to learn about cleaning our feet. Now, we clean our feet to prevent jiggers. So dirty feet will attract jiggers. We clean our feet to prevent jiggers, and dirty feet will always attract jiggers. So dirty feet attract jiggers, or will have jiggers. That is why it is very important for you to clean your feet. Now, for you to be able, we clean our feet using what we call a pumice stone. So we use a pumice stone. We use a pumice stone to clean our feet. Now, we use a pumice stone to clean our feet. Now, this is what we call a pumice stone. This is a pumice stone, and we use it to clean our feet. When you clean your feet, make sure that you are having your pumice stone. So, and the part of our body we call our feet starts from the ankle going downwards. The ankle and the upper part of the feet, then the sole. That is the part that you use a pumice stone to clean our feet. Let's see, how are we supposed to clean our feet? But before that, we must know the materials we require for us to be able to clean our feet. Of course, you will not require a pumice stone alone. There are other things that you will need for you to be able to use it alongside with the pumice stone. So materials used for cleaning our feet. So materials required: when cleaning the feet. So materials required when cleaning the feet, the things that you need to have for you to be able to clean your feet. First, you will require clean water in a basin. So clean water, and the water will be in a basin. So clean water in a basin. You can't use dirty water to clean your feet. You will not be making it clean, but instead you will be dirtifying it. Then you also need soap. You need a piece of soap. The soap is here on the soap dish. So you need soap. Then you need the pumice stone itself. Pumice stone. Then you'll need a towel. You'll use the towel to wipe your feet after you have washed it. So we have our towel here. This is the towel that we shall use. You can have your own. Remember, a towel is a personal item used to wipe our bodies, and therefore you are not supposed to share a towel. And lastly, you require body oil. Now, you can use any type of body oil that you have. Now, for us here, we have this one. So, after washing our feet and drying it using a towel, we shall apply body oil. It makes our skin glow and also look neat. Now, some of you might be wondering why we need body oil. As I said, it is good for our skin. It will make our skin to look neat and also shine. So these are the things that we need for us to be able to clean our feet. We need clean water in a basin, soap, a pumice stone, a towel, and lastly, body oil. So what are the steps that we follow when cleaning the feet? So steps followed when cleaning the feet. Steps followed when cleaning the feet. The first thing you do is dip your feet in the basin with the water. So dip your feet in water. Remember, the water is in a basin. Then after, why are we dipping your feet in water? Now the water will make the feet wet, and therefore it shall be very easy for you to apply soap. So after dipping your feet in water, you now apply soap on the foot or feet. So apply enough amount of soap. On the feet. So apply enough amount of soap on the feet. Then after applying enough amount of soap on the feet, you are going to use your pumice stone to clean your feet. So the third step, thoroughly clean your feet using a pumice stone. Thoroughly clean your feet using a pumice stone. Then after thoroughly cleaning your feet using a pumice stone, you now rinse your feet and dry it using a towel. So the last step is rinse your feet and dry it using a towel. So rinse your feet and dry it using a towel. A towel is used to wipe our body, and a feet is also part of our body. Now after rinsing your feet and drying it using a towel, you now apply enough amount of body oil. So apply enough amount of body oil. So apply enough amount of body oil. So these are the steps we follow when cleaning our feet. The first one, you dip your feet in water, then apply enough amount of soap on the feet. Thoroughly clean your feet using a pumice stone. Thoroughly clean your feet using a pumice stone. What does it mean? It means you scrub your feet as much as possible till it becomes clean. Then after that, you rinse your feet and dry it using a towel. And lastly, apply enough amount of body oil on the feet so that your feet could look neat or could glow. So we are going to see how we are supposed to clean our feet, and we have one of us here who will take us through the steps on how we are supposed to clean our feet. So she's Queensley Atieno. Kindly wave. She's going to take us through the steps on how we are supposed to wash our feet. Remember, we said while washing your feet, there are things you require. Water in a basin. Have a basin here which has water. Then you will require soap. You shall require soap. Then you shall also require a pumice stone. So those are the things that we need for us to be able to wash our feet. Then after washing the feet, you said you are going to wipe your feet using a towel. And after wiping your feet using a towel, you apply body oil, which will help your feet to glow. So the first step, we said that you dip your feet in the water, both of them. Then after dipping your feet in the water, you wet them, allow them to wet, and apply enough amount of soap. So the first step, you dip your feet in water, allow them to wet, then you apply enough amount of soap. Then after applying enough amount of soap, you now, using a pumice stone, scrub the feet. You scrub the heel, scrub the heel very well. Then you scrub the ankle, and finish with the upper part, the toes and the upper part of the foot. Remember, you also have to clean the sole of your leg. The sole is the part that steps down. So you repeat the same steps for the next foot. You apply enough amount of soap and scrub the heel. Then you scrub the ankle and the toes together with the upper part of the foot. And lastly, you finish with the sole. So after finishing with the sole, you now rinse your feet. After rinsing your feet, you dry your feet using a towel. Then after drying your feet using a towel, you apply body oil. Remember, we are applying body oil to make your skin or your feet look neat, and the feet will also glow. So that's how we are supposed to clean our feet. Thank you, Queensley. That's how you are supposed to clean your feet. You use a pumice stone, clean water and soap. Then you dry it using a towel and apply some body oil so that your feet could look neat or shine. Now I'm going to give you the same activity. You are going to clean your own feet and show it to your parents or your friends to tell you if you have done it correctly or if you have cleaned your feet in the right way. So copy this question in your exercise book. So the activity, question 1, write down 3 things you'll need when cleaning the feet. So we are going to try the things you'll need when cleaning the feet. And the second question, practice cleaning your feet. You'll practice cleaning your feet back at home. Thank you for being good listeners. Hope that you have enjoyed the lesson. See you next time.
Hello learners, welcome to today's lesson. The subject is chemistry, form 3. The topic, the mole, formulae and chemical equations. Today's subtopic is empirical formulae. We are continuing from where we were last time. Last time we were able to know how to calculate moles given the mass in grams of various elements. We were able to calculate we were also able to calculate the number of moles in various compounds. So today we are going to continue from there, but concentrate more on the empirical formula. Now, the objectives of today's lesson are, by the end of the lesson, you, the learner, should be able to define the empirical formula, and you should also be able to calculate empirical formula given the mass of elements. Let us begin. What is an empirical formula? Let us start with the definition. Definition. So an empirical formula, this is the formula that gives the simplest whole number ratio of atoms of each element present in a compound. Formula that gives simplest whole number An empirical formula is a formula that gives the simplest whole number ratio of atoms of each element in a compound. We are saying that this is simply the simplest formula that you can have. An empirical formula can actually be the actual formula at times, but sometimes it's not the actual formula. So we are going to do several examples on how to derive empirical formula given mass of different elements. Example 1. Example 1. Example number 1. 2.8 grams of a hydrocarbon contains 2.4 grams of carbon. Find the Okay, 2.8 grams of a hydrocarbon contains 2.4 grams of carbon and the rest hydrogen. Find the empirical formula. Now, we are supposed, this compound of ours is made up of 2 elements, that is carbon and hydrogen. we are supposed to come up with the ratio in which they are combined together to form this hydrocarbon, and that is what we are calling the empirical formula. In addition to this question, we have been given the molar mass. The molar mass of carbon is 12 and the molar mass of hydrogen is 1. Let us see the solution. So, solution. As I have said, our compound is a hydrocarbon, so it has 2 elements. We have carbon and we also have hydrogen. What are the symbols of carbon and hydrogen? What is the symbol for carbon? It is C. What is the symbol for hydrogen? Capital H. The next one, we are going to look at what we have been given in the question. The mass. The mass. In this case, we have been given mass in grams. Our compound contains 2.4 grams of carbon, so carbon is 2.4 grams. The rest is hydrogen. We know the whole compound is 2.8. Carbon takes 2.4. So to get the mass of hydrogen, we are going to subtract these two, 2.8 minus 2.4, and we get the mass of hydrogen, which is 0.4 grams. Then, if you look here, this question we have been given the relative atomic mass. So, or the molar mass. The molar mass of carbon is 12. The molar mass of hydrogen is 1. From our previous topic, we learned that to calculate the number of moles, we divide mass by molar mass. Molar mass. That is the formula of getting the number of moles. So that is what we are going to do. Mass divided by a molar mass. So this is 2.4 divided by 12. We come to hydrogen, we take 0.4 divided by 1. Take your calculator, students, and calculate and divide this. 2.4 divided by 12 and 0.4 divided by 1. So this one, if you have divided correctly, it will give you 0.2. 0.4 divided by 1 will give you 0.4. 0.4. So we already have the ratio between carbon and hydrogen. What we are going now to get is the simplest ratio. So we go the simplest ratio. Here, we divide these two values with the smallest value among them. So here we have 0.2 and we have 0.4. Which is the smallest value? It is 0.2. So we are going to divide both of these values with 0.2. So 0.2 divided by 0.2. 0.4 divided by 0.2. This will give us 1. 0.4 divided by 0.2 will give us 2. So students, we already have, here we had ratio, but now here we have a whole number ratio. These two are whole numbers. If we can go back to the definition, empirical formula is a formula that gives the simplest whole number ratio of atoms of each compound. So here in this particular question, we are being told the ratio of carbon to hydrogen is 1 to 2. So the empirical formula is carbon, we have 1. It is 1 atom. But hydrogen, we don't have to specifically write one. You can leave it like that. So that is the answer. The empirical formula for that particular example is CH2. Now, students, let us go back and see how we have calculated this. Our element, our compound, okay, so our question consisted of two elements, which is carbon and hydrogen. So we had two elements, which is carbon and hydrogen. Then the symbols for the first one, we wrote symbols. The symbols for carbon is C. The symbol for hydrogen is H. Mass in grams, we got this from the question. We had been told that it contains 2.4 grams of carbon, and the rest was hydrogen. So we calculated hydrogen from the mass of the compound, which is 2.8. We subtracted the mass of carbon, which is 2.4, and we got 0.4 grams. So the mass of carbon is 2.4. The mass of hydrogen in that compound is 0.4 grams. The molar mass, which had been given here, the molar mass for carbon is 12, it's constant, and hydrogen is 1. To calculate, the next step was to calculate the number of moles. Number of moles is calculated by mass in grams divided by molar mass. So in this case, we got 2.4 divided by 12. That is the mass in grams of carbon divided by the molar mass of carbon, which we got 0.2. So that is the number. That's the number of moles. Next, the mass in grams of hydrogen divided by molar mass of hydrogen, which is 1. So we get the number of moles of hydrogen. So the number of moles of carbon is 0.2 moles and hydrogen is 0.4 moles. Next, we go and get the mole ratio. The mole ratio, we say that you get it by dividing each of these values by the least value among them. That is why we took 0.2 and divided it with both numbers. So 0.2, the number of moles of carbon, divided by 0.2. 0.4, the number of moles of hydrogen, divided by 0.2, because 0.2 was the least number. After dividing that, we were able to get whole numbers, which was 1 and 2. And now we can conclude that now this is the empirical formula for this compound. So those are the steps that we have done. Kindly go through them. Number of moles, then we come to mole ratio, and eventually we have the empirical formula, which is CH2. Kindly copy that so that you can do another example. So you're going to do another example. Okay, our second example, a hydrocarbon contains 4.8 grams carbon and 0.8 grams hydrogen. Calculate the empirical, or what we are calling simplest formula. A hydrocarbon contains 4.8 grams carbon and 0.8 grams hydrogen. Calculate the empirical formula. given that the molar mass of carbon is 12, hydrogen is 1. That information is given. So we go to the solution to solve this question. Solution. Our compound, again, is a hydrocarbon, so it contains carbon and hydrogen only. So we have the element, which is carbon, and we have hydrogen. So those are the elements that we are dealing with. We're going to divide our work like that. Okay. The first thing you write is the symbols. The symbol of carbon is C, the symbol of hydrogen is H. From there, we go to mass, which mass in grams. The mass in grams given, let's go back to the question, it is 4.8 grams of carbon and 0.8 grams of hydrogen. 4.8, we write it below carbon, and 0.8 grams, we write it below hydrogen. You don't have to write the grams inside because you already have them here there. Then from there, we are going to write the molar mass. Again, the molar mass or atomic molar mass is given. Carbon is 12, hydrogen, it is 1. From there, students, we say that we look for the number of moles. Number of moles. Number of moles. How do you look for the number of moles? We get the number of moles by dividing mass in grams divided by the molar mass. Mass in grams divided by the molar mass. According to the table, we have arranged them accordingly. So in this case, again, it is 4.8 divided by 12. For the number of moles of hydrogen, we are going to get it by 0.8 divided by 1. So, what 4.8 divided by 12, students, it is 0.4. 0.8 divided by 1, we get 0.8. So the number of moles of carbon is 0.4. The number of moles of hydrogen is 0.8. So the next one, we are going to get the ratio, mole ratio. How do you get the mole ratio? Mole ratio, we get it by dividing each one of these two values by the least value or the smallest value. So between 0.4 and 0.8, which is the smallest value? It is 0.4. So we are going to divide 0.4 divided by 0.4. On the other hand, we do the same. 0.8 we divide by 0.4. Here, 0.4 divided by 0.4, we get 1. 0.8 divided by 0.4, we get 2. So the mole ratio is 1, let me write again, to 2. So what we have here, we have already gotten the mole ratio for carbon and hydrogen. Again, it is 1 carbon is 1 and hydrogen is 2. This means the combining power of that compound of carbon and hydrogen is into that ratio. For every 1 atom of carbon, we have 2 atoms of hydrogen. And now we can write the empirical formula. So our simplest formula, the empirical formula is carbon. We have 1. We said you don't have to indicate 1. And hydrogen, we have 2 atoms. So again, it gives us CH2. Let us go back again and see how we have done that very fast. Our hydrocarbon had 4.8 grams of carbon and 0.8 grams of hydrogen. The molar mass is 12 and 1. Then after that, you calculate the number of moles of each by dividing number of grams divided by molar mass. So we divided 4.8 divided by 12, we got 0.4. We divided here 0.8 divided by 1. In this case, 1 is the molar mass of hydrogen, is 0.8. From the next step after getting the number of moles is to get the mole ratio. The mole ratio, we got that by dividing both of these figures by the smallest figure among them. In this case, 0.4. So we were able to divide 0.4 and then we got whole numbers. So 1 and 2. So our empirical formula is CH2. Let us go back to the definition of the empirical formula. This is the formula that gives the simplest whole number ratio of atoms of each element in the compound. So what does that mean? That in that particular hydrocarbon, the ratio of carbon to hydrogen is 1:2. For every number of carbon atoms, we have the double number of hydrogen atoms. So it may not be CH2, but that is the simplest formula. For example, it can even be C11H22, just to give us an example. C11H22, it can be this. But if you divide this 11 and 22, you get the simplest whole number. It is going to be divided by 11, divided by 11, 1, 2. So my point here is the empirical formula may not be the actual formula, but it is the simplest formula. So learners, I'm going to give you an assignment. I want you to attempt a question of similar nature, and then we shall continue from there next time. Okay. Assignment. A hydrocarbon contains 7.2 grams carbon and 1.2 grams hydrogen. Calculate its empirical formula. Carbon 12, hydrogen. So that is the assignment. A hydrocarbon contains 7.2 grams carbon and 1.2 grams hydrogen. Calculate its empirical formula. And I've given you the molar masses, which is carbon is 12 and hydrogen is 1. Learners, thank you very much for paying attention. We have come to the end of the lesson. And until next time, goodbye.
How are you, learners? Welcome once again to our today's lesson. The subject is mathematical activities. The strand is numbers, and we are on the substrand addition. In our last lesson, I showed you how to add by counting on. We did some examples on the board. Then I gave you homework. This is your homework, which you are supposed to have done. I hope you have done this homework. Please, if you have not done this homework, go and do it first, then come and continue with our today's lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to add by counting the exercise I gave you in our last lesson. So as I will be doing it, please check your answer to see if you got the answers correct. The first one is 4 plus 5. What is 4 plus 5? We said, learners, that when adding by counting on, you start by selecting the bigger number and put the bigger number in your head. Between 4 and 5, 5 is a bigger number. When you compare 4 and 5, 5 is the bigger number, so you put in your head 5. Then you count on 4 steps. Count on 4 steps starting from 5. So you have 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have counted 4 steps forward from 5. So you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the answer is 9. The answer here is 9. Did you get 9? If you got 9, please give yourself a tick. Correct. Okay, then let's answer B. 3 plus 1. 3 plus 1. 3 plus 1. Between 3 and 1, which one is the bigger number? The bigger number is 3. So what do? We put 3 in the head. 3. Then we count on 1 step forward from 3. From 3, learners, 1 step forward is 4. So we have 3, 4. 3, 4. So the answer is 4. The answer here is 4. Okay. All right. So if you got 4, you can give yourself a tick. If you did not get 4, then correct it. Okay. Then we move on to C. We have 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3. So we pick 3 and put it in the head. So we have 3. Then we count on 3 steps forward from 3. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6. So the answer is 6. So I come here and write 6. So the answer 6. Learners, you see, it's very simple. Just counting on. If you got 6, please give yourself a tick. Then we move on to D. We are going to add 7 plus 2. 7 plus 2. Between 7 and 2, the bigger number is 7. So you put 7 in the head. 7. Then we count on 2 steps forward from 7. So we have 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. So the answer is 9. All right. The answer is 9. So I come and write 9. So if you got 9, give yourself tick. Give yourself a tick. Then we move on to E. 5 plus 3. 5 plus 3. The bigger number between 5 and 3 is 5. So we put 5 in the head, 5. Then we count on 3 steps forward from 5. 3 steps forward from 5. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. So the answer is 8. All right. The answer is 8. How do we write 8? This is digit 8. So if you got 8, I want you to give yourself a tick. Okay, so learners, that is how we add by counting on. We add 5 by doing what? By counting on. Have you understood, learners? That is what I wanted you to do. And I know you are good students. I'm going to give you another assignment. I'm going to give you another task. This is your today's task. All right. Add by counting on. Add by counting on. Add by counting on. We have A, okay. So learners, that is your homework. I want you to do this addition by counting on before you come to our next lesson. I'm happy once again, learners, because I know you are attending classes, because I know you are writing when we are studying here together on the board. I also know you are doing the assignment. A good student is the one who takes instructions. Thank you. I've been your teacher, Philip. Bye-bye.
Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hi, my lovely learners. I am so excited to have you again on this platform. Remember, this is Manifested e-learning platform, and I am Teacher Purity. So we are going to learn hygiene and nutrition activities for grade 3, and we are starting on a new topic about the use of improvised materials for cleaning utensils. Under the use of improvised materials for cleaning utensils, we shall start by learning the types of dirt that are found on utensils. So, welcome to the lesson and hope that you are going to enjoy. Now, types of dirt that are found on utensils. Utensils are the things we use at home to serve and cook food. So remember, when you cook from a sufuria and also serve your food from a plate, they get dirty. So we want to see the types of dirt that are found on utensils. Now we clean utensils at home to keep away germs. Germs can cause diseases and can make us to fall sick. So we clean utensils at home. So we clean utensils at home to keep away germs. Remember, germs are not good for our health. When you serve your food from a dirty plate, you can become sick. We also wash utensils or clean utensils at home to keep away pests such as cockroaches. We clean utensils to keep away cockroaches. We clean utensils to keep away cockroaches. Dirty utensils attract cockroaches. No, so now that is the reason why we clean utensils at home. First, to keep away germs, and second, to keep away pests like cockroaches. So what are some of the types of dirt that are found on utensils? So types of dirt. The first type of dirt that found on utensils, we can have milk dirt. Milk dirt is the first one. Now milk dirt includes the dirt, maybe that a cup that you've used to drink your tea or even yogurt. So milk dirt is a type of dirt found on utensils. Then we have another one, we call it grease dirt. Now grease dirt includes that has come from oily foods like meat or fish or eggs. So grease dirt looks oily. Then we have the last one, we call it starch dirt. Starch dirt. Starch dirt is the remains of food that remain on a plate. We call them starch dirt. So these are the main types of dirt that are found on utensils. The first one is a milk dirt. Now this is an example of milk dirt. This cup was used to drink tea and therefore there are remains of the tea. So this one is milk dirt. Then we have grease dirt. Grease dirt is the dirt that remains on plates or utensils that you've used either to serve meat or fish or eggs. Then we have lastly starch dirt. So starch dirt is the remains of food that remain on a plate after you've eaten. So this is an example of starch dirt. You can see there are remains of food on the plate. We call them starch dirt. So these are the main three types of dirt that are found on utensils. The first one, we have milk dirt. Then we have grease dirt, and lastly, starch dirt. Milk dirt is when you have used a utensil to serve milky foods. Then grease dirt is the remains of oily foods like the fish, fried eggs, or meat. And lastly, we have starch dirt. These are the main types of utensils that are found, of dirt that are found on utensils at home. And we are supposed to clean our utensils every day. Remember to keep away germs and also to keep away pests like cockroaches. So back at home, I want you to visit your kitchen. Check where the dirty utensils have been placed and try to identify the three types of dirt: the milk dirt, grease dirt, and starch dirt. Meanwhile, I'll give you some work for you to copy. Get ready with your exercise book, pencil, and rubber. The question, write down three types of dirt found on utensils. You will write the three types of dirt found on utensils. Fill your answers in blank space number 1, 2, and 3. Then make sure that you are going through your work after you have completed it. So hope to see you in the next lesson, and thank you for attending the lesson.
Hi Lana, welcome back to Manifested e-learning platform. I'm Philip, your social studies teacher. And today's session, we shall be calculating areas on a map. we shall be calculating areas on the map. Calculating areas. Calculating areas on a map. Calculating areas on a map. On our last session, we discussed on how to measure curved distances. Just to remind you of what we said about curved distances. Curved distances. Curved distances. We said that curved distances are those distances that are not straight. Curved. They are meandering. And we said for you to successfully measure a curved distance, you need to use a straight edge of a paper. And in that straight edge of a paper, you'll mark your point A as your initial point. Then you'll go making marks until your last mark, which will be marked as B, and then translate that mark A to mark B in your linear scale and get your measurement. For more knowledge and repetition, you can still go back to that lesson and you can learn more and more and continue learning and putting it to practice. For today, we are calculating the areas on a map. Areas on a map. For a start, there are two types of areas. There are two types of areas in a map. There are two types of areas in a map. Types of areas in a map. In a map. Which are these areas we are talking about? There are two. There are two areas that you are required to know how to calculate. And area number one is regular shapes. Finding the area of regular shapes. Maybe just to explain, what are regular shapes? Regular shapes are shapes that are recognized geometrically. For instance, a circle is a known shape, is a regular shape. A square is a regular shape. A triangle, a rectangle, a trapezium. These are known, they are known shape, they are recognizable shape, they are geometrical shape. We call them regular shapes. And number two, we have irregular shape. Irregular shapes. Which are these shapes? Irregular shapes are shapes that do not have definite shape, meaning they are not geometrically known, meaning they are indefinite. You cannot recognize them. It's not like a circle, it's not like a square, it is not like a triangle or a trapezium. Even if you tell somebody which shape is this, he might not be able to tell you. Like, what is the shape of my head? Is it a square? Is it a triangle? It is an irregular shape. Now, these two types of shapes are the ones that we shall be getting the area. To start it, we shall start with getting the area of regular shapes. Let's start from the getting the areas of regular shape. Regular shapes. Regular shapes. Let's start from the regular shapes. We have already said that regular shapes are shapes that are known. They are shapes that are geometrically recognized, and we have given example. They are circles, they are squares, triangles, rectangles, semicircle, quarter circle. These are shapes that we call them regular shapes. Where on a map will you probably get them? They might be representing a lake. They might be representing a ranch, cattle ranch. They might be representing a plantation in a map, plantation. They might be representing maybe a game park, game park in a map. They require you to get area of a game park, and when you look at that game park in a map, it is a regular shape. Maybe it is a circle, maybe it is a square. So I'll take you through the steps that you're supposed to use for you to get the area of a regular shape. The steps that you're supposed to use when getting the area of a regular shape. Number one, step number one. Step number one. Step number one is identifying the shape. These are regular shapes, you can identify them. So number one, identify the shape. Identifying the shape. First thing first, identify which type of a shape it is. They are regular, you'll identify, is it a circle? Is it a square? Is it a triangle? Is it a rectangle? Identify the shape. After identifying the shape and you have known the shape, what are you supposed to do? Number two, identify the formula. Identifying the formula of that shape. Each geometrical shape has a formula. If it is a square, it has a formula. Mathematical formula. If it is a square, it has a formula. If it is a trapezium, it has a formula. So after identifying the shape, you identify the formula of that shape that is used mathematically. Then number three, you have your formula, you have your shape. Step number three is take your measurement. Take your measurement. We shall see how you do this. Take the measurement. Take the measurement. Take the measurement. Take the measurement. And lastly, after you have the measurement, calculate the area. Calculate the area. 4 very important steps. 4 very important steps of calculating the area of regular shapes. What are these steps? Identify the shape. We shall identify right now in our examples. After you identify the shape, and these shapes are very identifiable because they are regular shapes. Regular shapes, they have their shape. It is very easy to identify. After you have identified the shape that is in the map, in form of a lake, in form of a ranch, in form of a plantation, in form of a game park, number 2, of course, is identify the formula of that shape. Let it be there and known and in your fingertips that this is a square, it should be side times side. This is a rectangle, it should be length times width. Then take the measurement of that shape. Where do you take that measurement from? Of course, from the scale. And we shall see how you do that. Take the measurement of the shape in the guidance of the scale. Then after you get your measurement, now calculate the area of that regular shape. So for giving an example, we need to have a map. We need to have a map. We need to have a map so that we can at least show in an using examples. Assuming this is our map. Assuming this is our map. This is our map here. And in this map, let us have some shapes, regular shapes. Let us have some regular shape in this map so that at least more than one, so that we can use them as an example. So this is our map. This is our map. We want to get some regular shapes. For instance, let's have one shape here in form of that shape there. We shall identify it. There's a shape there. Let's get another shape here. Let's get this shape here. We shall identify it right now, which kind of shape it is. There's a shape there. We can have another shape here. Can have another shape here. Can have another shape here, and these shapes can give us what we need in form of examples. So we have our steps here. Steps of identifying, steps of getting and calculating areas of regular shapes. Let's assume this is our shape number 1 and it is a plantation. This one is a plantation in the map. Step number 1, identify the shape. Is it a square? Is it a trapezium? Is it a circle? In this case, this is our example 1. In this case, this is a rectangle. First step, we have identified that our shape is a rectangle. Our plantation is a rectangle. Step number 2, we have the shape, so we want to identify the formula of that shape. And a rectangle, the formula of getting the area of a rectangle is length times width. Length times width. We have identified the shape, it is a rectangle. We know now the formula, it is length times width. Then we are in step number 3, take the measurement. Take the measurement. Now that is the point where you need to be very, very careful. You might identify the shape, it is a rectangle. You might also identify the formula, it is length times width. Then you mess up. You mess up during measurement collection. Measurement, you have to take your measurement from a scale. You take the measurement from the shape, then you translate the measurement from a scale. So let's have our scale here. 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 Let's have our scale, our linear scale. Our linear scale is here in kilometers. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are in step number 3, taking the measurement. How do we take the measurement? You can use again a straight edge of a paper to take your measurement. This time round it is a rectangle, so it is just taking the measurement length times width. And if this is our length, our length starts here to here, from here to here, point A, point B. So our length, we translate it in a scale, and this is 1.5. Our length is 1.5 kilometers. Let's calculate the width. Let's take the measurement of the width. The measurement of the width from here, point A, to here, point B. And we take our measurement, and this one is roughly, and here is roughly 0.8 kilometers. 0.8 kilometers. We have identified the shape. It is a rectangle. We have identified the formula. It is length times width. We have taken the measurement using a straight edge of a paper. You take the measurement, you translate it in the scale. You take the measurements, you translate them into the scale. The scale is the one that is giving you the measurement. Don't use a ruler. There is always a scale for that matter. Then calculate. Calculate, and your calculation will be 15 times 8. You'll add the decimal places later. 5 times 8, that is 40, carry 4. 8 plus 8 times 1 is 8, plus 4, that is 12. How many decimal places? 2. How many decimal places? 2 decimal places. So it is 1.2 kilometers squared. And it should be squared because we are finding the area. Area, it must be kilometers squared. Now, second example, our second example, it is here. We can identify very fast. This one is a square. This one is a square. A square has all sides equal. And what is the formula of getting a square? Side times side. What is our third step? Taking the measurement. Taking the measurement. Taking the measurement, and we have said you can use a straight edge of a paper to take your measurement. And this is our point A, our point B. Remember, this is a square. You don't need to take, you just take one side. And point A should be corresponding to 0, and this is 1.2. So this is 1.2 kilometers, 1.2 kilometers, 1.2 kilometers, 1.2 kilometers. So what is the formula? Side times side, so it is 1.2 times 1.2. This is 12 times 12. 2 times 2, 4. 2 times 1, 2. 2, 1, 4, 4, 1. Addition, 144. 2 decimal places, 1, 2 kilometers squared. Again, it must be in kilometers squared because we are doing or calculating the area. The area. On to our last example. Very, very easy. It's a very, very easy. We identify the shape. This one is a triangle. Our shape is a triangle. Number 2, getting the formula, identifying the formula. The formula of a triangle is a half base times height. A half base times height. Number 3, and the most important, taking the measurement. How do we take the measurement? You can use a straight edge of a paper, and remember, you don't need the hypotenuse. You just need the base and the height. For a triangle, you need the base and the height. So the base, let's start with the base. Base point A starts from there up to point B. Let's get that one in a scale. This one is 1.5. 1.5 kilometers. 1.5 kilometers. Let's get the height. Make sure that your straight edge of a paper does not have marking. So let's get our point A is there. Our point B is here. For the height, make sure that point A corresponds with 0, and this one is exactly 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. Our formula is a half times base 1.5 times height 2. By 2, 1, by 2, 1. Our answer is 1.5 kilometers squared. Squared. The area of a triangle, 1.5 kilometers squared. It is very, very easy using the steps given here. You identify the shape. It is a triangle. Number 2, you identify the formula. It is a half base times height. The most important step is not even calculating, is taking the measurement. Because if you take wrong measurement, then your calculation and your answers will of course be very, very wrong. You take the measurement, translate them in the scale, measurement, translate them in the scale. And remember, when it is a triangle, you do not require this edge there, because it is a half base, this is the base, and this is the height. And these steps goes for each regular shape. You identify the shape, if it is a trapezium, identify the formula, that one will be a half into bracket, a plus b height for trapezium, take the measurement, calculate the area. That one goes for a semicircle. Identify the shape, get the formula of that semicircle, take the measurement, calculate. These are universal steps on how to calculate any regular shape. Any regular shape. And for more practice on how to get to calculate regular shapes, you can get a past paper, KCPE past papers, and do them and submit them for marking in our platform, and I'll be glad to mark your work. God bless you. Until next time.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, hope you are prepared to attend this online lesson, and remember you are still tuned into Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity. Welcome to the lesson. I'm going to teach you hygiene and nutrition activities for grade 1. We are starting on a new topic, use of medicine. And under use of medicine, we shall learn the common forms of medicine that are found at home. So make sure by the end of this lesson, at least you know the common forms of medicine that are found at home. So welcome to the lesson. Common forms of medicine that are found at home. Now, medicine is something that we take when we are feeling unwell or when you are sick. So when you are sick, you take what we call medicine. So the common forms of medicine found at home, we want to know the examples of the medicines that are found at home. We have different types of medicine for different purposes. Now, the first common type of medicine found at home, we have what we call tablets. We have tablets. We swallow tablets using clean water. This is the first common form of medicine that is found at home. Now, this is what we mean when we say tablet. A tablet looks like this. This is an example of a tablet, and you swallow it according to the doctor's instruction. We have another form of medicine called capsules. We have capsules. Capsules are in an oval shape and they look a bit different from the tablets. Now, this is how the capsules look like. We also have another form of medicine we call syrups. Now, a syrup is in a liquid form and they are always put in bottles, and syrups are drunk according to the doctor's instruction. I have an example of a syrup here. So this is what we call a syrup. It is in a bottle and it is in liquid form. This is a syrup, and it is also found at home. Then we also have another form of medicine called the ointment. Now, ointment is a type of medicine that is in a form of body oil, and it is always applied on the skin. We apply ointment on the skin, especially a skin where you have injured yourself, either you've hit yourself somewhere or you have a bump. You are going to apply ointment. And lastly, we have eye, ear, and nose drops. So the eye, ear, and nose drops, we apply them to the eye or ear and nose. And we apply them in drops according to the doctor's instruction. Now this is an example of an eye drop, which you drop inside your eye. You open it and you drop. It can be 2 or 3 drops depending on what you've been told by the doctor. And lastly, we have another form of medicine we call inhalers. Now, inhalers help us to breathe, especially those people who are suffering from breathing problems or chest pains. They always use inhalers. So these are the common forms of medicine that are found at home. The first one, we have tablets. We have tablets, and tablets can be in different forms. So this is just an example of a tablet. Then we have what we call capsules. Capsules. Now this is a capsule. Then we have syrup. Syrup is medicine and we drink syrup. So this is an example of a syrup. Then we have ointment. Ointment is a type of medicine that we apply on the skin, on a skin that has a bump or a swollen place. You can't apply ointment on an injury. So ointment, I have an example of an ointment here. Here is an example of an ointment. It looks as if it is body oil, and you apply it on a swollen part of the body. Then we have eye, ear, and nose drops. So this is how the medicine, which is a drop, looks like. This is how they look like, and you apply it depending on the doctor's instructions. It is always good to follow the doctor's instruction. Don't apply ear drop on the eye. You'll be doing it wrongly. And lastly, we have what we call inhalers. Inhalers are mostly used by those people who have breathing problems. So these are the main common forms of medicine that are found at home, and each medicine has its way of how you take it or how you administer it. So get ready with your book. I'm going to give you some work. Copy the questions and make sure that you are answering them. So the exercise, the first question, write down 3 forms of medicine found at your home. You are going to write 3 forms of medicine that are found at your home. And the second one, draw and name the forms of medicine you wrote above. Now, whatever you are going to write here is what you are going to draw for me here. If you write here tablets, capsules, and syrup, make sure you are coming to draw for me here tablets, capsules, and syrup. What you will write here is what you are coming to draw for me in the next question. So make sure that you are doing the work, and you also go through the work for you to identify any mistake that you might have committed. Hope to see you again in the next lesson. Have a wonderful moment.
Enroll your child for the manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format.
Hello learners, and welcome to our today's learning lesson, the subject is business studies. The topic is satisfaction of human wants. In our last lesson, we discussed the characteristics of human wants, and we gave 8 characteristics. Number 1 is unlimited. We say that human wants are unlimited. Number 2, human wants are varied. Number 3, human wants require resources. Number 4, human wants are habitual. Number 5, human wants are competitive. Number 6, human wants are complementary. Human wants, number 7, are repetitive. And lastly, we say that human wants are universal in nature. In our today's lesson, we want to discuss the challenges faced in the satisfaction of human wants. The subject is business studies, and the subtopic is satisfaction of human wants, and the subtopic challenges faced in satisfying human wants. What are the challenges that people face when trying to satisfy human wants? And to remind you, we say that human wants are categorized into 2, primary wants and secondary wants. Now, learners, you will also recall that we say that business activities that are carried out by people are geared towards meeting human wants. Most of the activities that we undertake in their day-to-day lives, okay, that we undertake in our day-to-day lives are influenced by the need to satisfy our wants, okay? When we go to school, when, for example, you go to school, you are satisfying the need for education. You have a need for education. When a farmer goes to plant crops, that farmer is in effect planting the crops so that the crops can be used to satisfy his needs. Because after harvesting, then he will get food which he can consume, and in so doing, he meets the need for food. So all the activities that we undertake in our day-to-day lives are influenced by the need to satisfy our wants. Think of any activity. Teachers teach so that they can get money to meet their needs like food, building houses, buying clothes, paying education for their children, and so on. However, we can say we encounter various challenges in the process of satisfying human wants. So that's what we want to discuss today. Challenges faced in satisfying human wants. Human wants. Challenges faced in satisfying human wants. What are these challenges that human beings face when trying to satisfy their wants? And the first point is that human wants are too many. Remember, we said they are unlimited. They are unlimited and also varied to satisfy fully. Human wants are too many and varied. And varied to do what? To satisfy fully. to satisfy fully. They are too many, they are unlimited, they are endless, they are infinite, they are varied. All of them cannot be satisfied fully. And we saw that some of them are repetitive. When you satisfy a need now, the need emerges a few hours later, like the satisfaction of the need for food. When you eat food in the morning, the hunger will strike again in the course of the day, which may cause you to look for food again. So people are therefore forced to work continuously in order to do what? To get resources with which to satisfy their wants. So people are always working. Learners, you have seen it. You wake up in the morning, you go to work, come back, rest at night, in the morning, you wake up again, you go to work. So people are always on the move. And what is the reason? So that they can get enough resources to satisfy these ones that are too many, all right? And some of these ones are competitive. These ones are habitual, all right? Repetitive, habitual. We say that some ones result in the formation of certain habits. Okay, certain habits. There are people who have gone to the extent of developing addiction to consumption of some goods or services. So because of the intensity, because of the variation in the human ones, then people are forced to work continuously in order to get resources. If you live in a home, you have even seen it, even yourself. Sometimes you put pressure on your parents or guardian, right? Most of the time, you find that even as a student, you have needs. If they have seen in the recent times, students requesting parents to buy them smartphones, okay? Smartphones. I saw a student complaining that he has a 3G smartphone. He's requesting the parent to buy a 4G smartphone. So you see, the needs are many. They are varied. When you satisfy this need, tomorrow you need another one. Because right now, there are students who may need computers to study these videos, okay? All right? Computers, you need computers, you need a laptop, you need smartphone, all right? So you see, because of that, people have to continuously work in order to satisfy these needs. That is one challenge in satisfying human wants. We have said there are too many and varied to satisfy fully. So it forces now people to prioritize. So if your guardian has money, you will now prioritize and decide, do we buy the student smartphone or do we buy food? So between smartphone and food, which one is a priority? Which one is basic? Which one can the family not do without? Okay, which one is necessary for survival? So you find sometimes you may be told at home that, Daddy, we are not going to buy you smartphone because the resources that we have can only enable us to buy food. So you will wait for a few months, then your parents, again tomorrow they wake up, they go and work continuously. They are forced to work every day so that they can get money to buy you the smartphone tomorrow. So there has to be prioritization because resources or means to satisfy these wants are limited, but the wants are unlimited. So you need to understand sometimes, learner, when your guardian tells you that there is no money, then you need to understand. students who do not understand or learners who do not understand are ones who have not gone through this topic. This topic you are teaching, saying that you cannot satisfy all your needs in this world, all right, because you may not have all the money. So what you do, you satisfy those that are most important first. Then you work towards satisfaction of the ones that are not very necessary. So that is challenge number 1. Then challenge number B, the second challenge faced in satisfying human wants is that the resources needed for satisfaction of human wants are never enough. The resources needed for satisfaction of human wants, the resources are never enough. This point is related to the other one. Resources needed for the satisfaction of human wants are never enough. And this makes people to remain in a permanent state of inadequacy as far as satisfaction of wants is concerned. Okay, state of inadequacy. As far as you have a need or a want that has not been satisfied, then you will always be in a state of inadequacy. So the resources needed for satisfaction of human wants are never enough. Remember, we said one characteristic of human wants is that these wants require resources to be satisfied. Resources are the means. If you want food, then you need to get that food from the farm, and you cannot get food from the farm if you did not plant in the first place. For you to plant, you need to cultivate the land, you need to plant, you need to weed and wait sometimes you need to irrigate the food, then you harvest and have the food. If you cannot do that, then that means that for you to get food, you have to buy the food. And you cannot buy food if you have no money. For you to get money, you need to work. Then you earn money so that you can buy the food that you need. Okay, so because resources are always not enough, you cannot have all the money in the world to buy everything that you desire. Okay, so and that makes people always to be in a permanent state of inadequacy. Okay, people are always looking towards getting more resources to meet their needs. Some of the needs are basic. Then related to this point, you can also see that resources are scarce. Resources are scarce. Resources are scarce. Now, if resources are scarce and the needs are many, then that calls for what we call tough choices to be made. Okay, we need to make very tough choices so as to choose between what will be satisfied and what will not be satisfied. A tough choice as to which want to satisfy first with the scarce resources available. Tough choices means that there are some ones which will be left unsatisfied. I gave an example of a student who needs a smartphone. The parent has scarce resources, so the parent has to choose whether to buy the smartphone or to buy food. So a tough choice means that the need for the smartphone will not be satisfied. No money will be committed to buying of the smartphone. So that decision has to be made. So you cannot have both. Because if you are to buy the smartphone, then there will be no food in the family. And you cannot eat a smartphone. Smartphone is a secondary need. We say that primary needs must be met. They are necessary for human survival. So another challenge is that people, you can say, people must continuously look for fresh resources to satisfy their needs. Okay? People must continuously look for fresh resources. People must continuously look for fresh resources. People must continuously look for fresh resources so as to satisfy the recurring wants, such as the need for food. And that's a challenge. Continuously looking for fresh resources, because we said there are some needs that are repetitive, some needs that must be met on a daily basis. So looking for resources to meet these wants is a challenge. Then lastly, we can say that human wants change with the time. Remember, we also mentioned that human wants change with time, age, gender, geographical location. We mentioned geographical location, time, weather conditions, and so on, okay, among other things. And that is a challenge, because we gave an example. When you are a child, your needs will not be the same when you are an adult, okay? When the weather is hot, you will not, the need for the clothing when weather is hot is different from when the weather is cold. So human wants change with time, they change with the age, they change with the gender, they change with social status, and so on. Therefore, people continually look for more resources in order to satisfy their new and different wants. That's a challenge, because if the wants are continuously changing, then there is a challenge to also continuously work very hard to get resources so that to meet the wants. So another example is for a student, when you buy the business studies book or mathematics book Form 1. With the time, after 1 year, you need to buy another book, Form 2. After Form 2, you need to buy another book. So your parent has to continuously work hard so that your needs are met. The clothes you wore when you are in class 1 will not be the same clothes you're going to wear when you are in Form 4 or Form 1. So there's a challenge to continuously work hard to ensure that the wants are met. So these are just 5 challenges faced in satisfying human wants. 1, we've said human wants are too many and varied to satisfy fully. We also say that the resources needed for the satisfaction of human wants are never enough, We've said that resources are scarce. That's a challenge. When resources are scarce, the means are scarce, then that's a challenge, which leads to tough choices or prioritization as to which one to satisfy first with the scarce resources that are available. We've discussed that people must continuously look for fresh resources to satisfy the recurring wants, such as the need for food, the need for clothes, the need for education, the need for shelter, the need for medical care, and so on. That is a challenge. Continuously look for resources. continuously without resting, okay? You don't rest. You have to continuously look for resources because these wants must be satisfied. Then lastly, we've said that human wants change with age, they change with gender, they change with time, they change with geographical location, and so on. So again, people must continuously look for more resources in order to satisfy their new and different wants. So these are 5 reasons or 5 challenges faced in satisfying human wants. Learners, have you understood the challenges? If you have any query, please write to us. We will answer all your questions. Below this video, go to the website. There is a comment section where you can send your questions, your thoughts, your suggestions, and so on. So before we take a break, I'm going to give you one question. This is your assignment. This will be your assignment. Explain 5 challenges. Explain 5 challenges faced when satisfying human wants. Explain 5 challenges faced when satisfying human wants. So go through the video, write your notes, then close your notes and the video, attempt this question. Thank you and bye-bye.
Enroll your child with the Manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hujambo mwanafunzi wa Kiswahili. Karibu katika kipindi hiki cha Kiswahili. Naamini kwamba wewe ni mzima hapo ulipo, nami hapa nilipo ni mzima, buheri wa afya kabisa. Katika kipindi hiki cha leo, tutakuwa tunasoma sarufi ya lugha ya Kiswahili. Na sarufi yenyewe tutajikita katika viambishi ngeli. Viambishi ngeli hapo awali katika vipindi vilivyotangulia nilikuwa nimeshaeleza ni zile herufi za kwanza ghalabu katika vitenzi, katika sentensi. Vitenzi vyake, hiyo herufi ya kwanza ama hicho kiungo cha kwanza kinadhihirisha ngeli ya nomino ambayo imetumika katika sentensi. Katika mazingira kadha ya sentensi tumeweza kupatana nayo na nikatoa mifano kadhaa. Na katika hiyo mifano acha nichukue miwili tu ili tuweze kukumbuka kisha tusahihishe ile kazi ambayo nilikuwa nimekuachia. Aya, basi acha tuangalie mbili mifano tu kwa ajili ya kukumbuka. Katika ngeli ya awa. Ngeli ya awa tukawa na neno kama vile mtoto. 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 Mfano sasa unaweza ukasema mtoto analia. Na katika wingi hii sentensi ukija kuibadilisha katika wingi itakuwa kwamba watoto wanalia. Hivyo basi viambishi ngeli ni hivi. Hapa a, wa. Hivyo ndivyo viambishi ngeli. Tukasema hivi viambishi ngeli inakuwa ni ile herufi ama viungo vya kwanza katika vitenzi ambavyo vinadhihirisha ngeli ya nomino ambayo imetumika. Hivyo basi inakuwa ni a, wa. Hili neno mtoto liko katika ngeli ya a, wa. Ikiwa hivyo nafikiri umepata kuelewa kile ambacho tunamaanisha kwa siku ya leo. Basi tukija kuchukua neno jingine kama ngeli nyingine kama vile ngeli ya kivi. Ni neno gani ambalo liko katika hii ngeli ya kivi ambalo linajulikana kwa watu wengi? Kitu kama vile kiti, kikombe, kijiko. Chukua neno kiti ama tuseme kikombe. Mfano kikombe, kikombe, kikombe. Kikombe unaweza ukasema vipi? Kikombe kimevunjika. Kikombe kimevunjika. Na katika wingi hii kikombe itakuwa vipi? Vikombe. Vikombe vimevunjika. Vikombe vimevunjika. Aya, kiambishi ngeli katika hii sampuli ya sentensi unapata ni ki katika umoja na vi katika wingi. Hivyo basi hiyo ndiyo kazi ambayo tulikuwa tunaiangazia katika kipindi kilichopita. Lakini kwa siku ya leo nataka tu tuweze kusahihisha kazi ambayo nilikuwa nimekuachia wewe uweze kuipitia na kujibu maswali yenyewe. Basi hapo ulipo nataka niamini kwamba una hilo daftari ambapo ulifanyia kazi yenyewe. Kisha tuweze kusahihisha. Zoezi nitalinakili hapa kwenye ubao. Zoezi lenyewe nilinakili hapa kwenye ubao kwa ajili yako wewe.